Your Excellencies, distinguished guests, ladies and gentlemen, good morning. It is my honor to welcome you to the 12th edition of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum, organized by Aspen Institute Romania in partnership with the German Marshall Fund of the United States. Since the launch in 2012, the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum has managed to grow organically, becoming a successful multi-regional platform for innovative, forward-looking thinking on economic and security policies, and for promoting action-oriented dialogue between governments, private sector, and civil society. Hundreds of high-level decision makers, international experts and journalists, top private sector representatives, as well as renowned experts, academic and representatives of the civil society from Romania and from the world have contributed with their expertise to the success of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum throughout the years. This has helped the forum to develop into a flagship public diplomacy and strategic convening in Central and Southeastern Europe and in the wider Black Sea region, bridging transatlantic conversations and creating a process of reflection on the region and its impact on the global stage. The 11th edition of the forum last year benefited from the presence of Mr. Jens Stoltenberg, Secretary General of NATO, as well as other key decision makers present at the meeting of the NATO foreign ministers in Bucharest. Building on last year's success, this year's edition continues to grow in terms of high-level conversations, as well as highly topical content, engaging an ever-increasing number of speakers and partner organizations. Ladies and gentlemen, the 2023 edition of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum is taking place in the context of the war in Ukraine, an inflection point for the entire world. The war has changed and will continue to change our paradigms about military and economic security, while redrawing international and regional geopolitical maps. The strategic center of gravity is shifting, not only in Europe, but also globally. Our event will center on the transformations and challenges the war in Ukraine have generated internationally. The topics of the debate will include a new European architecture and the role of Central, Southeastern, and Eastern Europe, perspectives on the peace in Ukraine and further stability in the region, democracy in a divided world, resilience of supply chains and regionalizations of chain of production, innovation, new technologies and the role in great power relations, financial markets and regional resilience, and the green transition and energy security in the EU and the region. Ladies and gentlemen, before concluding, I would like to thank our co-organizers, the German Marshall Fund of the United States, as well as our partners who offered their invaluable support in the organization of this event. Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum is organized with the support of NATO Public Diplomacy Division and USAID. Institutional partners, Ministry of National Defense of Romania, Ministry of Foreign Affairs of Romania. International partners, the Aspen Institute US, Aspen Security Forum, Munich Security Conference, the Economist Impact Events, Aspen Institute Kiev, Aspen Institute Central Europe, the Aspen Institute France, and the representation of the European Commission to Romania. Knowledge partners, Kearney, Ernst & Young, Friedrich Ebert Stiftung, Konrad Adenauer Stiftung, Policy Center for the New South, and the American Chamber of Commerce in Romania, the AmCham. Main partners, Vodafone, PPF Group, OMV Petrom, Google, Lockheed Martin, Microsoft, and E.ON. Partners, MasterCard, Garanti BBVA, and Merck Class. Supporters, Meta, Banca Transilvania, Horvath, Wyren, Codnar, and Aqua Carpatica. And media partners, ProTV, DC Media Group, Curs de Guvernare, Calea Europeană, TVR Info, RFI, Kiss FM, Emerging Europe, Visegrad Insight, and BTV Bulgaria. Thank you all. I invite you for 2 full days of very thought-provoking debates. And now I will invite to the stage Mr. Mircea Joană, the founding president of Aspen Institute Romania.
Thank you so much, Teddy, Nicoleta. It seems that being the founding president of Aspen Romania is the most important title in my... And it is. And I remember many years back when I was working with Heather Conley, my dear friend, and our dear friends from GMF. So basically, Aspen in Romania and GMF in the Black Sea region were basically established about the same time. And I'm proud and privileged to have been playing a role in the creation of both. And that's why with Heather Conley and our GMF friends, with Clara and all the colleagues here, my colleagues from Aspen Institute, I think we have an obligation to be not only the beneficiaries of the enlargement of the Euro-Atlantic community, and Heather in her official capacity back in the day, we are part of the most bold, ambitious, and multi-regional enlargement of NATO, the 2004, with 7 nations from the Baltic to the Black Sea. I think the time has come for our region not only to be the ones who are newcomers into the Euro-Atlantic structures, but to prove ourselves as a cornerstone, and if I can say intellectually equal core thinkers of Europe's future, of our region's future, and of the world's future. So I'd like to thank you from the bottom of my heart to both organizations. I'm so much proud to see how the Bucharest Forum is thriving, and a little bit of commercial outside of the sponsors that are always exceptionally important. I believe this is one of those places where we can really see not only strategic conversations, they do happen in many places, not only economic conversations, they do happen in many places, and not only technological or sectorial conversations, they do happen in many, many places. But this is one of the places where you can see an intersection of geopolitics with geoeconomics and transformative trends, not only in world affairs, but also in our economies, in our militaries, and our societies. And I think this is also a multi-regional role that this forum plays. And I see my good friend Basat, my good old friend. I'm missing the Turkish coffee that you are bringing to my office back in Brussels. But let me say a few things about this region. And I never treated the Black Sea region as a standalone region. I think this is a way for us to say that everything is intertwined. There's no region in the world, there is no activity in the world that doesn't have an interconnecting part attached to it. None. From cyber to space, and from military to politics, and from economy to climate change, everything is interconnected. And I want you to start thinking for these 2 days of the way in which these things together are changing the fundamental nature, not only of geopolitics, but of human societies, of our economic models, of our social contracts, of our democratic, in the case of our nations, values. Because we have seen geopolitical competition in human history many times. This is relatively nothing new, but we've never seen such a transformation in every single aspect of human life, of our planet's life, and the fundamentals of our democracies. Coming back to our region, we are seeing an incredible unity across the transatlantic world. I'll start with this. And I have to say that I want to thank, on behalf of the leadership of NATO, but also as a Romanian, to the allies who have stepped up their presence in our part of the alliance when the crash of a drone similar to those used by Russian military a few months ago on Romanian territory was concerning. The US deployed additional F-16s to bolster NATO air policing in Romania. Other allies have done the same. And I want to say that I'm very proud that I think on Monday, the official opening of the F-16 training hub for Ukrainian, Romanian, and allied pilots in Romania will take place. I would like to thank the Netherlands, Denmark, and the other allies in the F-16 coalition. This is really something nothing short of remarkable. I want to thank all the ones, including private sector, involved in this. Tomorrow I'll be visiting Bulgaria and the Bell Group led by Italy in our neighbor to the south. And I believe that this is something that together with Turkey, the demining exercise together, the other multi-regional dimensions are also very much important. But if we look to this region from a little bit of a higher altitude, we can see with absolutely no doubt that we are in the midst of a geopolitical earthquake. War is back in Europe and the Middle East. Tensions are rising in other corners of our planet. Terrorists strike anyone, anywhere, at any time. The horrific Hamas attack in Israel last month is all on our minds. And of course, we also have to keep in mind and help also the ones, civilians and others, that need our help. And I know that we'll be able to do this together. Authoritarian regimes are openly undermining our democratic values and putting pressure on global rules. Climate change is multiplying crises around the world. New technologies, like never ever before in human history, are disrupting our daily lives faster than ever before and making the complexity of transformation immensely difficult to cope for governments, for corporations, and for civil society. China is buying up critical infrastructure in Europe, and undersea pipelines in the Baltic Sea are being damaged, and investigations are going on. So yes, as President Biden said, we are at the global inflection point. And yes, as Chancellor Scholz said, the center of gravity in Europe is moving east. And yes, as President Macron said in Chisinau just a few months back, the time has come, the distinction between older and newer members of both EU and NATO, NATO-EU, should start to diminish and eventually make room to a new political, economic, and strategic new center of gravity on our continent. We are at the point on which our unity and solidarity of our democracies around the world are being tested more than ever. Together we stand up and defend a world of freedom, prosperity, and peace. And for us in this part of the world, who have witnessed also, at least my generation, also the other side of darkness, I can say that there is nothing probably more precious than our freedom. Democracy, imperfect as it might be, disappointments as they accumulate in our societies for reasons that are real and others that are just adding up. That I think our new democracies, our new partnership with the democratic West, I think our region has an even bigger obligation to defend these values. Because we know how the other side looks like. We know what the lack of freedom looks like. We know what dictatorship looks like. We know what oppression looks like. And I think we have to be strong enough inside to be able to resist the temptations that do arise in many of our societies, but I think we have an obligation to speak up, stand up, and act as the staunchest defenders of freedom and democracy, because this is who we are, and this is what we should be continuing to be doing. What is NATO doing? We're doing, I would say, and I'm proud to serve together with Secretary General Stoltenberg. He sends you his best regards. He remembers fondly his presence on this stage last year. I think this alliance of ours that will be celebrating 75 years since our inception in Washington in July of next year, I don't know what happened during the Cold War, but I know that I've never seen a bigger, more profound transformation of this alliance ever. In Vilnius, our leaders approved the most ambitious deterrence and defense plans and adaptation of this alliance in generations. More forces, more resources, more exercises, more equipments, multi-domain operations. And I want to say again, for this region, which is strategically complex, that these plans, including the ones for the Black Sea, and also for the Balkans and Mediterranean, are to be implemented fully. And I know on the way to Washington, allies and us and our military leaders will be implementing these plans and make them executable, real, and thus playing a deterrence role. We are also helping Ukraine. And there are many voices that are saying that we should be aware of some sort of Ukraine fatigue. And here from Bucharest and here from this part of Europe, I can say that we don't have the luxury to become tired. Because the fight of our Ukrainian friends is also our fight. Because the shape of European security architecture will depend on the outcome of this war that Russia started so brutally against Ukraine. And because many of the things around the world will depend on the outcome of this war. I would like to thank every single ally and partners of NATO for the support they are providing. I know that in our region there are many questions about many things. I agree there are things that need to be addressed, but by and large, continuing in supporting Ukraine is the best thing we can do, the only thing we can do, and I know that is the thing that we'll continue to be doing together. Yesterday, I chaired the NATO-Ukraine Council on Energy Security, and we had a fantastic briefing from our Ukrainian friends on how they are preparing against what will be, very realistically, another attempt by Russia to destroy their energy infrastructure during wintertime, weaponizing energy, not only against military of Ukraine, but also the people of Ukraine, to keep them in the dark and in the cold. This is so inhuman. And this is something that I know that Ukraine and all of us are much better prepared than last year. But this is something that we anticipate will happen also during this winter, which is approaching. We also are working on investing more in our defense. Only last year, European allies and Canada had a rise of 8.3%, the real term of the defense budget increase, and the countries in Central Eastern Europe are leading by example. Next year, Poland plans to spend over 4% of GDP on defense, more than any other ally. Our Baltic allies are spending close to 3%, Romania is spending 2.5%. This is really good news. We need that, not only to ask for our bigger allies to come and be with us, but also have to do our part of the job, and I know that our region will do the job. We also are ramping up our defense industrial production foundation. Because now we don't see that much of a political problem in continuing helping Ukraine, but we see also a physical limitation of our industrial base. And the NATO Defense Production Action Plan is an encouragement for allies, including for the ones in this region, to really start thinking together with the other allies in how to making sure that the whole of NATO countries also benefit from these additional resources invested in defense. And as I mentioned, intellectually, you have to be co-authors in thinking. I think we have to be also co-authors in manufacturing and exporting. And I think this is a fair deal. And I encourage bigger and smaller allies to think creatively and do things together, and making sure that jobs and money and the ripple effect of a strong, robust defense and dual-use technology sector is benefiting everyone across the alliance. And I know that there are many people in this room that can contribute to my appeal. Let me also say something about our partnerships. I mentioned Ukraine. I am personally and institutionally exceptionally proud and happy to have heard President von der Leyen and the European Commission giving their green light for Ukraine, the Republic of Moldova, to start negotiations to joining the EU. This is nothing short of remarkable. I want to applaud our EU colleagues and strategic partners for the boldness and the leadership that they are taking. And I do hope that also European leaders in the Council that will be held in the next few weeks will give the green light. Natalia Gavrilița, the former Prime Minister of Moldova, is here. I talked to Prime Minister Racean, he visited us. I talked to President Maia Sandu. President Maia Sandu indicated in a fantastic speech in the parliament in Chișinău that her ambition and her administration's ambition is to have the Republic of Moldova joining the EU by 2030. I'm not here to say on behalf of my institution how fast and how profound this thing would go, but as a joint partner, NATO-EU, with the Republic of Moldova, I can say, respecting neutrality of Moldova, that we are fully behind the European perspective for our brothers and sisters and our friends in Moldova, in Ukraine. I'm also happy that Georgia, an indispensable partner of our democratic world across the Black Sea, and a linchpin towards the Caucasus and Central Asia, have been granted by the Commission yesterday, of course, pending approval by EU leaders, the status of candidate. And I'm also very happy to see that our friends in Bosnia and Herzegovina, another partner of NATO, that are conditional candidate status on the way ahead. I would say that the direct impact of Russia's absurd and counterproductive to their interest war against Ukraine, that I know, and that's the mission I think all of us have, that we have the whole region of the Black Sea, of the Western Balkans, everyone in Europe wishing and being ready to join our family of nations, that I think that in the next decade will see the whole part of Europe, as I was dreaming with Heather some 20 years back, Heather, to see a Europe whole and free from the Baltic to the Black Sea. I think we'll see a Europe whole and free, much closer to its geographical boundaries. This is nothing short of remarkable. Let me say just a final word about things that are interconnected as well. And you are here a crowd of super professionals from all walks of life. Please do not think and act in silos. It's not one group of strategic thinkers, there's not another group of politicians, there's not another group of business leaders, there's not a group of intellectual leaders, there's not another group of technologists and startup and innovation ecosystems. We have to start thinking more holistically about what kind of societies. And as I mentioned in a speech a few days back, we see a new equilibrium being shaped between economy and security, technology and society. And I think there's no better place than Aspen Institute and GMF to look into this very dynamic new equilibrium which is to be made. Do not think in silos. Everything is interconnected. Every new technology that I'm working, I chair the Innovation Board in NATO, on generative AI, on quantum computing, on biotechnology, on human enhancement, on new materials, on space, on cyberspace, on everything you want, has dual use, civilian, military, in nature. Would not be creating one AI for ChatGPT and another AI for controlling nuclear and military sophisticated operations. It's one thing. It can be switched from one to another of its functions. So between the economy and security, there is an indispensable interlinkage. Don't be afraid to work with each other. There's been a resistance, especially in the innovation world, to work with our defense industrial base. No, we need each other. China is using the fusion between state, economy, military, and intelligence in one piece. In the 60s, in America, 90% of technologies that were used for military purposes and national security were produced by public sector, by government. 90% today are produced by the private sector. We have to find a way to communicate with each other. And I believe that this is what is the role of NATO. I'm very proud that we managed to establish a collection of test centers and accelerators in Diana. I'm happy that Romania has, for the time being, 2 participants, one in University of Polytechnic of Bucharest, my alma mater, and the other one in INCAS, the Air Defense Innovation Center. We established an innovation fund. If there are startup people around this room, please look it up. If you have an interesting idea, we're ready also to invest in your business and leave you with equity in your pocket as you cross the valley of death towards the markets. So, we're living a global inflection point, and I think this region of ours is probably one of the testing beds of a European security architecture, of a global commercial and economic architecture. And please do not look to this region disconnected from the Greater Middle East, from the Greater Black Sea region, from the Balkans, from Central Europe, and I see in the constellation of participants and supporters this multi-regional dimension. When it comes to my country, Romania, I'm not here to speak too much about this issue, but I can tell you something as a Romanian, I would think of as a political leader in a way. I think that each of the countries in our region have a multi-dimensional, multi-regional role to play. Romania is a key player in the Black Sea with many of our friends and allies and partners, but is also a key player in the Western Balkans, a key player in Central Europe, and could be a key player again in the Greater Middle East. Each of our nations have this potential of being multi-regional and polydimensional. This is what the Bucharest Forum is all about, to try to bring together these different pieces, sometimes difficult to connect, but indispensable for all of us in order to defend our democracies, our values. And Teddy Dumitrescu, whom I thank for his remarkable work at the helm of the Institute, and to Vlad and to the others, and Clara and our GMF colleagues. Indeed, you're right. At least for the time being, the founding president of Aspen Institute seems to be the most remarkable thing of my career. Thank you all so much. Keep up the good work. Succes în continuare.
Thank you, Mr. Joanna, for your thought-provoking words, as always. For the next keynote, I invite Heather Conley, the president of the German Marshall Fund of the United States. It is the first time she's here with us at the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum, and we are really grateful to have her.
Well, thank you so much. What a privilege to be here, and what an impossible task to come after Mircea Joanna and those remarkable comments. What a perfectly titled conference. Global inflection point, where are we headed? I heard the same question mark in President Biden's address to the American people on October the 19th, where he said to the American people, we are facing an inflection point in history. As I was preparing for my remarks this morning, I thought back, what did the world look like 12 years ago when this important forum was started? So I'll take the 2011-2012 period. What was happening? The Arab awakening was happening. Great turmoil in Egypt. The dramatic 9.0 earthquake in Japan, which created the Fukushima crisis. Osama bin Laden was killed. The Iraq War ended. At the end of 2010, the United States and Russia, and the United States had ratified the New START Treaty. And of course, at the end of 2011 and 2012, we saw the largest demonstrations in Russia, and which again heralded the return of President Vladimir Putin to the Kremlin. And just 1 year later, in 2013, Xi Jinping arrived as leader of the Chinese Communist Party. That was a monumentous period. And I think hindsight, looking back, which is always perfect vision, we missed it. We missed great power competition as it was beginning to form over 12 years ago. We recognized it in the United States in 2017 with our national security strategy, but it was very difficult. And in many ways, we are at another important moment of understanding a significant shift in the international system. So the reason I speak to you today with some confidence is the German Marshall Fund knows a little bit about inflection points. In fact, we were created as a living memorial to an inflection point in the 21st century. So if you'll indulge me, I'm going to go back a second in history, because we're celebrating some very important anniversaries. Last year, we celebrated the 75th anniversary of the Marshall Plan. This year, it was recognizing the 75th anniversary of the Berlin Airlift. And of course, next year, we are absolutely enthusiastic of hosting the NATO summit in Washington to honor the 75th anniversary of NATO. So let's step back for a moment and think about that historic period. Because it wasn't predestined that the United States would invest in Europe 2 years after the Second World War. It wasn't predestined that the United States and its allies would have an extraordinary military delivery of humanitarian aid to Berlin to break the blockade. And there was nothing inevitable about 12 countries coming together to seek greater security. But that's exactly what they did. So in 1947, when the United States, George Marshall, announced the Marshall Plan, inflation was high and the American people had done their part for Europe. There was no interest and enthusiasm in investing, yet we understood the strategic imperative. It took a Democratic president and a Republican Congress to convince the American people this was our interest. And in some ways, I take that inflection point in the 20th century, and I want to tell you this is our generation's inflection point. We have to meet this moment. And of course, on top of the geostrategic imperative that this moment presents, it's intensified by the climate crisis. So this is our generation facing the largest land war in Europe. Now, a potential of a Middle East conflict that could have regional implications, heightened tensions in the Indo-Pacific. We see an increasing connection between China, Russia, Iran, and North Korea. So I offer a reflection by former Secretary of Defense Robert Gates in Foreign Affairs. This was his first sentence of his article. The United States now confronts graver threats to its security than it has in decades, perhaps ever. Never has it faced 4 allied antagonists at the same time: Russia, China, North Korea, and Iran, whose collective nuclear arsenal could within a few years be nearly double the size of its own. Not since the Korean War has the United States had to contend with powerful military rivals in both Europe and in Asia. So this is our inflection moment, our generation. How will we decide to navigate it? I have some suggestions on how to successfully navigate it, and I hope it's something that we'll talk about throughout the next 2 days of the forum. I believe we successfully navigate this moment with 3 important mindsets. Number 1, we have to have a builder's mindset. What future do we want to build? This is how GMF is approaching a modern Marshall Plan for Ukraine. Ukraine is the greatest rebuild project of my lifetime, and I want in on it. It is difficult, yes. Is it impossible? No. Just ask our forefathers when they were working on the Marshall Plan. have a builder's mindset. Second, invest deeply in partners and allies. Europe is investing in the United States. The United States must invest in Europe. This is how we strengthen ourselves. Sometimes we become a little too competitive, and sometimes we have to think turning that competition and strengthening ourselves. And the third guide, we must have a winning mindset. Incrementalism and muddling through and seeking only stability is insufficient for an inflection point. We must be bold. We must build. We must invest. So, I want to leave you with a few questions as you begin your conversations. With those guidelines of building, investing, and winning, today the West lacks an overarching strategy for what winning looks like in Ukraine. I know what winning looks like for Russia because I see it today. Attrition, fatigue, waiting us out, waiting, hoping perhaps for a change in leadership in Western companies. That cannot stand. I do see elements of a Western strategy that will win, but I see it without conviction. I see it now increasingly becoming distracted. Exactly as Mircea said, EU candidate status for Ukraine and for Moldova is bold, but it cannot be a path to nowhere. There has to be urgency in achieving EU membership. There has to be greater impetus on the recovery and reconstruction of Ukraine. And increasingly, I see where Indo-Pacific partners and European partners are deeply investing in Ukraine's security. But what I don't see is preparation for what Bob Gates calls this adversarial alignment against the West. And this is what concerns me. We have to connect these dots between Russia, Iran, China, North Korea. We have to prepare ourselves for that before it is too late. We cannot argue about 2% of spending for investment. We have to speak only about implementing urgently our regional defense plans. We have to be urgent about rooting out adversarial influence in our own countries. We have to get very serious about our own economic competitiveness. I thought Mario Draghi's words yesterday were profoundly important. Our economic strength is equally important to the task of meeting this geopolitical moment. So, why do I look back to look forward? I think history can tell us a lot at this 75th anniversary series. The 1947 to 1949 moment is speaking to our generation today for this geopolitical moment. We must invest in our allies so we can prosper. That's our economic strength. We need that economic strength to protect our democracies. And we need to secure that prosperity and that democracy with security. That is the intersection that Mircea was talking about. Democracy, prosperity, security. Reread the preamble of the Washington Treaty that formed the North Atlantic Treaty Organization. You will find those same words of what those founding countries wanted. So let's have a winning mindset. Let's invest in ourselves, and let's build the future because it is bright despite the dark clouds that we see geopolitically. We can build again. Thank you very much.
Really grateful to our keynote speakers, Mr. Joanna and Mrs. Conley, for setting the stage for powerful ideas and to come up and transformative dialogues to strive. We are now moving to our panel discussions, which will focus on three threads. The reconstruction of Ukraine, a new European architecture, and economic security and new technologies. To introduce the first panel, I invite Mr. Cosmin Stan, news anchor at ProTV. Thank you.
Hope this is working. Yes, now it's working. Good morning, everyone. Sorry for being late. It's just a technical glitch back there. I'm so honored to be today here with you. It's a privilege for me. Thank you, the organizers, for giving me this opportunity. And we are going to talk about perspectives of peace, right? It's been already almost 2 years since this war in Ukraine has started. And unfortunately, it continues to claim people's lives, to destroy Ukraine economy, and to drain Western resources. Why not? And it's time to think about peace and how can we achieve peace there. So let's try and find out some answers. And for this, let me welcome on stage with me, as the stage is ready soon, my distinguished guests this morning. It's Rachel Epstein, Senior Associate Dean at Joseph Corbell School of International Studies at the University of Denver, United States. Peter Ruff, Senior Fellow and Director of Center on Europe and Eurasia at Aspen Institute. And Karl-Heinz Kamp, former president at the Federal Academy for Security Policy in Germany. Good morning, welcome. But before we start our conversation, let me introduce you His Excellency, Mr. Ihor Prokopchuk, the Ambassador of Ukraine to Romania. Good morning, Your Excellency. You can have your opening speech.
Excellencies, distinguished participants of the forum, ladies and gentlemen, I'm truly honored to have the floor at the first working session of the 12th edition of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. I sincerely thank the organizers for placing the spotlight of this year's forum onto multiple aspects and consequences of the war of aggression which Russia continues to wage against my country, Ukraine. I trust the debates that will follow within the next 2 days will produce important insights and ideas that will help us tackle different challenges more effectively. The title and focus of the current session, Perspectives for Peace, is of crucial significance for my country, the region, Europe, and the world. And I appreciated that this session is joined by such distinguished panelists from both sides of the Atlantic. Ladies and gentlemen, as Ukraine's President Volodymyr Zelensky repeatedly emphasized, there is no other country or international actor that wants peace more than Ukraine does. Ukraine did not want this war. It was treacherously attacked, becoming a victim of unprovoked aggression. Today marks the 624th day of the full-scale war of Russia against independent and sovereign Ukrainian state. The war of genocidal nature. The period of challenges and hardships in the extreme, as Ukrainians have encountered inhumane brutality and atrocities. Tens of thousands of killed and wounded. Over 10 million displaced persons, destroyed cities and villages, deliberate shelling of civilian infrastructure and residential areas, blackouts and terrible ecological disasters, forcibly deported Ukrainian women and children. As was correctly put before, based on facts of Russian invasion, if Ukraine stops fighting, it will disappear. If Russia stops fighting and pulls back, the war will end. So far, the Russian regime has not displayed a change of its original strategic objective of destroying Ukraine. It is also clear that the Russian regime has expansionist ambitions stretching further into Europe beyond Ukraine. It is in such environment that President of Ukraine, Volodymyr Zelensky, has presented his tailored and structured vision for peace, the peace formula, a comprehensive 10-point plan to ensure just, stable, and lasting peace. President Zelensky proposed the peace formula at the G20 summit in Indonesia in November last year. Since then, ever larger number of countries that respect the cornerstone principles of independence, territorial integrity, and sovereignty of states have been joining that initiative. Let me recall that earlier this year in February, the United Nations General Assembly adopted the resolutions titled Principles of the Charter of the United Nations underlying a comprehensive, just and lasting peace in Ukraine. It was supported by 141 nations from all parts of the globe. Provisions of that resolution captured the points of Ukraine's peace formula, in particular restoration of Ukraine's territorial integrity, withdrawal of Russian troops, restoration of justice, preventing escalation and repetition of aggression. The peace formula is of a universal character and is about preventing such wars in the future. As we look at the perspectives for peace, it is essential to, first, fully rally around Ukraine's plan for peace, and second, make systematic and robust steps towards its implementation. A number of practical measures related to the peace formula were discussed recently at the third meeting of National Security and Foreign Policy Advisors that took place in Malta. Representatives of 66 countries and international organizations took part. Distinguished participants, while we aspire for a just and lasting peace, this peace must be won in the ongoing fierce battles. To win it, it is crucially important to achieve, first and foremost, a radical increase in the capabilities of the defense forces of Ukraine. It is necessary to procure the necessary weapons, including air defense systems and fighter jets, heavy weaponry and ammunition. Hardware and ammunition must arrive to Ukraine as soon as possible. Second, the sanctions against Russia must be implemented 100% and be further stepped up. Notably, restriction measures are needed against the Russian nuclear sector. Third, Ukraine's rapid progress to achieving full-fledged membership in the European Union and NATO. Despite the ongoing war, Ukraine has made unprecedented steps in reforms and implementing all recommendations provided by the European Commission. We welcome the historic recommendation of the European Commission presented yesterday about opening the accession negotiations with Ukraine and the Republic of Moldova. It is a real recognition of the determination of Ukraine to succeed on the path of European integration and achieve the full membership. We also do expect that the long-awaited decision with regard to Ukraine's membership in NATO will be adopted at the upcoming Washington NATO summit in 2024. Ukraine's membership in NATO will be an asset to the Euro-Atlantic security, and Ukraine is able to make a decisive contribution to safeguarding peace, security in Europe. Ladies and gentlemen, Ukraine is fighting to defend freedom, democracy, and values of Europe. As we contemplate perspectives for peace, it remains absolutely necessary to stand firmly with Ukraine and help it defeat the Russian aggression to prevent its further expansion to other parts of Europe. Before concluding, I would like to reiterate our gratitude to all allies and friends for their support. I would like to particularly express an appreciation to Romania and the Romanian people. We highly value the assurances on high political level and among the public and business circles that Romania will stay with Ukraine as long as it is necessary until the full victory. We also appreciate that such stance is taken by the international community in support of Ukraine. I would stop here and pass the floor back to the moderator. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Ambassador. Please join us. And before we start our conversation, I will just have a couple of announcements to make. You will have the opportunity to ask some questions towards the end of the conversation. There's a microphone right there to the left. So 5 or 10 minutes before ending this session, you can get up there and just ask your question. And also, I would kindly ask people in the background to keep it a little bit more quiet, as the echo of this fabulous building is amplifying all the noises. Thank you so much. And now, we'll go straight to the subject, and probably that's the most difficult question to ask now. How close are we to achieving peace in Ukraine? Rachel Epstein. Oh, there's a microphone here. Hopefully they're on. Yeah, it's on.
Thank you so much for the question, and I'm also really honored to be here from the University of Denver. We are not very close to achieving peace in Ukraine. I think, as the ambassador referred to, the value of this meeting and so many other gatherings involving a transatlantic audience is to think through not only strategically how we get to a peaceful resolution to this conflict along the lines that you explained so eloquently, but then also thinking about the future. What is the West's relationship with Russia? What does Russia look like at the end of this conflict? And then I think very importantly on the issue of institutional membership for Ukraine in NATO and the EU. Those are both very achievable and I think very constructive paths forward. What we know from research is that those overlapping memberships between the EU and NATO really have done enormous good in terms of fostering democracy, stability, peace, and prosperity for the countries that are brought into those organizations. So in terms of how I think about securing peace in the long term, that pathway is critically important. And I would say also in the context of Ukraine coming into those organizations, there's a process that we've embarked on many times before. And I was here in the early 2000s researching Romanian accession to NATO at that time. And what's critical and what I want to emphasize is the values, the core values that countries in the transatlantic community share, and that as Ukraine's continuing social transformation in the context of the war unfolds, that we really take the opportunity to grab the values, the democratic values particularly, that we have in common, and build a bond that is going to sustain peace going forward. I think that's critical in the international institutions, aside from the technical side of enlargement of these organizations, to really foreground the values that are at stake.
Peter Ruff.
Well, first of all, thanks for having me. Thanks to the Aspen Institute and the German Marshall Fund, to Mircea Joanna, and to Heather Conley for their gracious invitation. I would just start with the observation that it's an empirical truism that most major interstate conflicts end either in victory or defeat. We shouldn't delude ourselves to thinking that some sort of clever, artful diplomatic intervention will necessarily pacify this conflict. In fact, a great example of this is the recent experience in Karabakh. There were many mechanisms and formats over many decades between the Armenians and Azerbaijanis, and in the end, that conflict was resolved when the Azerbaijanis moved into Karabakh and took back that province as their own. So as I see it, it's premature for a variety of reasons that we should pressure the Ukrainians into some sort of negotiated off-ramp. It's true that there is, to adopt a phrase from the Middle East, or Syria in particular, a vital Ukraine of sorts. By defending Kyiv heroically early in the war, there is a national government that's commanding a military rather than an exiled political apparatus running an insurgency. And by defending the approaches to Odessa in the south early in the war, Ukraine ensured that it continues to have some access through the Black Sea to the outside world for its commodity export-based economy. Both of those, I think, are essential for Ukraine to be viable and not a landlocked country wholly dependent on Western aid heading into the future. But I don't think it's sufficient. It's necessary, but not sufficient, to use a trite phrase that's probably invoked all too often, but nonetheless true here, that Ukraine be given an opportunity. They've run multiple counteroffensives, and while everyone's focused on this counteroffensive and a famous interview in The Economist and perhaps a counteroffensive that's culminated, the fact of the matter is that there was a stunning success in Kharkiv last year. Kherson was liberated about 1 year ago, almost to the day that we're meeting here in Bucharest. And the Ukrainians, if they have the will and the desire to fight, which they do, and merely need support from the West, which is a pittance of our national wealth. I'm coming from the United States and the monies that we've supplied, and no Americans are are fighting and shedding their blood in Ukraine. I think it's a worthy cause to support, and we should give the Ukrainians more time. And the ambassador has already laid out in his opening remarks some of the areas in which Western support is essential, in particular on the weapons systems. Perhaps one last comment on the journey to peace, and my colleagues already laid out some of the institutional advantages to EU and NATO partnership. But one common I don't want to call it a rhetorical trope, but analysis that's seeping into American politics is that the U.S. should supply weapons, but on some of the other assistance programs, we should consider pulling back. And there seems to be a consensus forming in that direction. We saw it also last night in the presidential debate on the Republican side in the United States. I think we shouldn't forget that Ukraine can win the battles but lose the war if its society collapses. They require a whole of society, whole of government effort to take on this much larger and formidable force in Russia. And the day that deterrence failed in Ukraine, it became incumbent, I think, upon us for our own security, as Mircea Joanna pointed out, to ensure that Ukraine has both the economic means to stay in the fight and also the military equipment needed to take the battle to the Russians.
Yeah, and we'll be talking shortly about how much longer can the Western countries support this war in Ukraine, or Ukraine in this war. Karl-Heinz Kamp, sir, what do you think? Are we close to achieving peace, or rather not?
Well, first I can, does it work? I can just only echo what has been said before. The war will end when someone explains to Mr. Putin that Russia has long lost the war. Russia cannot achieve its strategic goals, whatever the strategic goals were. So when we talk about perspectives for peace, it's about the time after the war. And there, certainly NATO membership has a crucial role. And let me go back for a second to 2008, when we had the discussion on NATO membership in this city. And since I was German, I was at the summit at that time. It is now today said that Merkel prevented Ukrainian NATO membership. At that time, in 2008, there were 8 NATO countries opposing Ukrainian NATO membership for 3 reasons, basically. First reason, not to alienate Russia, because at that time, whether we like it or not, Russia was still regarded as a partner. Second reason, because Ukraine did not seem ready at this time. All the public polls in Ukraine showed that Ukrainians were against NATO. And the third argument, often forgotten, was that taking Ukraine into NATO means defending Ukraine militarily at its eastern border. Today, from these 3 reasons, 2 reasons don't count anymore. Russia is not a partner, Russia is a threat, and Ukraine is of course ready for NATO because they are fighting, they are dying for our Western values. But the third argument is still there, which means taking Ukraine into NATO means defending Ukraine at its eastern border. Does this prevent Ukraine membership? Not at all. But we have to be aware, NATO has to be aware that this comes with a price tag. We are currently struggling, NATO is struggling to defend Polish eastern border, Baltic eastern border. And the Polish eastern border, the Ukrainian eastern border is 1,200 kilometers away. So yes, NATO membership for Ukraine, but it comes with cost, and this is why particularly the US is currently still hesitant on this decision, but I'm personally convinced that until next summit in Washington, we will have an important step in that direction.
Your Excellency, what do you think about achieving peace any soon now? I think it's on. You just have to.
Well, I try to outline our vision of the path for peace, and actually this is all built around this initiative of the Ukrainian president. But so far we are in very fierce battles, and there is a war that needs to be won. So basically, when we speak about peace, it is what I have to say that we need to arm the Ukrainian forces as quickly as possible and to procure weapons that are necessary for the Ukrainian army to win the battles on the battleground. This is fundamental for achieving peace in Ukraine. So once again, I would emphasize the point relating to Ukrainian armed forces, military forces, the military supplies that must arrive to Ukraine as soon as possible. And basically, until now, we're now, as I mentioned, it's over 600 days of war, we're still facing a force that is superior to Ukrainian army in terms of numbers and in terms of hardware, weaponry. And still, Ukrainian forces are fighting successfully this force, which was preparing to take on the entire NATO. And this is a remarkable achievement of the Ukrainian army and of the Ukrainian people. What is needed is basically to give more to Ukraine to at least gain a parity in terms of technological edge, where again we are lacking now, and also in terms of the numbers of weapons and ammunition that are needed on the battleground. This is of paramount significance.
But still, at least we agreed on one thing, that the peace is not quite close, and we still have a lot of work to do to get there. But in order to achieve peace, of course, there's the need of a compromise of the parties involved. What would be the necessary compromise in order to get there, to get the peace?
Between Ukraine and Russia?
Yeah.
I don't actually favor a compromise in this case for all of the reasons that the ambassador has already laid out. I also agree with the ambassador that the supply of arms to Ukraine has been too slow. And I think at the beginning of the conflict it was explicable because from a Western point of view, from a US point of view, there was fear of escalation. There was also fear about a nuclear conflagration. But for all kinds of reasons that we've learned in the meantime, the likelihood of nuclear use in this instance is not very likely, fortunately, and it's harder for me to justify the slowness and the inadequacy of the armaments provision to Ukraine at this point. So I'm actually not a person who would argue that the Ukrainians should be put in a position of having to compromise or give up a lot. I think one of the greatest achievements of the post-war order is that large countries don't negotiate the fates of smaller countries. It's up to Ukraine when Ukraine decides that it's ready to negotiate for peace and under what terms, and I think that Ukraine's allies should support it in its endeavor to do so.
But then how can you get the parties at the negotiation tables without any compromise?
Well, I wouldn't frame it as compromise. I would say what pressure needs to be applied on the Russians for a productive negotiation to take place. No one is marching on Moscow, well, except for Yevgeny Prigozhin, who marched on Moscow, but no one is planning to march on Moscow, which is to say, at some point there will be a negotiation, most likely with Vladimir Putin. But I think part of the theory of the case behind the American strategy and the Western European strategy, or the West, let's just put it that way, writ large, has been to back the Ukrainians so that they can get into a negotiation with the Russians at some point. Where I think the U.S. has made a mistake, and this builds off of the previous remarks, is we had to come in much bigger, much earlier. And the incremental, tepid and slow, cautious approach to delivering weapons to the Ukrainians for fears of escalation was a complete misreading of the situation, just as we misread what the opening dynamic in the war would be, offering to exfiltrate President Zelensky out of Ukraine. Had we gone in bigger earlier and not allowed the Russian engineering corps, for example, to fortify the south, who knows where this most recent counteroffensive might have ended up. But the point being, it's up to the Ukrainians to define and set out what exactly the war aims are. The West should support it, and I think our strategy to date has been a sound policy, perhaps, of trying to empower the Ukrainians to get to a negotiation, but the strategy to get there has not matched, which is to say we've under-resourced it and been too slow and tepid in getting the Ukrainians what they require. And perhaps one last quick point on the NATO comment. I agree that there are additional responsibilities incumbent on the West should Ukraine come into NATO for the defense then of Ukraine. But just as the NATO and the West struggles to defend parts of, say, the Polish border, the Russians are struggling to take even towns like Bakhmut. So I wouldn't underestimate the value and strength and quality that the Ukrainian armed forces bring to NATO. And one of the early jokes in the war, in the early months, making its way around Washington and probably other capitals, was Ukraine doesn't need to join NATO. NATO should join Ukraine, given that it's probably one of the most, they're going to exit this war as one of the most formidable armies in the entire alliance.
Of course, in this war, each party has had significant losses. How much can they take? How much can they support more before they get together for talks?
Well, it depends on how you regard the relevance of human lives. And apparently Russia does not regard the value of human lives very high. That's why they send thousands of young people in the meat grinder, and let them die. This is terrible to see. And this is why this is a factor which would be important for us, for our countries, but apparently not for Russia. But let me add one point. If I would be Vladimir Putin, I would be really concerned. Why? Because Ukraine is supported by NATO, by EU, by the G7, and by some others. If you add these countries together, you end up with some 40–45% of global GDP. Russia brings, 2% of global GDP. And these countries, against all hopes of Putin, are still supporting Ukraine. He was expecting that this entire thing is going to collapse in a couple of days. It does not. And even a country like Germany, often criticized for not doing enough, we had this Zeitenwende from the embarrassing offer of 5,000 helmets at the beginning of the war, now to be the second largest supporter of Ukraine. And if I would be Putin, I would see, my goodness, this is going to go on. So if he would act rationally, he would think about compromises. Apparently he does not, so we have to wait, as I said, until someone explains Putin that Russia has long lost the war.
So, Ambassador, is there any compromise on the table, at least, or you exclude everything?
I think there is a very broad consensus among this coalition of countries that support Ukraine, that Ukraine is fighting not only for its own independence, it fights for democracy and it fights for the ideas of freedom. So democracy and freedom. Can we compromise on the notion of freedom for Ukraine, for this country, for other European nations? The countries of Central Europe, they lived for decades being dominated by the Soviet Union and facing dictatorships. Are they willing to, any of them, to contemplate a compromise on freedom? Ukraine has gained also its freedom just a few decades ago, and this is a very precious price for my people. I don't think there is any readiness at all to compromise on it. And second, there is also a very broad consensus that Russia flagrantly violated very basic principles of international law, like the sovereignty, territorial integrity, inviolability of international frontiers. Is there any appetite to have compromise on the principle of inviolability of international frontiers and the use of force by one country against the other to grab part of the territory of this country? I don't think so. And therefore, Ukraine now, I don't think there is any room at all to take a transactional approach to resolving the war started by Russia. It must be a very principle-based approach which would be rooted in the basic principles and norms of international law. And this is what we are all united to defend. And as Madam President of the GMF, Madam Conley, mentioned, the preamble to the Washington Treaty, as she made her keynote remarks, this preamble speaks about the countries uniting to defend the heritage of European civilization and also the shared values. And this is exactly what Ukraine is doing now by fighting this war started by Russia. I don't think there is a room for compromise here. Russia must withdraw from the Ukrainian territory, and Ukraine must be able to fully restore the sovereignty and territorial integrity within its internationally recognized borders.
Is there any way to convince Russia to withdraw from the occupied territory other than by fighting?
I don't think that sweetmeats and delectables are going to convince Vladimir Putin. It probably has to be the application of force. his intentions are obvious and clear. There's no debating anymore. He's torn up the NATO-Russia Founding Act. He's invaded another country. He's saber-rattled at the West, including all the way up to the nuclear threshold and without use beyond. I mean, he's inverted the nuclear paradigm now by, generally we've considered nuclear weapons to be a defensive weapon. It's now being used for offensive coercion. And I would just add, the proliferation incentives to add to the other kind of principled reasons for supporting Ukraine are there as well. Ukraine famously gave up at Budapest its nuclear weapons stockpile in return for loose guarantees for a future in an open and free Europe. Loose guarantees now are not going to be sufficient. The Americans aren't willing to give a unilateral security guarantee either, given that our entire debate in the West has been about burden sharing over recent years. Why would the Senate in the United States ratify a unilateral security commitment without our European partners on board, which is why I think NATO is the natural vehicle for Ukraine. So I think coercion, application of force, and supporting the Ukrainians. And just because I'm an American, if I can make one comment about war fatigue in the United States, because I think it's on everybody's mind, I actually have a somewhat optimistic read on this. I'm cautiously optimistic that the package now being debated in the Congress will pass. It's a big number, which I think is appropriate because we don't want to go through this again based on burn rates in the spring. So to get through the American presidential election cycle. And I actually think polling is not as negative as some make it out to be. We're a very polarized country right now, yet 40% or 45% of Republicans support a package and a policy that is closely identified with Joe Biden. Give me any other issue, tax policy, immigration policy, where 40 to 45% of Republicans are with the opposing party's president. And Democrats, I think, because of Joe Biden, are in support of the policy as well. So I think we have a big package that's likely to pass, although we don't know for sure, but I'm cautiously optimistic. I think it will send a signal to the Russians that we're in it for the remainder of the Biden presidency, if not beyond. And I actually think there's more bipartisan support here than people realize. And on foreign policy, Americans and the American public need to be led. I think it's just a fact that foreign policy tends to be an elite-driven exercise, and the presidential bully pulpit matters a lot here. So if we have solid leadership from the top, making the argument for why Ukraine is important, as the ambassador did here today, and as my colleagues have, I'm confident that the American people will support the Ukrainians into the future.
So, is there any chance to start any peace talks as from the current situation, since Russia cannot be convinced or forced to withdraw from the occupied territories?
I don't see that opening right now. I would love to hear what the ambassador thinks is the answer to that question, but no, I don't see an opening, and I think that my colleague is correct that the appropriate way forward is to follow Ukraine's lead in terms of having Ukraine being able to establish the conditions under which it's willing to negotiate with Russia. So I think probably additional military pressure, and I think the outline of the US position on arming Ukraine in the long term is incredibly important for sending the signal to Russia that the West is not going to give up on this conflict or give up on Ukraine. I'm perhaps less optimistic than Peter is about what happens following the 2024 election. I think you're right about public support being available for leaders who are willing to marshal it, but I also worry about certain elements, particularly in the Republican Party, if they come to power, particularly somebody from the Trump faction of the Republican Party, given the way Trump conducted himself vis-a-vis the alliance in his first administration. So there are, I think, some dangerous elements in American political scene that we need to be watching out for, and I, for one, will be looking for all legal democratic ways to make sure that Donald Trump does not assume office again, not least because of what's at stake in Ukraine and Europe and for the alliance, but also for American politics.
How dramatic would that change the entire situation?
Oh, I think it would be very dramatic. I mean, there is a possibility that once someone, despite their very extreme rhetoric in the run-up to the election, sometimes we see people like that assume office and the office moderates their conduct and their rhetoric. But Donald Trump is not somebody who's shown any inclination for moderation. And in fact, the longer his public profile exists, the more extreme and unhinged he seems to become. So on a whole array of issues, domestic and international, if he or someone like him, I think, were to occupy the presidency, we would be in deep trouble.
Sir, speaking of support, how much longer the Western partners would be able to still be with Ukraine in this war?
Well, ask it from the other way
Especially since next year we're going to have elections all over Europe.
Yeah, wait a minute. I mean, first, the starting of the war was based on wrong assumptions on the Russian side, believing that Ukraine would not defend itself and the West would not support. And the winter gets cold and we don't have gas and the entire thing collapses. If you would ask anyone in this room 1.5 or 19 months ago how long Western support would go, I think hardly anyone would have said it would have gone for 624 days. So, once again, being Putin, I would say, my goodness, all my assumptions did not work. And from all I hear from the German government, from the US government, from all NATO, EU, G7 countries, there is the statement of we will support as long as it takes. That individual elections in countries can change things. True, US is certainly the most important one, but still this can still not be taken for granted. And even if, until the US election, it is still a year to go. So whether Russia is able and willing, because you are asking about the rates of casualties, we are talking about hundreds of thousands of Russian young men and women dead or more or less taken out of the battle. How long this regime can sustain this, I don't know. It's a tragedy. Apparently, the leadership doesn't give anything for this. But the drain for Russia, Putin is ruining his own country. And this is the tragedy of all this behind.
Please, go ahead. You wanted to add something.
Well, I would just say, I think Putin still believes his assumptions were correct. It's just that the timelines are now extended. And so he's still banking on a collapse in the West. And I don't think that we can ignore, for example, reports over the weekend that the Americans at the most recent meeting of the Defense Contact Group are floating potential off-ramp negotiations in the near future. So even if Donald Trump were to win the presidency, who's to say what state the conflict would be in if he were to inherit it?
Your Excellency, is Ukraine afraid that is losing the support of its Western partners, especially since the focus lately shifted a little bit towards the new war in the Middle East?
Well, we have been recognizing for decades that this is a very, very complex security environment that we have around us, and therefore the collective West must be prepared to deal with multiple conflicts and multiple challenges. So while we see that there is a certain shift of attention to the developments in the Middle East, we don't feel that there is a threat of diminished support to Ukraine. Just as it was said, on the highest political levels, we do receive the reassurances that our partners will stand with Ukraine as long as it is necessary. So these are very clear messages that we receive from Europe, from the United States, and from other of our allies. We believe that this will stay because, again, there are very fundamental goals and very fundamental values that we all share. It cannot change just because of an election cycle. These are the values that have been embedded into the collective West conscience, and we do trust that there will be a strong will to defend them.
Okay, as we still have a few minutes left from our conversation, if there are any questions, we would be happy to take them now. So the microphone is right there on the left. Please just get there and introduce yourself. Until then, from a military point of view, is Ukraine still able to free up more territories as the operations seem to have stalled lately? What do you think?
Well, I'll just say, I think we have to have some strategic patience here. We were bottled up in Normandy when we landed, in World War II. We've seen, I feel like in the era of social media, if the Battle of the Bulge were going on to continue the World War II theme, there would be people calling for immediate ceasefire negotiations with the Germans. Like, there are constraints on Ukraine, manpower constraints, weapons constraints, et cetera, for sure. It's tougher and tougher to recruit. Those reports from the ground seem to be true. But look, there are also restraints on the Russian side. There are political constraints to widespread mobilization and brain drain problems that Putin has as well. So it's tough on the Ukrainians. It's getting hard. I don't need to speak for the Ukrainians with the Ukrainian ambassador here. But nonetheless, the Ukrainians continue to signal President Zelensky on down that they believe this fight is existential. If they are watching their women being raped, their apartment buildings being rocketed, their children being abducted, I can't imagine that even if it's brutally difficult to stay in the fight, they want to stay in the fight, because what is the alternative? So I think getting beyond the tactical back and forth, the reading of, how's this counteroffensive pincer movement or maneuver versus attritional battle going, the general political will is still there, even if it now with the weather means that we're entering a new phase of military operations, and even as kind of the spectacular attacks, for example, in the Black Sea continue, and then in the spring there might be a new dynamic in play.
Sir, what do you think?
We have one disadvantage from the Ukrainian point of view, and this is the fact that there is concern among Western leaders about escalation, about nuclear escalation from Russia. As unlikely this might be, as stupid it might be from the Russian point of view, Putin did already stupid things, so he might do it again. And this, whether we like it or not, influences the calculus on what kind of weapon can we deliver. And this is why we have the discussion now on the Taurus system, which goes 500 kilometers, which would be a tool to do much more with regard to liberating the Crimea. But there is a concern in Germany, in the US, by the way, on this escalation thing. As I said, we might not like it, but it's something that determines the risk calculus of many Western leaders, and this also determines the question of which weapons can be delivered at what time.
As we don't have too much time, I would just ask you, what should be the lessons of this war?
Well, I think greater preparedness at the outset would have been very desirable. I think reading the signals from the 2008 war in Georgia following the Bucharest Declaration, I, in retrospect, believe a lot of the NATO repositioning towards out-of-area operations, towards the Middle East, towards Central Asia. I mean, of course, everybody on the panel is correct. There's been a major reorientation of NATO in the meantime. But I will say from my research in the 1990s, I think the Americans in particular were extremely naive in comparison to people in this part of the world about Russia's trajectory and the possibilities for an enduring partnership with Russia. I think the Americans in particular, I would say, didn't hedge carefully enough. We weren't prepared enough then in the 2000s for a conflict of this kind. And so, when I think about what can we do going forward to prevent another such conflict, I think it's really to double down on the values and the military preparedness and the democratic consolidation in the countries about which we're speaking in order to really reinforce the community from both the political and military point of view.
It's a hard power world. Your defense industrial base still matters. Quantity matters. Number two, Iran is an enemy, not a friend. Stop empowering the Iranians, whose drones and potentially future missiles are raining via Russia down on Ukrainian cities, and also have empowered Hamas to attack Israel. And then number three, avoid strategic dependencies on potential adversaries like Russia or in the future China. Those would be three big ones for me.
One last word, please.
Well, let me conclude with a positive note. My lesson learned is that this idea of the West, this combination of democracy, market economy, and freedom is not dead. It is pretty much alive and kicking, and this might be the biggest disappointment for Xi Jinping and for Putin and for some others.
Ambassador, your last word.
I think the lesson of this war is indeed it proves that we are living through the inflection point that will be defining how the events will unfold in Europe and in other parts of the world in this century. So I fully agree with the point that was made before about the need for boldness in terms of decisions to be taken. And this relates to support of Ukraine, to the arms to be provided to Ukraine, and other aspects of assistance that can be done to my country. I don't believe at all that the Russian president requires any pretext for escalation of the war. And therefore, it is needed that Ukraine gets what it needs on the battleground to win. Thank you.
Distinguished guests, thank you so much. Ladies and gentlemen, that's it. Thank you so much.
Thank you, Cosmin, His Excellency the Ambassador, and all the panelists for digging in such a difficult topic. Our next moment will be a high-level conversation opening and clarifying perspectives. To introduce the topics and her guest, I invite Cristina Cilacu, journalist at Digi24. And till Cristina will be here, a very kind request to everybody in the back. Maybe you continue the debates on the hall with the coffee and the waters, because the echo of the room is very intense and it somehow disturbs the discussions on the stage. Thank you. I will be here because you have to have the mic. Good morning, welcome. My name is Cristina Cilacu, I'm a journalist, and we will have a conversation with the United States Ambassador in Romania, Mrs. Kathleen Kovalek. Thank you for being with us, and because it's a conversation, as I said, I would welcome everyone to join us, to engage. Ambassador, let's start, not to waste any time, because we don't have much. We have two ongoing wars. Two democracies were attacked, one by Russia, the other one by a terrorist organization, and the United States is helping both of them to get over it, to stand by them. Is helping one of these two democracies, either Ukraine or Israel, damage the help for the other one?
Well, first of all, good morning, everyone. Thank you, Cristina, for doing this event with me, and I'm delighted to be here at this event. Regarding the situation in these two conflicts right now, I mean, I think as President Biden put it very clearly, you know, we, the United States, are in a position to help with both conflicts, and we will. And we will stand by both Ukraine and Israel in this very difficult moment. I mean, I think for all of us, the decisions that we make today will shape the future for decades to come. And it's important that we stand by democracies that have been attacked, that we work together as allies and partners to defend our values in this critical moment in time. I think all of us, you know, in Ukraine, you all know what we have done and said in support of Ukraine. President Biden has said we will support Ukraine for as long as it takes, and that has not changed. I think all of us recognize at the same time the legitimate aspirations of the Palestinian people, and we support equal measures of justice and freedom for Israelis and Palestinians. But Hamas does not represent these aspirations, and in this moment we have to stand for the democratic values that are under attack in this situation. So I think we can do both those things, and we need to do both those things together with our partners and allies. And do you think, Ambassador, that the partners in the region, I'm talking now about the Middle East, understand these efforts? Because, of course, we have to acknowledge there are a lot of civilians as well losing their life in this conflict. In the meantime, we have to accept that Israel has to defend itself, but is the level of defending acceptable right now? Well, I can't get into the day-to-day issues of what's happening. I think you also know what President Biden and Secretary Blinken have said there. They're very focused also on the humanitarian aspects, and we're providing humanitarian assistance as well. This is a huge challenge that Israel faces because of the way Hamas is operating, putting civilians at risk to protect itself. And doing so deliberately to draw further outrage. I mean, this is also an information war, and we're seeing information and disinformation being used in both conflicts, to be clear, and this is where we need to be clear-eyed and understand what's happening. And of course, you know, it's a delicate balancing act to wage. To try to go after Hamas and protect civilians at the same time. So we are trying to provide all the assistance we can to make this possible.
Well, since you mentioned disinformation, we see it not only used in times of conflicts, in times of war, but also in countries that we live in peace, United States, Romania, both, and not only. We are facing elections next year, both our countries. Yes. We have this cocktail of fake news, of disinformation, and also we have to add to this extremism. How can we get over it? Because it doesn't seem easy. It seems like the world is going into a very bad direction.
Yeah, it's a huge challenge. Disinformation, misinformation, deliberate use of fake news. All of these things are something that all of us democracies are struggling with, not only because this is being spread in some cases innocently by people who maybe don't understand the context, but it's being used as an aspect of destabilization, of war, of information warfare. This is going to be a challenge we're going to continue to face. I think the rise of social media has made it possible to spread information very quickly, and it seems to prize the sensational. So it's easy to grab attention for some outrageous claim or outlandish story, and it spreads very quickly, and then we find ourselves trying to catch up and explain what really happened, or to take down stories that are not accurate. This is where I think the institutions that we have built together, NATO, the EU, need to work together, both in terms of anticipating, reacting to, and taking down fake news, but also all of us have to work together on media literacy in the schools, in helping people distinguish what are legitimate and accurate sources of information, to be trained to recognize when there's manipulation going on. And this is going to be an ongoing process, I'm afraid, and we have to prepare. I think, just knowing that it's happening and being on the alert for it can make a huge change, and it's something I hope we can all do in preparation for our elections next year. I've seen many great programs. The U.S. Embassy supports programs like that here, and I hope that this spreads more in the schools. I was just up in Cluj at a Fulbright conference that we helped host on this issue of media literacy. We need to work with teachers. Teachers can also be tricked with fake news, and I hear this from teachers as well, that they also need support. So it's a big job, and it's something we're going to have to contend with next year.
Before I ask you the next question, I have to turn to the audience to see if anyone wants to ask you one question. Looks like not. Nobody wants to talk with the U.S. Embassy in Romania? Yeah. Okay, we'll continue. Do you think that people want to learn about this media literacy, about how to avoid manipulation, or people are now in the tendency of saying, we know everything, don't tell us what to do, don't teach us how to think?
Yeah, I mean, it's hard to say, to make generalizations. I mean, certainly you hear some of that. But in talking to teachers and in talking to students, actually, I think in some ways the students, some of them are quite media savvy because they've grown up with social media and they are wise to some of the tricks that they see, even if it's only in the commercial realm. You know, I know my own children who are now in their 20s did go through media literacy training in their high school, and I was very impressed with their ability to look at a website or at a piece of news and to immediately, you know, try to analyze it and say, and I mean, we used to teach this in the schools when we taught, you know, reading literature. I mean, reading literature is about kind of deconstructing and understanding. So I don't lose hope. I think the other thing that's important is for kind of the more healthy voices to speak out. Because I think one thing that happens with all this hate and vitriol that's spread through social media is it tends to make people more reluctant to speak out or to even be in the public sphere. This is something, there was a conference the last 2 days here for the Women, Peace and Security focal points of the UN, and one of the issues that was raised was the use of kind of bullying, cyberbullying and harassment to discourage people from going into politics, particularly targeting women. So it's important for us not to allow ourselves to be pushed out of the public sphere because we need sane, intelligent, wise voices, and we need to have because I'm convinced from the responses I see that there are a lot of very wise and smart people out there, but those are not the voices that get elevated in social media, so we need to support those voices as well.
Well, putting social media aside, we also have two types of voices when it comes to leaders, because some believe in democracy, some don't believe in democracy, and looks like the world we're living in is going in a very, very wrong direction. Do you think that the leaders, the big powers of this world can understand each other? Because it looks like the trust is no longer there.
Well, I mean, I think that's a very absolutist statement, and I know that many times in history we've thought that you know, the world is going in a wrong direction, and of course parents always think that when they look at the next generation. I mean, I do think we have some strong and wise leaders now, and I think they are capable of addressing these issues. And I think when you look at what NATO has done, what the EU has done, certainly there are challenges, but I think we have shown that our alliance is stronger than ever. We've reinforced our defense and deterrence capabilities within the alliance. We have people who are actively trying to address the conflicts and find solutions. So I'm not a person that's pessimistic about the chances. Certainly we have challenges, but I don't. I think we also have the capacity. Again, it goes to, you know, what do you listen to? You hear all the bad news and you can focus on that, but you can also recognize that there are many positive initiatives and efforts going on at the same time, and they don't somehow get the same attention always in the media.
Well, I'll turn with your optimist again towards the room. We have a question, two questions. Ladies first, if you don't mind. Somebody is helping us with the mic, perhaps? Yes, okay, thank you.
Thank you. Hello, I'm Patty Morrissey. I'm from the United States, former government official. I worked information warfare for 9 years in the Pentagon for the Joint Chiefs of Staff. We were having a discussion last night about disinformation and the poison, the toxin that it puts into the bloodstream of the world. Our former panelist just a little while ago said we're in a hard power world. Do you, Ambassador, have any conversations with leaders in the region? Disinformation is a weapon. It's a weapon delivered on civilian platforms that we all we all become a target of through those platforms. Do you feel that we're at the level in terms of leadership in the region or in the world that we have to acknowledge disinformation as a weapon, and it can't just be a passive, what can we do to defend ourselves, but can we take more aggressive action around that?
Thank you.
Yeah, it's a good question. I mean, I think that this is disinformation, I absolutely agree, is a weapon. It's used very strategically, and it's also used to poison cooperation and trust in societies. And I think that's the larger issue for me, is maybe not the specific targeted uses, but the corrosive effect that it has over time in persuading people that they can't work with each other, or that the other side is the enemy. And that to me is the biggest issue. I do think that we are creating within NATO, within governments, institutions to try to address this, but it is, I don't know how to best describe it. It's as if we're playing catch up. It's hard to anticipate and to respond to every use of disinformation. So this is definitely something where I think we need more research on what works. We need to look at how, have conversations with social media companies about how they spread or play a role in some of this. And I know the EU has looked at this issue. Also, companies themselves can take responsibility by how they identify and manage the platforms that they run. I mean, as I said earlier, I think we have a lot more work to do on this. I think, you know, things seem to come in waves and trends, and we're, I think, at the perhaps the peak of this type of use of disinformation. I like to hope that we will get wiser and smarter, and it will become less effective over time. But of course, that's only speculation on my part. We can't just sit back and hope for that to happen. We have to find together methods and tactics that respond to this.
And maybe each of us should develop a little the critical thinking and to ask questions ourselves if something is real or not. Sir, please, your question.
Yeah, Madam Ambassador. My name is Steve Michael from California and Georgia. Thank you for the work that America and you are doing in this region. But my question is, what keeps you up at night when you think about the election coming up next year, reading the tea leaves? And what should Americans in this region who truly love Eastern Europe should be doing?
What keeps me up at night? It's always a funny
it's
question.
It's a good question, yeah.
The coffee that I'm joking. No, I think, again, you've probably already detected, I tend to be a more optimistic person because I like to think that I look at the broader context. And I think democracy is the broader context for us. And while we can imagine many negative scenarios, we can also imagine more positive scenarios. I mean, there have been many elections in Europe this year where things came out a little differently or better, you know, than what people expected. So, you know, my hope is that in the coming year, we can all, work with the media, hopefully, to raise the key issues, to help educate voters so that people make wise decisions, and that we can work together to kind of lower the level of vitriol. And I think the best way to do that is not to respond in kind, but to support other efforts that bring people together and find common ground. And that's, I think, the role for everyone in this room, for the politicians, hopefully. Again, maybe I sound a little too optimistic about this, but we can't lose hope and we can't give in to pessimism about the future. Just look around, look at some of the recent elections, and you see signs that voters are smarter than maybe some are given credit for.
Well, we still have time for one more question. We have the gentleman over here. Or, okay, if no, the mic will come to you. So no, it's behind you. It's right behind you.
Oh, thank you.
Okay.
Thank you. Radu Pieka, Wall Street. So my question for you will be, do you also see a rewriting of the past, a rewriting of the history, and not only in Russia, and not only on the unofficial level, not only on social media, but also on an official level, and on a regional level? To quote a title of a famous book, it was a long time ago and it never happened anyway. Because I think this is a major danger, and we saw how in Russia, for example, the memorial group was completely forbidden. And we see how the past is reinterpreted and it becomes a very, very fertile ground for propaganda. Thank you.
I'm sorry, the sound wasn't great. The question is, reinterpretation of the past. Yeah. Well, certainly one of the tools of disinformation is to try to rewrite history and give it a different aspect. And we see that, we see battles over history all the time, but I don't think that's anything new. I think that happens. I do think we're at an inflection point in history because at least in the West, I think we started to take democracy and our values for granted, and we maybe stopped, maybe we get a little, we lost a sense of what's at stake in terms of defending democracy and defending our democratic values. And this has given opportunities for, other currents to develop. But I think, again, I think that in terms of history, it's always fair to have a debate about what happened in the past. But what's important is that we come to that debate based on democratic values and principles, the shared values that have made us so strong, and to once again speak out and defend those values. That's the most important thing we can do. Not only the values, but to recognize that the inclusion is important in those values. We spoke about elections. We have an opportunity next year in both our countries to increase the inclusion of women in elections, to have to really walk the walk in what we believe in democracy. So, I recognize what you say about people trying to rewrite history, but I think it's part and parcel of a larger challenge that we face.
Well, let's take this as a conclusion, Ambassador. Thank you so much for this conversation, and thank you all for being with us.
Thanks very much for having me.
Thank you, Christina, and Your Excellency for bringing valuable input to our vibrant exchange of ideas. Before moving forward, I have a logistic announcement to make. If you want to ask questions to our panelists, please go to the microphone that is right behind the chairs on this side of the stage. It helps us with the live transmission because I told you at the beginning, the audience, it's much larger than what it is here in this room. Now, to introduce the next panel, A Reconstructed Ukraine, I invite Clara Volintiru, Regional Director of German Marshall Fund of the US.
Hello, everyone. Thank you all for joining us today in such large numbers. It is always such a pleasure to be on the stage of the Bucharest Forum. Truly, truly a pleasure. I will invite my panelists to join me on stage for this important panel on Thread 1, A Reconstructed Ukraine. So online with us today, we have two guest speakers, but in person, John Hugo, General Secretary and CEO of Rotary International, and Zsuzsanna Szeleny, Director of the Central European University Democracy Institute Leadership Academy and foreign policy expert and former politician, a notable voice of civil society in Central and Eastern Europe. Thank you both so much. And I'm not sure we have the connection with the other two panelists. Oh yes, here you are. It was a problem with the screen. So thank you so much for joining us online. Chair of the Committee of the Rada on Ukraine's integration in the European Union, Ivana Klimpush, thank you for joining us. And also online from Ukraine, Mr. Mark Magaletsky, Associate Director, Deputy Head of Ukraine for the EBRD. Thank you for joining us. Before we proceed with the conversation in this panel, and I'm sure not much needs to be added on what we should be discussing with regards to building a brighter future for a region that is so severely scarred by the horrors of the war and the destruction. I would like to give the floor to Commissioner Vareri, Commissioner for European Neighborhood and Enlargement, to bring on stage the key elements of this brighter future, considering the enlargement announcement yesterday. So we're going to hear his remarks as opening statements, and then we're going to come back to the panel.
Dear participants of Bucharest Forum, ladies and gentlemen, as Russia's war of aggression against Ukraine enters the 624th day, we cannot list all the terrible suffering and devastation it has caused. During these days and months, the EU has stood unequivocally with the people of Ukraine and will continue to do so. We showed unprecedented unity and solidarity at the level of our citizens and governments. We provided all kinds of support, including humanitarian, economic, macro-financial assistance, and military support. Since the start of the war, more than 82 billion euros has been made available by the EU to support Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, today's conference goes beyond assessing the past months as it focuses on the country's reconstruction. Indeed, the EU will play a vital role in this work, as Ukraine's recovery and reconstruction cannot wait until the war has ended. In many regions of the country, it can start already now. It is also clear that the reconstruction efforts should go hand in hand with the reforms to build a modern and resilient country. To this end, the European Commission proposed a new instrument, the Ukraine Facility, worth 50 billion euros to support Ukraine's reconstruction and reforms until 2027. At the core of the Ukraine Facility is the Ukraine Plan, which will cover recovery, reconstruction and modernization of the country based on an economic growth vision for the short to the medium term. By developing the plan, Ukraine will own the reconstruction process. The government only needs to ensure that as the plan is progressing, there is an inclusive and open process, so all the main stakeholders can have a say. It will also be important that all donor efforts are aligned to avoid adding complexity to an already difficult recovery phase ahead, including when it comes to reforms and conditionalities linked to our aid. Here, I want to mention the role that the multi-agency donor coordination platform continues to play. As its co-chair, the European Commission aims to strengthen this unified vision of a reformed and prosperous Ukraine. Ladies and gentlemen, the historic decision of the 23rd of June 2022 by the European Council to grant Ukraine candidate status provided a powerful impetus to many reforms related to the strengthening of the rule of law in Ukraine. Progress on reforms during wartime has been impressive, but there's still the final stretch to make to ensure this progress continues. Despite very challenging circumstances, Ukraine has made progress on its enlargement path by taking forward key reforms and moving closer to the European Union. Following yesterday's recommendations in the enlargement package, we now look forward to the Council's decision on the next steps. It is our firm belief that the future of Ukraine lies in Europe. Thank you for your attention.
So let's turn to an interactive conversation now with my fellow panelists online and in person. And I will turn first to, I will give the floor to each one of you to react briefly, 1-2 minutes maximum, to the statements that the European Commission has made and the European enlargement announcement that we so joyfully all received yesterday. So maybe I will turn first to you, Ivana, to share some initial thoughts on the current situation regarding the enlargement to Ukraine.
Thank you very much, and thank you for invitation. Greetings to everyone. I am sorry that I cannot be there with you in person, but very happy that we are conducting this conversation today. And I think it's also very symbolic that we have this panel organized in cooperation with GMF, because it's exactly the Marshall Plan that has allowed Europe to come back from ruins after the Second World War, but moreover, it also has laid ground to something that we know today as the EU, to the European Community of Coal and Steel. And so I think that's why it's important that we are hearing from the European Commissioner today and understand that there is a political will, there is a willingness inside of the EU, and there is a unity in terms of approaching the need to have the vision how to rebuild, reconstruct. I'd rather prefer the word maybe even recreate Ukraine in the future. And yes, we are doing a lot of things already today with the support that is being provided by our partners in economic, humanitarian, financial realm. But I think that the challenge of future reconstruction after the end of the war is absolutely unique challenge, and also unique chance not only exclusively for Ukraine but also for the world. I do think that it is really comparable to the flight towards Mars, because we have the nation in center of the Europe, which has the population that is highly educated, which has incredible, innovative, and technological potential. It does have incredible IT sector, does have a space sector. I mean, has a lot of different opportunities, but at the same time, it's really a war-torn society. And at this moment, is a country of a war-torn economy, and is a country of badly damaged infrastructure, and is a country that sometimes its cities are being turned into dust. So I think the challenge and the opportunity ahead of us is to build a new, modern, innovative economy that could be exemplary also, not only within the EU, but also for the world as an opportunity and this appealing power of the European project. And I hope that this Ukraine facility that is still being discussed, it will be adopted, it will come into force, but that will be the basis for those incredible volumes of financial needs and need for investment that will be very much needed here on the territory of Ukraine after the war is over.
Thank you. Thank you so much, Ivana. And I will just draw a flashback from 6 years ago when we shared a roundtable in Brussels with the Aspen Institute and GMF talking about the future of the European project. And it's incredibly satisfactory to me to share this panel with you today to discuss the enlargement announcement for Ukraine. Thank you so much for sharing that vision that Ukraine has within the European Union. And let's turn to John and let's hear, what do you think about the enlargement announcement yesterday, and what's the future of Ukraine in the European Union?
Thank you so much, Clara. Yeah, it was obviously all of us were extremely pleased with that announcement. Of course, the proof's in the pudding and to see if it actually winds up happening. But perhaps if I could just briefly, as we talk about Ukraine reconstruction and Ukraine's future, focus on one aspect that I think is very often overlooked, and that is the role of civil society and civil society organizations and nonprofits, the role they're going to have to play in Ukraine's reconstruction. Of course, they're now playing an extremely important role today in filling an important need during this terrible war. I know my own organization, Rotary, we've provided over $75 million worth of assistance to Ukraine. And of course, nonprofits, they fill a slot and a space that very often government can't. They're much more nimble, less bureaucratic. They have an opportunity to work directly with beneficiaries who may not have the wherewithal to deal with government structures to tap into larger funding sources. So obviously NGOs are playing a very important role and will need to play a very important role in Ukraine's reconstruction. So the question for me is, how do we best maximize the ability of civil society to do the best it can to help Ukraine? And of course, we've seen two phenomena in Ukraine since the start of the war, and that is an explosion in the creation of nonprofit organizations in Ukraine, with varying degrees of expertise, with varying degrees of seriousness. And secondly, it's becoming quite clear, I see in my own organization, Rotary, other nonprofits, getting much harder to raise funds for Ukraine. There's significant donor fatigue out there in terms of helping Ukraine. And so what can we do going forward? And for me, one of the critical issues is to put in place mechanisms to try to minimize the level of corruption in the nonprofit sector. And so, a few bad apples can ruin the reputation for everyone. And when you're trying to raise money from donors, this issue of effective and honest use of funding is extraordinarily important. So I would suggest a number of things. First, that Ukraine consider putting in place a rating system for nonprofits, very similar to Charity Navigator and other similar types of systems that are employed in the United States. You have Rise Ukraine. There are a number of options out there so that people can sort of trust a given nonprofit that has a higher or a lower rating. And the second thing I would suggest is that really focus on working with the nonprofit sector to create what I would call a code of conduct. And at the World for Ukraine Forum in Rzeszów last month, we did roll out a code of conduct that Rotary and many organizations signed on to. And I would urge all nonprofits to sign on to this code of conduct, again, to create credibility, confidence in that space, to enable greater fundraising, et cetera. And finally, I think there needs to be a much better coordination mechanism at the level of the Ukrainian government in terms of a central clearinghouse for what is needed, where is it needed, and by when is it needed. Right now, it's kind of a very chaotic system. Things are being delivered that aren't necessarily needed, expired medical supplies, et cetera. And so to the extent there could be a coordinated, centralized system where you can sort of go online and see exactly what's needed by whom, when, and that's a credible need, I think that's going to facilitate the operation of civil society in working on Ukraine reconstruction, both today and going forward.
Fantastic points, John. And with Zsuzsanna's approval, I might turn to Mark first for a follow-up on that idea, because I know EBRD has been supporting technical assistance to the Ukrainian government and civil society and non-profit actors extensively in Ukraine. So maybe we get your thoughts on the matter as well, Mark.
Yes, thank you. Good afternoon, everybody. But let me probably start with the big picture and EU integration first, because we also very much welcome strategic decisions taken this week, which launched Ukraine-EU accession. And this is a big step in the right direction, and EU integration will be that core of the reconstruction efforts, both in terms of financing and institutional transformation. So is the Ukrainian plan that Commissioner mentioned earlier. It's a comprehensive program given the scale and direction while providing the space and the opportunity for Ukraine allies and stakeholders such as financial institutions, public and private, and civil society to contribute. European Bank for Reconstruction and Development is the leading financial investor in Ukraine. So for us, the work in the country in these difficult times is a core priority. And we see our role in contributing to the process, not in a distant future, but here and now, because despite the war, the economy has to function, both in private and public sector. And we continued our operations in Ukraine, and since the start of the war, provided 3 billion of financing in such areas as energy security, food security, vital infrastructure, trade finance. And we can say that the country is functioning and business carries on, although the situation is far from normal. But at the same time, it will crystallize the true champions, and not only nationally, but globally, because the businesses that can survive the war can survive almost anything. So going forward, we see Ukraine promoting EU integration, opening the market, dialogue, open dialogue with civil society and international community, and inventing new ways of attracting private investment, which will go beyond the conventional private-public partnerships. So there are some specific challenges like war insurance, large-scale demanding integration of war veterans in business and social life. And this is already in the public and business attention. And we're working on this, and we are happy to discuss it also today with you. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you, Mark. Now we've heard the vision, the plan, the stakeholders, the actors. We've heard what Ukraine is preparing to do. Now, probably what we need to hear is also what the European Union is prepared to do. And again, we have a plan, we have a vision. What are your thoughts on the matter, Zsuzsanna?
Thank you very much. It's a great pleasure to not just be here, but on this day when Ukraine got a candidate status yesterday from the Commission. And I'm absolutely sure that this will be approved by the European Council in a couple of weeks. And this is really a remarkable input from the European Union. And I think Commissioner Várhelyi was very exact of how the EU is actually preparing for this big new challenge for Ukraine and other applicant countries. What I would like to make a comment about what actually means Ukraine and these new accessions mean for the European Union, because we rarely speak about that, but this has actually a transformative profile. So the whole EU is changing now, because this is such an extraordinary task for not just for Ukraine, which is in war, but also the EU to make this accession happening. It's also very, very unique. This is actually something we've never seen before. It's an accession through war. So while war is happening, and then reconstruction is planned to be implemented, there is also a legal process going on a complete modernization of a country, which is really extraordinary. This is also changing significantly the EU itself. I can say that the current situation gave the European Union a new purpose. It is an existential issue for all of us. The EU went through a series of deep crises in the last decade. Brexit was specifically a deep harm on the identity of the European Union. And I think Europe is not only recovering now, but with this huge undertaking, it's really found its new purpose. Just a couple of examples of what are already changing, because this is all undergoing. The thinking about European security and the defense infrastructure, this could not have been possible just a couple of years ago. And there are huge and significant changes, and there is a completely new mindset about the responsibility of European countries for their own security. There is a completely new enlargement strategy, which is also undergoing. So something which we really didn't see before, when it's not kind of one-time event, but it's a gradual process, something like called phased integration. And I think this is very, very important also for the other applicant countries. This is one of a learning point from the previous accession period when my country, Hungary or Romania, joined the EU, that we have to, the European Union should offer a much more plausible process which would encourage the people of the applicant country to maintain that interest and motivation, because otherwise it's just so complicated and so long that something we can see as a threat or danger or happening in the West Balkan countries. So it's very important, this gradual process, that applicant countries do not lose their interest. I don't expect it would happen in Ukraine because there is such an enormous social backup behind the accession. This was the reason of Russia's war, that Ukrainians decided that they want to be part of the EU. So if we go back to 2014, that was a kind of origin of the clash, and probably one reason why Russia later attacked Ukraine. So obviously this gradual process also have an important economic impact, so also involving Ukraine into the single markets, partly of the single market, that can have also a lot of important element to maintain the export potential. This also has a big influence on EU institutional reform. With Ukraine and the new countries being members soon, the decision-making process should be reconsidered. The unanimity which we maintain at the moment probably is not maintainable. However, it's very important because Europe is composed of very different size of nations, that the construction, the security of participation of all countries can be maintained. And just one last comment, it's the rule of law, which is also an important learning process from the earlier accession. It's not a one-way street. The fact that one country is joining and modernizing, reforms its institutional system, democratize it, make strong anti-corruption, is still not a guarantee for long-term safeguarding of rule of law. So that is something the EU, just as Ukraine, should really take seriously. And I think the Ukrainian society, and this is another issue for how civil society matters a lot, that they keep their future governments accountable, so the pluralist profile of politics is not losing. Also, the EU must be much better prepared how to monitor and also safeguard its future citizens' rights.
Thank you. Thank you all so much for this roundtable and comprehensive introductory remarks. And now we're left with 10 minutes for questions and comments from the audience. I know the mic is not traveling through the hall, so if there are any questions, yes, there are, and there is a mic on the back side of the room. So if you could find your way quickly there, we still have time for a couple of questions. Please introduce yourself and ask the questions to the panelists.
Hello, my name is Loredana Urzică-Mirea and I work in anti-trafficking in Romania. We've been involved in the Ukrainian crisis response here mainly to keep people safe while they travel to their final destination. What we noticed this year is that there has been a significant decrease in the support of the neighboring countries, including Romania, and most international actors moved from these countries to Ukraine. As a result, many Ukrainians now are thinking to move back to Ukraine, not because they are prepared to do so or they have where to return, but because of the lack of support and basic assistance where they are right now. So my question is, While we think and discuss about the reconstruction of Ukraine and the timing, what would be the measures to put in place in order to mitigate these risks related to the movement of people back to Ukraine, of course, from a safety perspective? Thank you.
Great question. Let's turn. Who was the question addressed to? Anyone wanting to pick it up? So maybe I will turn to Ivana. Refugee support outside the borders of Ukraine. We all want Ukrainians to come back to a peaceful society, but what can we do today to support your citizens outside your borders?
Well, thank you. But before addressing the question, let me just react to a couple of comments that have been made by my co-panelists.
Of course.
I think definitely we here in Ukraine do see the great geopolitical change that has happened within the EU due to Ukraine and the brave society of Ukraine that has been holding and standing up to the Russian aggression while simultaneously transforming the country for the sake of reaching the goal of European and Euro-Atlantic membership. And I do understand that these processes do have a serious impact on the situation within the EU, and it does change the EU itself. And it's important that these changes that are happening right now in the EU, that this process of internal reform is not becoming the process that will take hostage the whole European integration of all the nations that are aspiring to become members. So decoupling of these processes are very important, and merit-based assessment and go ahead for all those nations that want to become EU members is important, irrespectively of whether the EU will finish that discussion and that process of change that has started in Granada, in Berlin, and in other discussion platforms that are happening. Also, what John has said, the incredible ability of the civil society in Ukraine and civil society organizations from outside to actually support the whole humanitarian effort, economic effort, military effort here in Ukraine. That's definitely incredible. But I probably would disagree with the approach of centralized reconstruction as such. Maybe we should look for the instruments where all the needs are being put, let's say, in some sort of online platform. But I think it's incredibly important to ensure that we are involving the local communities in verbalizing and formulating their needs for reconstruction, and making sure that they do have instruments of reaching out also horizontally to their counterparts, and that we have the possibility of building the horizontal economy rather than centralized, verticalized economic model that has proven its inefficiency in the past.
Thank you.
So with regard to this question, just very briefly, one more thing. It's not a Ukraine crisis. It is Russian aggression against Ukraine. We appreciate all the support that has been rendered to Ukrainians so far. How to ensure that the support is there? I think it's the question not towards Ukrainians. I think it's the question towards the EU, towards our international partners. But also, I think that Ukrainian state authorities do have to offer some state program in making sure that there are possibilities for people to come back. We do need those people also back in order to rebuild the country and really recover from these wounds.
Fantastic points, Ivana. And I know John wants to pick up on that question as well.
I just wanted to pick up on this issue of rule of law and the importance of EU accession to accelerate and incentivize these reforms, because I think when you look at Ukrainian reconstruction, at the end of the day, it's going to succeed or fail on the basis of the private sector. Ultimately, that's the long-term solution. There'll be obviously significant government funding coming in. Nonprofits will play their role. But ultimately, what will rebuild Ukraine is the private sector. sector. And for the private sector to invest, and I know it's self-evident to say this almost, you need rule of law, you need corruption to be dealt with, you need a legal system where foreign investors come in and have the security, et cetera. So I think EU accession, in that sense, is extraordinarily important as a carrot, as an incentive to push through these much-needed reforms, because ultimately that is what's going to lay the foundation for the private sector to come in, and that's ultimately what's going to drive long-term successful Ukrainian reconstruction.
The bill is enormous for the reconstruction of Ukraine, so you need all hands on deck, as it were. And Mark, I think, referenced the idea of building new partnerships, more innovative ways of engaging public and private actors in this endeavor. We have one more question in the room before the time runs out.
Thank you very much. This is Rufin Zamfir from Global Focus Center. We've heard a lot of really interesting and rather how should I put it, good ideas regarding the EU support for Ukraine's struggle, not just the military one, but the economic one as well. But we're talking about this EU, and having in mind that next year is going to be EU elections year, do you think of a mechanism, or are we able to secure at least this level of support for Ukraine during the next year? Thank you.
Great question, and maybe I will allocate that to Mark, given that there are financial instruments in play, and probably the question translates in how sustainable they are on the long term, disregarding political upheavals in Europe.
Yes, thank you. Maybe difficult for me to comment on the elections, but indeed the instruments that are currently on the table for discussion are actually mid to long term. So we hope and believe that they will not be dependent on specific outcome of the elections in one specific year. So we see that there is general consensus in the EU about support for Ukraine, and we hope that this will continue. And if I may reflect on what Ivana was saying about the role of local authorities and the need to avoid like one centralized plan and one centralized solution, I fully agree with that. And our understanding is that Ukraine plan, which is prepared by EU, will not be a closed box. It will be like a basis, an open platform, which other players, including local authorities, including private businesses, including institutions of different levels, will be able to join and contribute, because indeed this is hugely important, so that the whole society at different levels participate in the reconstruction efforts and engaged in the efforts.
Thank you. And final words from Zsuzsanna. Do you want to pick up on the question about European elections next year and commitment to the reconstruction of Ukraine?
Well, it's very difficult to say what is coming at the EU elections next year. I hope the commitment to Ukraine will remain. I think there is a understanding of European elites that how important it is. Obviously, it's not so self-evidently easy. There are a lot of smaller interest conflicts when such a big country is joining the EU, and we are aware of that. But there are larger goals than that, and I think we hopefully learned that there are some historic moments when these higher aims are really important. And I think to repeat that the accession of Ukraine really gave a new purpose that is super important, and this is just as important as the foundation of the EU itself several decades ago.
So maybe the enlargement process is the future project of Europe, as we were discussing 6 years ago. Thank you all so much for joining us today in this important panel. I know we've covered a predominantly European perspective, but thanks to John, we also covered the international donor engagement, and I am sure follow-up panels will do justice to the broad topic of what it takes to make Ukraine a safe, prosperous and democratic society, which I think we all want. Thank you all so much for your thoughts and comments, and keep in touch for future panels.
Thank you, Clara, and the panelists for the intense discussions. We are now having a 15 minutes break because we need to get a bit energized. Please be back in 15 minutes. Thank you. hope you are energized and ready for our next discussions. I know the dialogues during the breaks are very important because they give us the chance to go deeper into the ideas and find and discover new perspectives. And we are very grateful that you are interrupting them and come back to us next to the stage to hear the next discussions and to meet our next speakers. And talking about new perspectives, we continue our debates with a panel on fostering AI in the region and its impact on society. I invite Radu Puchiu, Director of Aspen Technology and Society Program at Aspen Institute Romania, who will moderate the discussion.
Thank you so much. Well, how is after the break? Everything fine? Yeah. Well, a discussion about AI after a small coffee break I believe will be very interesting. So hopefully you will tell me after. Okay. I have 3 speakers today with me, and I kindly invite them to the stage. I have Gabriela Popescu from Corporate External and Legal Affairs Head, Central Europe, Microsoft. Welcome, Gabriela. Please join us. And George Cristian Tuță, Chairman of the Special Commission for Automation and Future of Work, Chamber of Deputies, Aspen Fellow also. Please join us. And in a couple of minutes, Mr. Dragoș Cristian Vlad, the President of the Romania's Authority for Digitalization, will join us. So, yeah, let's start. How was the break? Was fine? All good for you? Good. So, the discussion today is about fostering AI in the region and the impact on the society. And just to briefly introduce the subject, I'm very happy that this technology overall subject in the Bucharest Summit grew year by year. So we have many panels today and tomorrow about the technology. So it's a good sign, or it's a bad sign, that it's very much related with the security policies and the concerns around the security. So it would be a part of our discussion. Also, I would like to look together with you at how we can foster the potential promised by the AI in terms of economical development, in terms of impact on our societies and so on. So welcome. Thank you for making the time being with us today. So I will start with you, Mr. Tuță.
Ladies first.
Yeah, no, I'll start with you because it makes a lot of sense in terms of going from the parliamentary perspective, regulation perspective, and also go to the private sector then, and back to Mr. Vlad when he will arrive. So you are the chairman of the Special Commission for Automation and the Future of Work in Chamber of Deputies, and I believe together under the Aspen Institute Romania umbrella, we organize a number of events dedicated to the impact of the AI on jobs. How can Parliament can help in this matter?
By using AI. First of all, thank you for having me here, and many thanks for the Aspen Institute that organized this event year after year. And the 12th edition means end of a cycle of 12 months. And if I'm going back 12 months ago, when we start discussion about having a committee in the parliament speaking about automatization and the future of work, actually the idea to start this committee was by trying to answer the question how we can improve Romanian productivity, our labor productivity, how can we improve it to be more competitive in the European Union market or in the global market. So the only answer for this question was by using technology to improve our citizen skills and also to use technology for improving the public service that we have in Romania. And in this year, as we all know, artificial intelligence made a quite huge leap, and now AI, it's a common conversation. If we go in a, I don't know, high school, or if we're talking in a university, you'll find the challenges that AI it's facing to the society and to humankind. But also, a lot of companies are starting using artificial intelligence in their daily business. And we can see this by the Digital Economic Society Index, which are measuring for the first time this indicator of using AI in the businesses, which, in my opinion, is very important. And now, putting the balance between how the work will be in future and what's the fear of this technology, I will use an answer that a vice president from NVIDIA told me when I met him, and I asked him how we can explain better the benefit of this technology, the artificial intelligence technology. And his answer was very short and very interesting and starts a long debate. And the answer was like this: you have to scare people about artificial intelligence.
Well, I believe they're already scared, most of us. But after all, how is AI is going to replace our jobs? Because it's an important conversation I see, and everybody's talking about AI is going to steal our jobs. But AI is a technology; it's not going to steal anything. People who are going to use AI probably will enhance their abilities and be more productive, probably. So how the Parliament is looking at this fear on one hand, but also the potential to be more productive as an economy and so on. So I'd like to hear your view on that.
Our committee is working with the academia, with the private sector and the state institutions to find what is blocking all these three categories to enhance technology and use technology. Because a lot of bureaucracy it's generated by the regulation. So we need to lower the regulation on this field of using technology and find the best way to let people develop themselves. And speaking about stealing jobs by technology, the truth is someone who will use artificial intelligence will steal your job.
Exactly.
So if you are not prepare yourself, you are not improving your skills, your job is in danger. That's the reason a lot of activity in the education minister is focusing on how we can improve the lifelong learning and how we can adapt our labor market to the new economy, to the new digital skills. And from the Parliament side, we're trying to put all this issue on the table to have a common approach. Okay. Because if we are doing in a secret laboratory and put it on the table, we'll have the debate like was the debate a few days ago between using cash or card.
Indeed. Well, hopefully this will improve, and I thank you for your comments. I will move to Mrs. Gabriela Petrescu. AI was declared the word of the year. I remember a few weeks ago, and a few weeks ago, Microsoft announced Microsoft Copilot. your everyday AI companion, how it's presented. And also a few days ago, 1st of November, LinkedIn just passed 1 billion members and launched a new AI chatbot to help people get a job. It seems he did the AI year. So it's looks like very everywhere. Everywhere is the word of AI, and also the speed that the AI is adopted by large companies and small companies is increasing. This creates a conflict on few things. I saw it. Is it a friend or a foe, the AI? How do you see it? More regulation, less regulation?
Thank you very much, Radu, and thank you for inviting me here. We only have 32 minutes left, so not enough time to discuss about the topic that you just opened. And I will start answering, building on what my distinguished co-panelists just mentioned. So first of all, when we talk about AI, and when we talk about how do we implement AI, how do we use AI in a country, and about creating the framework, it's a multi-stakeholder approach. And as it was mentioned, when you talk about AI and when you talk about the framework to implement, you need to work with private sector, you need to work with authorities, you need to work with the society to hear everyone's voice and to make sure that the use of AI, it's not a weapon, I mean that we don't transform the AI into a weapon, but into a tool. To answer specifically, yes, AI can be both. And it's only up to those that are creating the principles and the regulations to make sure that the AI is human-centric and is used as a tool and not as an instrument against us, because yes, it can be used. So then I'm going back to the second part of the question, more or less regulation. This is an area that it's basically changing every day. Nobody knows everything. Every day things are happening. And companies like Microsoft or like the other multiscalers are learning every day and are creating everyday structures to deal with AI. And we are not working on this alone. As I said, we are working with the society, we are working with the authorities around the world to make sure that the AI is used in the good way. We've created principle. Microsoft started working on AI many years ago. Since 2007, we are communicating and we are talking with the outside stakeholders about the right use of AI. We have created partnership, we have a joint partnership around the world where we are talking about AI, and we do strongly believe that we have to have very clear principles behind using AI. We have to have very clear declared scopes on how and for what AI is going to be used to make sure that it's used for everyone and not against people. Microsoft is learning every day. What I'm sharing with you today are things that are improving as we speak based on our learnings from what is happening in the market. But we have communicated the world the principles that we put behind AI. First of all, we have to make the way we are approaching it that behind all the work that we are doing, and there are so many information, I just brought this small piece of paper with me, old style, not technology-like, to make sure that I'm not using anything that is important. So we have 6 important principles when we are talking about the use of AI, and these are fairness, privacy and security, transparency, safety, inclusiveness, and accountability. There are simple words. But when you put this behind building AI, and when you commit through this, as Microsoft is doing through contracts, it's the way that I would say gives security to those that are using your technology. You mentioned about Copilot and you mentioned about LinkedIn. Copilot, it's built-in AI tool in the Office 365 in Microsoft suite that we are selling. It's available already with specific terms and conditions. It's a very useful tool. It can help you tremendous in basic research. It's not replacing your work, but it's helping your work.
Okay.
And how do we sell it, and how everyone that sells AI should do this? It's through commitments that we are making in our contracts for the use and for the protection of those that they are using. We are talking about, and I'm going to stop here because I told you there is so much to talk about, but I don't want to
But I will take the opportunity to go a little bit deeper on the subject, because a few days ago, President Biden issued an executive order, which was already famous, introducing 100 pages of concepts and limits and things that we should consider when developing AI. And one of the things were related with the so-called red team, internal instruments that will somehow safeguard the way you use. Having principles is one thing, but making sure that they are respected is another thing. So I was looking at it from two perspectives. On one hand, you have an effort to regulate internationally, European level, and so on, AI. But on the other hand, it's commitment or issuing a necessity for all the companies to build their own internal capacity for that. How Microsoft is doing that, because it's one of the largest providers of AI.
Microsoft takes this very seriously, and as I've mentioned, we are not doing this since a year ago or 2 years ago. We have a very clear, very detailed, very deep structure since 2017. So we have teams that are basically challenging. We are challenging ourselves internally to make sure that the AI product tools that we are offering have everything, all the transparency, and all the tools are by design. And we are committing through, on the design transparency through our contracts. We have ethical committee on AI. So whenever an AI product is created, we have an internal ethical committee that it's looking, a multidisciplinary ethical committee. So we have engineers that are working, but then we are bringing colleagues from different functions that are looking and evaluating that products from different angles to make sure that when this is available for sales, it meets all the principles that we put behind that I have just mentioned, and that each product, each development on AI meets by design all these principles. In addition to the principle, we have also created and communicated broadly. All this information are public, and lots of information about what I'm going to say are accessible online. We have also communicated 3 scopes around which we are creating and producing AI products. And the main goal behind it is that AI is human-centric. And I'm going to very briefly detail these principles that we have. The first one basically reflects what I have just mentioned, that AI is built and used responsibly and ethically. And this is why, as I've mentioned, we have very complex structure behind the AI in Microsoft to make sure that we are walking the talk. So we are not only creating principles and talking about them, but they are actually respected when we create AI products. Sorry, I have to use my glasses.
Please.
The second goal is that AI advances international competitiveness and national security. And when we are talking about this, we must recognize that there are countries that are the different countries are in different stages when we are talking about AI understanding and AI implementation. And we want to make sure that everyone has the same access and everyone has the same information. All the countries have same level of information and can contribute equally, have equal chances to contribute on the AI discussion. And the third one, and it's very important and it's related to part of what my distinguished co-panelists mentioned, AI serves society broadly and not narrowly. What does it mean? Okay. It means that while technology is advancing very fast, as individuals, as human beings, as employees of different companies, as students and children, we might be not there. So we want to make sure that everyone has access to education. Everyone understands what is an AI tool, how technology works, and we can develop our capabilities. We can develop new skills. So we are not, as a society, as individuals, and then further as a society, we are not taken by surprise by the development of technology, and we are prepared to use it for our benefits.
I have to confess that although I agree with you, and I'm going to Mr. Tutsa for a second, I use AI tools, and I replace many of my parts of my work with AI tools, which became very powerful and saved a lot of time. You mentioned education, but education is not spread evenly. It will create inevitably disbalances, but what I'm afraid of, and this is a part of the conversation we have, the disbalances is not like somebody who knew and read a book and gather knowledge and somebody who didn't. Is good at math or not good at math is not that difference. The difference is 1,000 times versus 0. So the differences is going to be huge. And I'm moving to you. How do you address this? Because you're facing, as a political environment, you're facing like an impossible choice. On one hand, innovate, get more competitive as a country, get people on board. On the other hand, not losing actual jobs that's will create an environment that is going to be very difficult for you as a political layer. How do you balance those two? How do you see that?
I'll choose an economical point of view to answer this question. So the regulation should appear only when the markets fail. And here regulation means also commercial regulation between businesses or industries or state regulation. But innovation, for sure, it's against regulation. And we need to build, and Romania government and also in the parliament we are working to build these innovation islands. We also have the digital innovation hubs all over the Romania where people can test their technology. But speaking about artificial intelligence, in my opinion, the state should be the referee of this way of using technology. And in sports, right, you have two teams, and the referee, it's who, first of all, testing the pitch if it's right, testing the ball if it's right, and after that, let the players use the ball to win the match. But, and here I'm seeing the role of government, the role of regulator, to be there for an early tester of the technology. And maybe the future, and I am sure the debate in the European Union on AI issue, it's to become this kind of referee and having this sandbox where you can test your technology before you put it out for society. Because even if companies, huge companies like Microsoft, they are applying some ethical principles and they have their own regulation, somebody who is using technology is like using a gun. You can defend yourself or you can kill yourself. And I just saw yesterday, a colleague of mine sent me a video made with artificial intelligence, speaking about the latest Romanian IPO, Hidroelectrica, where somebody from a TV station was presenting a news, how you can multiply your money, just put 1,000 lei in this account, and in 3 days you'll have 5,000. And you cannot control this kind of, in technology we're using deep fake term for this, but you cannot control or you cannot censor this kind of communication. So there we need to work a lot on education level. As my co-panelist said, it's very important to make people understand what this technology is, how you can use it, or how you can feed yourself for this fake news that will generate more and more content, and we all be victims. Once again, I said, beside the weather forecast, you need to see the cyber alerts when you start the day.
It's an interesting view to have a bulletin on cyber attacks every day. But I was thinking and just following a little bit on your thoughts. Is okay to if we imagine the AI ground like a football pitch, and rules and a referee that is going to follow the game, but knowing that technology is not there playing the same game every day, and the rules are continuously changing, because one of the difficulties of the AI is that you don't know what is going to be tomorrow and how it's going to evolve, because it's basically, this is the idea of an AI tool. So the referee should be also enhanced by some tools. And how do you see here the parliament is going to use AI to regulate AI?
For sure. And I think it's a tool that you can use it to do your job better. But when you're speaking about the pitch, considering as AI and the referee should have a complex experience to know all the possible games that you'll have on this pitch, I think here is the possible mistake that we can do it as a regulator, to think more in the future and forget about the present. We need to see what is happening in the present, and we start using those data. And here is come a huge problem when we're speaking about AI, but the time, I think, is not enough to speak how we are collecting data, how we are connecting our national data to artificial intelligence database to keep the Romanian society not affected by the different societies.
Thank you. But I will go a little bit, and I move to Mrs. Popescu, following this perspective, because what I'm hearing in all the conversation we have, as a state, we are going to use AI. It is a powerful tool. It's going to benefit from you hear it everywhere in the region, especially. But when it comes to the real ground of using AI, you see that the governments are not using cloud, and AI is a cloud-based technology. So how the governments are going to foster and benefit from the AI revolution, if I may say when they don't use the very basic tools or infrastructure for that. So my question to you from a business perspective on this time, are these countries in the region really onto it? Are they going to benefit, or do you feel like they are a good path for that?
The answer is yes, and I'm going to give you 2 examples. But before going to the specific examples from our region, I want to comment on 2 things that were mentioned.
Please.
So, talking about AI-generated images or results, Microsoft Bing, so Bing, it's Microsoft research engine, it's now notifying you if in your research there are artificial intelligence generated content, if there is AI generated content. I don't know, if a picture is not a real picture, it's an AI generated, you will be notified. So this has been introduced recently, so you know whether the information comes from, I don't know, someone taking a picture or that AI generated it.
Perfect, because we are working in the parliament now on a law to incriminate, to make a criminal when you're sharing, when you're posting an image which is made with artificial intelligence and you are not marking correctly.
So Microsoft Bing notifies you. And then I will go to the first thing that you said when just a few minutes ago, if we are or when we are using artificial intelligence. Everyone that has a social media account or my mobile banking account is using artificial intelligence. Whether we know it or not, we are all using artificial intelligence whenever we are opening any of the social media accounts. So we do use social AI even if we don't know. Now, going back to the specific question, technology. Can society, government, authorities benefit of using of technology? And this type of technology, I mean, not even going to artificial intelligence, which is the, let's say, the posh things about technology, but basic technology based on cloud. I'm going to answer by 2 examples from our region. One is from Poland, one is from Slovakia. And a few years ago, the Minister of Finance and the government there decided that they want to improve their tax return systems, and they want to improve the VAT recovery process. And they had public tenders, and they have discussed with different providers, and they chose those that, and these are the examples from Microsoft. I'm sure all our competitors have similar examples because these were the 2 tenders that Microsoft won. Slovakia wanted to make sure that they have a better VAT recovery, and they used artificial intelligence, a bit of artificial intelligence algorithm, and they've created and redesigned their whole VAT recovery system. And it was a program that was implemented in a very short period of time because they were very committed. Within 9 months, the additional budget, the additional amount of money that came to the budget was 1%, 0.9 something from their GDP. So that was the impact in less than a year in terms of how much money we bring to the budget of the state. Poland, where the tax return system is different than Romania, then they have individuals that have to go and report online. They decided that their system was not updated, and they wanted to completely reshuffle what they have. It's a project that won the European prize for best government technology. I don't know exactly the name, but they won the UE award for technology. Within 6 months, they had additional 600 million coming back to the budget, and happiness of the of individuals. I mean, the optimism and approach that individuals have to this increased tremendously. The experience that the person has when they have to go online from their mobile or from their iPad or for whatever they have, the impact was completely, I mean, the happiness of the people, the satisfaction of those that use this was tremendous. putting aside the individuals, which is of course important. I mean, every country should be interested in how the individuals are dealing with the technology. The amount of money that were brought to the state budget is significant.
Perfect timing.
Yeah, indeed. Thank you, President, for being with us. Just to laugh a little bit about technology, you noticed that I was typing because I was in touch with Mr. Vlad to guide him here, and thank you for making the time to be with us. There are a lot of conferences, and I steal you from another panels. So thank you so much for being with us. Yes, we were talking about AI, about regional impact, about the use cases, and you probably heard these two examples, which are very good, used by the public administration. So I was curious in the minutes we have to have your perspective on the AI usage by the public administration. What is the power of using this? How do you see the future of using this technology in the public administration?
Hello. Thank you very much. And first of all, I'm sorry for this delay, the traffic, and I had a previous meeting at the government. Sorry again. You know very well the activity regarding the National Authority for Digitalization in Romania. We are involved in a lot of projects, regarding to automatization, a lot of process in public administration, but we are involved, and I thank you for my colleagues, for the parliament or for government to support us in a project regarding the legislation and the regulation. The AI in public administration in Romania is at the beginning.
Okay.
And for the beginning, it's better to have some rules, some framework. In this sense, we promote and we have a draft for strategic for AI. Is represented deliverable from another European project. But AI in the public administration can be only if we have a good cloud computing. Without cloud computing infrastructure, without mechanisms for interoperability, we cannot have the AI. We know very well the European Commission have some groups, specific groups regarding the AI regulation, AI standards, like in the interoperability. We need to have some milestone regarding how to implement, how to adopt, how to use the AI technology. In Romania, we need to make some revolution, if we like to
Let's call decisions.
Yes, decisions regarding to make some robotization process, to adopt the robotization process, to cut the bureaucracy, and I think this is the first step. The second step in a logic framework is after 1 or 2 years for this implementation, I think we have to interconnect all the database with like a unique source of the truth. And after that, I think the AI infrastructure, AI technology can process and can be used, adapt for a specific process in public administration for citizens, for their request. Romania makes some steps in this way. Last year, we have a legislation regarding the open data. Open data also can be a source for AI, to interpret the AI. Also for public administration or for ONG, NGO or another private sector. We have the second legislation is better for us, and we received the good feedback. Legislation for interoperability also. We define over 20 unique database in Romania.
And cloud first. And cloud first. We have cloud first legislation, which is very modern, even in the region.
The reason for this delay, Now we promote a revise for cloud computing. The authority of the digitalization sustain the cloud first policy. And in the project financed by National Plan of Recovery and Resilience, you know this big project, Government Cloud, we are convinced to have a hybrid solution, and we promote to have a hybrid solution. And I think this type of emphasis and complementarity between two types of architecture of the cloud can be the big first step and second step to implement the AI computing, AI infrastructure, and to put the data. The data is essential in AI.
Just because we have 3 minutes left, and I want to take advantage from all of you, just addressing one question to all of you, and you can jump. We have the strategy, and all the countries in the region have strategies. We have good examples, like the one you mentioned in Poland and Slovakia, benefiting exactly from the power of AI, of big data analytics and machine learning also. How do you see, where do you see the next move from your perspective? Where you work in your institution, what do you see then that's going to be next in authority for digitalization, for example, in the use of AI? You have a strategy, you're going to be implemented, you have a cloud first policy, and so on. Where do you see the best benefit of AI in what you're doing next would be?
Okay, the benefits can be one or more benefits. The first benefits must to be have the citizen in the middle.
Okay.
We try to make a big process and...
so back to the education part and the acknowledging the power of AI. Okay. Yeah.
I want to come here with some example,
okay.
Concrete example. We have involved also in another project, investment 19, regarding to promote the skills and competencies for SMEs.
Mm-hmm.
In this moment, authority promote electronic platform for e-learning, which we have the skills regarding the AI. In the second step, we negotiate with the other commission for programming, operational program from digitalization, POCIDIF in Romania. Main important project, first is National Platform for Interoperability, and the second is regarding to adopt the new technology in public administration. So we try to be a link and a core in the middle of the public institution to promote and to encourage them to use the latest technology. But the first step is also to have the knowledge regarding the AI, have the skills.
And to build around. Yeah. Mr. Tutsa, what, 30 seconds, what would be the next thing to do?
I will quote a very famous personality on digital field, which is Radu Puchiu. And he said a few weeks ago or last week, Romania doesn't need a digital strategy as an objective. So we need strategy. We need to use digital tools to improve our different strategies, to increase the people happiness, like in Poland or in the other country. So we need to stop speaking about technologies and start using technologies. We also have in a lot of institutions, public institutions, systems, digital systems that are just sitting there and nobody using them. So we need to focus on how to use technology, not what's the best way to digitalize everything.
Thank you. Mr. Popescu, one few last words on optimistic about the future?
I am optimistic. So the use of technology, there is no doubt. I think that there are benefits for using technology. And I'm optimistic because of what I hear from my distinguished co-panelists, because the Romanian authorities are thinking of the framework, the legislation to be put behind. We already have part of it. We are working on it. And as I've mentioned at the beginning of our session, we believe in a multi-stakeholder approach. We are in this together. We don't know everything. Nobody is going to know everything about this AI, about AI, and only working together we can make sure that we use we put people in it. We are human-centric, and we can use it for the benefit of everyone, individuals and governments and countries, within the right frameworks and with the right principles behind. Thank you.
Thank you so much, and thank you all for being with us today. I hope it was a good food for thought for our audience. And also, I believe we are going to be the optimistic panel, because after us is going to be the cybersecurity panel, and there's plenty of room to be scared about the technology. So thank you so much once again.
Thank you.
Thank you, Radu. Thank you.
Thank you, Radu, and thank you all the panelists for challenging our common intelligence with a very interesting discussion on artificial intelligence. The next panel, Building Cyber Resilience in an Era of Geopolitical Turmoil, is organized in partnership with our friends from the Aspen Institute US. I welcome on stage Jeff Green, Senior Director of Cybersecurity Programs, the Aspen Institute US.
I hope everyone just heard we renamed the panel the Scary Panel a minute ago. So we'll try to live up to that. So our panelists can join us. I like the focus, actually, moving back from the scary in the title about resilience. To me, that is one of the most important aspects of cybersecurity. Cybersecurity, or frankly, cyber insecurity, is something that every nation has to live with. It is at the core of national and economic security today. And to me, that's why resilience is so important, and that'll be part of our conversation today. And by that, I mean digital resilience as well as physical resilience, societal resilience. We need to have the capacity to run our businesses, our critical infrastructure, our lives on our worst digital day. And societies that have built that in are going to do the best in a society of happy AI, scary AI, or good or bad cybersecurity. So we have a great panel to discuss this today. We're joined online as well. No, do we have our online guest? Yes, wow. Tapio, thank you. So we're going to go down. Everyone's going to introduce themselves, give a brief intro, other thoughts. Why don't we start, Tapio, with you online? We'll check the connection first thing.
Sure. Thank you so much. Can you hear me well?
We got you.
Great. So my name is Tapio Pyysala. I'm the head of international relations at the European Center of Excellence for Countering Hybrid Threats, or hybrid COE in brief. Although we are a COE, we're not the NATO COE. We are actually an international organization based in Helsinki and open to all EU and NATO member states, as well as the institutions themselves. Our aim is to build capacities of our participants for countering hybrid threats. We're very much focused on cyber threats, but only those which are part of hybrid actors' toolboxes. I know it sounds a little bit academic, but basically we consider hybrid threats as coordinated and synchronized actions with a strategic intent, and not all cyber threats fall into that category. So this is going to be my perspective in this discussion as well. But coming back to the threat itself, we increasingly see hybrid threats attacking our societies, attacking our basic values, principles including democracy, rule of law, human rights, individual freedoms. Democratic states are an easy target, and that's because we can't use the same tools and means to defend ourselves. It would basically just undermine the very same principles we work so hard to defend. And therefore, we have to build resilience and deterrence to counter these threats. And that's why I'm so happy to join this panel, and I'm looking forward to a great discussion. And so sorry I can't be there in person. I would love to. Thanks.
Great. Thanks. Marcin?
Thank you. My name is Marcin Krasuski. I'm a head of public policy for Central and Eastern Europe for Google Cloud. And I'm very happy to be here, to be invited to this tremendous panel and talking about cybersecurity. So in 2 sentences, what I think are the main biggest challenge. One is, I think, it's geopolitics, because cybersecurity is a team sport, and we see not only threat actors very close to us, an actual war happening next to the borders of Europe, first time in at least my lifetime. And then we have, I guess, diverging views among the transatlantic relations community, and I think this is something to be addressed as well. And then the second big theme that I would like to, big topic that I would like to touch upon is technology, and how technology shifts and how the methods of attack change and different technologies change, especially including AI. So I'm looking forward to discussing this.
Okay, thank you. Romeo.
Hi, Romeo Milea. I'm from Vodafone, Romania. I'm Director of Network Development in Romania. I'm representing an industry which provides communication services for society and for authorities. Our experience that we have in Europe, in 20 countries and some other countries around the world, where we have partnership, is that more and more, moving to digitalization, more and more the infrastructure, communication infrastructure is more a critical asset for a country. Therefore, the cybersecurity and the resilience of an infrastructure, it's very important. And I think this is one of my main goal for today, to express how the cybersecurity will be tackled in the future, together with authorities as well, because we cannot stay in isolation, just the private sector, and how we can compete in the future in this space. Thank you.
Thank you. Ferdinand.
Yeah, one of my main goals for today is to scare all of you about our hybrid threats, just to say at the beginning. I'm Ferdinand Geringer from the Konrad Adenauer Foundation. It's a political think tank in Germany, and I'm advising politicians in cybersecurity, hybrid threats, critical infrastructure. I'm very happy to be here. Thanks for the invitation. And when we talk about hybrid threats, I think that they are dangerous for states, for the society, when they are cumulative and overlapping. And what is the answer? How can we answer hybrid threats with resilience, with redundancy, with deterrence? And resilience especially requires processes, roles, responsibilities for all the actors. And just to say, when we talk about the cyberspace, the information space, and in general about hybrid threats, that we are all actors in this area, in this space. And therefore, we need to find a solution, and I hope that we can discuss a little bit in the upcoming minutes some of these solutions within the private sector, with the society, but also with the state actors. Looking forward to the discussion.
Okay. Thank you. And Gabriel.
Hello, I am Gabriel Dinu. I am the Deputy Director of the National Directorate for Cybersecurity. And I am leading the regulation and the control pillar of the Directorate. So as you know, or if you don't, I will tell you right now, the Directorate is the national authority on cybersecurity for the civilian cyberspace. And in this, from this standpoint, we have a very broad range of functions and responsibilities that we need to address and in order to increase the cybersecurity and cyber resilience of the Romanian cyberspace. What I will be talking today, of course, will be from the regulation standpoint, which is my tool that I'm using. And I believe that there are, at this point, a couple of things that are mandatory from the point of view of European regulation to implement, and also they are, in my opinion, necessary to do in order to increase the resilience of the infrastructure and the capability of the Romanian society to be able to react and to respond to cyber threats. Because as it's been said by my co-panelists, I believe that at this point, the cybersecurity is probably one of the most important tools in asymmetric conflicts and in the hybrid threats. So it's become very important for the society, and it's very important for us to identify the solutions to have better regulation in order to confront it.
Okay. Thank you. So we will leave some time for questions at the end if folks have questions. There was a microphone over here before. I may be staring into it through the lights, but we will leave, if folks have questions, hold them to the end, and we will try to get you in. I want to start, Marcin, you talked about diverging viewpoints, I think was your words, in geopolitical relations in cybersecurity. I wonder if you can dig into that, what your thoughts are, what you mean, and who are the different parties, and if you're comfortable, as at least in the U.S., we look to an election in 2024, and I think something like, I forgot the number, but it is 3 billion or more people will be going to the polls in 2024 around the world. How that plays into the ability to have this team sport, as we all say, in cybersecurity.
So I guess we all know who are the bad actors on the scene right now. Last month we had elections, general elections in Poland, my native country, and we were teaming up with the National Electoral Committee to safeguard the election process. And I have to tell you that within 48 hours before the elections, we saw 7,000 attacks on the DDoS attacks, distributed denial attacks on the Electoral Commission, all of them coming from Belarus or Russia. So this is very local context, but I think this is applicable to wider transatlantic community. Then, so when the war in Ukraine broke out, we saw, I think, that both the US and Europe came together because to face this emerging threat. But now we see that, on the both sides of the Atlantic, that this relationship maybe got a bit sour, I would say. We see in the US one party which is increasingly isolationist. There is a potential of the next US president who can completely reverse its course when it comes to cooperation with NATO, for example, or with European institutions. And in Europe, we see more and more voices raising, saying that, for example, we need to promote our own domestic solutions, providers, point of views, because of security, for example. The COVID taught us that globalization of supply chains maybe is not fortunate, and some of the things need to relocate to Europe. And now with the war in Ukraine, I think some of these voices are increasing. And there are pieces of regulations that are pointing this out, and they are aiming directly towards American hyperscalers and American companies, like, for example, EU cloud certification scheme that targets precisely very few American companies and sets out requirements, for example, to have a European headquarters. and how this affects cybersecurity. So cybersecurity is a teamwork. So we need to share information. We need to share data about threat actors, about malware, about different kinds of campaign, because of that we can learn from each other. We can notify each other when we see something in our networks or in other companies' networks, and by doing this we can increase resiliency. And if we, for example, raise data localization requirements, so we are forcing companies or states to store certain data in a given country, we are preventing them somehow from this knowledge, because some of the tools that we as a global company use require using of software which could be located somewhere else and could not be, for example, the given malware cannot be compared with a sample which lies somewhere else. And this is a very concrete example how by these diverging transatlantic relations, cybersecurity can be compromised.
Well, as I recall, in literally the weeks before Russia's full-scale invasion, Ukraine moved a significant amount of data and operations outside of the country. I believe they may have had to change their data localization laws. Is that another example of how cybersecurity and localization can run into each other?
Yes, exactly. This is what happened. And like we have the same situation in Poland where a number of, for example, telecom companies that are legally obliged to store their user data in Poland. Now they figured that, when they see rockets flying over their data centers, that this is not a safe solution. Maybe it's good to have them relocated somewhere else because of the safety purposes.
Yes, I will comment a little bit. So what we see actually in cybersecurity, around all our footprint, we see 5 to 6 billion attacks per year. So it's in our network, out of which 70,000 are really cybersecurity events, which we are taking care, around the world. This is very important, so we are also targeted as the main entrance in stopping or compromising the communication. Yes, we take resilience very serious and the redundancy of the network, and some of the components of the applications or cloud need to stay here or closer to the user. So some of the other components which are not critical for the business can stay outside, let's say in the private cloud and somewhere else in Europe or wherever. These are part of our design and rules, considering the worst scenario that we may have in the future. On the other hand, the Ukraine crisis shows us that the private communication is also important in dealing with the war, in getting some information from the ground, in coordinating some or stopping some attacks with some, like drones over the mobile communication. So the collaboration between the private communication sector and the authorities is very crucial during the peace, but also during the, war or difficult times.
But actually, to add one thing, I think the needs are very clear, but when we talk about the transatlantic relationship or cooperation in general in cybersecurity, there is one thing missing, and this is trust. And when we talk about these transatlantic relationships, we see kind of initiatives which are going directly in the right direction. For example, the counter-ransomware initiative, the US initially built up 2 years ago, I think, and we now have 50 member states joining these counter-ransomware initiatives, but it's only for ransomware and it's only state members. What we still observe is that we couldn't find so far a solution for the lack of trust within the states in some parts of the world and the lack of trust within the private sector and the state. So what can the state offer the private sector for receiving all those very high quality information from Google, from Vodafone, from Mandiant, from Telecom, from all the providers? What can the state really offer? We have no solution so far. We can offer them a place at the table when we are discussing about new providers, when we are like really renovating our networks. But is this a very good offer for Google, for Vodafone? I'm not sure. This is a question for the state, for the governments, not solved so far. And this could be one way to raise a little bit more these trusts within the private sector, the public sector. So a crucial role even in the transatlantic relations, or when we talk about cooperation in cyberspace in general, is the relation between all these different stakeholders. And within these things, the big elephant in the room is trust.
Gabriel, as the representative of us state
Yes.
here, and I will try to bail you out from my history in a moment too. So what can you offer Google and the others?
What can we offer? First, Ferdinand, you brought up the point that I was going to also raise, so the trust issue and insurances, mutual insurances, because what's very important to start with is the fact that at this point we have two things that are very important. One of them is that the evolution of the technology has made the information very broad moving. It's circulating and it's everywhere. So this is one issue. The other, it's the issue of, as you said before, the fact that we need to protect ourselves against the threats that are being posed by the attacks against the chain of the supply chain. Yeah. So these are two very important things that are making cooperation first very important. We cannot have cybersecurity unless we cooperate with our partners. And this is one. And the other one is the need to protect our information. It is very important, our data. It is very important to find a balance between these two issues. So from the standpoint of a regulation authority, it's difficult to address this balance. What we can do is first to see what the tools are from the directives and the regulations that we have at the European Union. And I consider that at this point it's probably the most advanced regulation system in the world, what the European Union is doing. So what we need to do is to find the best solutions to apply this to our own legislation and to our own specific issues that we have and specific architecture in each country. So it's not...
Well, I would say from the U.S. perspective, taking off my moderator's hat for a second, first, when I was in the White House, we looked at the European regulation system with envy because the U.S. has not been able to pass anything close to it, and looking back over 15 years. But in terms of what we can offer, I was in government in the months leading up to, in the early months of the full-scale invasion. We worked very closely with the private sector worked with us, and we, the government and the private sector, were doing things that for 15 years we had heard, not that we will not, but we cannot do this. All of a sudden, when there was an actual real threat, the amount of information and activity changed. And next week, folks want to join online, we will be having a cyber summit in New York. I will be asking my former colleagues, does that relationship still exist? Like, what have we done with that? Tapio, I wanted to follow up on, because you had defined hybrid threats and where you focus on it. Number one, any reflections on what we've said? But Marcin talked about the attacks that they saw in Poland right before the election. Does that fit your definition of hybrid threats? How do you engage on that? Any reflections back on that or on the conversation we've had?
Thank you so much, Jeff. Well, first of all, to continue the discussion, I definitely agree with Marcin. Everything has to begin with sharing situational awareness, and not only within the government, within the society, but in international cooperation. And this is where the EU and NATO can really play their part on sharing information, sharing intelligence, on data breaches. But then coming back to your other question, I would definitely define sort of undermining democratic processes, undermining elections as hybrid, because basically the whole aim of that is strategically to undermine either democracy itself, more internationally, or within a specific country. So definitely cyber attacks linked to undermining democratic processes would be very much in our scope, and we are very focused on that. We are actually building very ambitious training programs on the elections coming up in 2024, and like it was mentioned, it will be a huge election year in the transatlantic sphere. Thanks.
I want to talk a little bit about when we talk about a hybrid operation and what it takes for a cyber operation to be successful, or does it actually take technical success? And I'll use one example to highlight this. And here I'm getting into the sociological, psychological, the society impact. In the United States in the summer of 2021, a pipeline company, Colonial Pipeline, their business systems were crippled by ransomware. And as a result, the company chose to shut down their operational systems because they did not have confidence level that this infection would jump. And within days, there was panic on the US East Coast, runs on gas stations, and gas stations started running out of fuel. There actually was no fundamental fuel shortage. There was plenty of gasoline to reach all the gas stations, but because of fear, and I was telling the panelists before, there's this application called Gas Buddy people would use to check gas stations. Turned out that was inaccurate. So you had fear feeding inaccuracy. And one of the lessons that we took from that, beyond we need to be better at communications, is you don't actually have to succeed in order to have the end result you want. You have to create the impression. So again, I guess I'll start with you, Tapio. Does a hybrid effort require a technical success, or are you just trying to get the result of society in panic? Because we had gas shortages even though there was no operational reason for it.
That's a very good question. I think basically in our view, I would say that the sort of end goal of hybrid threats or hybrid attacks is not typically for example, creating issues in energy security. It's more about sort of creating insecurity, instability, undermining trust in the society. So in that sense, I would definitely say that the target may not be, for example, in this case, undermining oil production or oil supply. It's rather sort of people's trust in the system, people's trust in the supply chain in this case, and yeah, certainly this is something that we consider hybrid as well. And
Marcin, were any of the attacks you talked about attacking the trust in the election system?
What I mentioned was like DDoS attacks. So we had like over 7,000 attacks within 40.
Explain for the DDoS attacks.
So this is a distributed attack of denial. So basically you have hundreds per second or even thousands per second of users, normally bots, that are trying to reach a certain web page, and normally the server on which this web page sits gets crashed because it cannot cope with the incoming traffic. So, but I would say that, of course, there are still attacks that are very sophisticated, that require a lot of knowledge on the software and the different loopholes and breaches. But these are not the majority. But the majority of attacks that we see are attacks that are coming from fake email accounts, for example, that someone is actually using someone's identity on social media that is trying to get a trust in a certain institution, and sends someone at the ministry or at the critical infrastructure company a friend request on one of the social networks, and then by making friends with such a person, they can have an access to the organization, exchange an attachment, and then voila, suddenly you can have an external actor in your systems. So I think these are the majority of attacks. And as I said in my initial reaction, now within an eye, new computer technology, there will be new ways of creating these fake identities, fake content, and we have to learn how to cope with that. And this is not all doomsday scenario that AI will create only fake news or fake spoofing campaigns, because we have solutions to that. And I represent Google, and if you are using our services, you can, for example, see that I think we have the best engine for blocking spam. And these are all AI-based. So we are basically having a huge library of malicious content, of spam, and if someone sends like that, we can easily compare, like if it does look like spam, and it's automatically blocked by AI. So there are threats coming from the expansion of technology, but I feel that there are ways to mitigate these threats as well.
But so I want to advertise this afternoon, there will be a panel talking about misinformation. They will solve that problem later today. We don't have enough time to fix that one.
Just to add one thing to the digital influence in foreign interference in the elections, because the panel is named Cyber Resilience, and when we talk especially about these influences, we have to talk about the democratic resilience of a society, and these include 3 points. This is the public awareness, and this is kind of what we're trying to do when we discuss over here. But this is also the social polarization, and therefore we saw this in Poland, we will see this in the US, maybe we see this in the upcoming election, the European Parliament next year. So the social polarization is the second point, and the third point is our technical vulnerability. So these are the 3 points when we talk about this resilience. And I think in all of these points we can influence, and we can offer our solutions, technical solutions from the state, from the private sector, but also from the society, to raise these awareness and to create this resilience when we talk about. For example, you brought up the colonial pipeline thing. It's resilience. It's a flexible and fast reaction of the state, which is really necessary in this regard. And what does that mean, resilience? So you need clearly communication, the legislation, exercises with your society, with all the actors, the preparedness of all of them, and then you can counter such hybrid threats.
Okay, so I would like to pick up the subject and give a few of my thoughts on this issue. So you were talking earlier about awareness. Awareness is very good, and we did a lot of awareness. Everybody's perceiving the importance of cybersecurity and the impact of that cyber attack can have. But I believe that awareness may be a double-edged sword, because we as an authority, many of the operators have the obligations to report cybersecurity incidents to us. And we've seen many incidents. If you take some of them and make them public and insist on them, they can look very scary, and they can up the narrative of the attackers and help them because they can produce an impact on in the mind of the citizen, in the society. But in reality, the impact is not that great. It's something that is actually manageable, or maybe there were safety measures in place that made it not to have such an immediate or long-lasting effect. So it is very important to be very careful when we disseminate the information. It's important to communicate with the society, to give them the needed information, the information that they need to have, but in a way that is not too scary, that doesn't make spirits go to. Because, for instance, when we were talking about the Ukraine conflict, in this context, we had a lot of DDoS attacks against government infrastructure and companies and stuff like that. You know, a DDoS attack, when you're talking about some website, it isn't such a powerful tool in terms of cyber attack. It's just a website, after all. But to take into consideration that this website can represent a public authority, and what this DDoS is doing is undermining the image of this authority. So what we need to do is to make the public aware that, okay, these things can happen. They don't mean that we are not strong enough to counteract a cyber attack with, the impact that the attack on the Colonial Pipeline could have had and was thought by the public to have, and caused that chain of reaction. So that's my take on this.
May I challenge you a bit on this? Because I think that, of course, cyber attacks are a huge reputational risk for companies, and this is true. But first of all, I would distinguish between awareness of individuals, on which basically cybersecurity depends, and how they are treating themselves, how they are behaving themselves online. Do they open, I don't know, emails from unknown senders? Are they opening attachments? Are they clicking on links? This is something, that kind of knowledge I think is crucial. When it comes to corporate or organization actors, here I understand the risks, but here as well, I think there is a benefit in sharing information about what happened, because that's how we can learn. This is at least what we did. When Google was attacked, there was a famous case in, I think, in 2009, when we were attacked by North Korea, and for a while this search site was not working, and we actually disclosed this publicly so that people can learn and we can all increase resilience in the future. And when it comes to DDoS attacks, I understand that these are not the most sophisticated attacks, but they can be harmful as well. If a web page of a bank is compromised and you suddenly cannot access your money, I think that makes a problem. There was a case of Estonia a few years back when they were moving the statue of the fallen Soviet soldier.
2007, yeah.
The whole financial system of Estonia was compromised because of DDoS attack, basically.
I would say that how we cover this, or how the media covers it, is essential. Soon after I left government, there was a report of Russians attacking a U.S. energy company. It was actually Russian criminal gangs, or what appeared to be, with the DDoS against the website of a trade association. But the media picked this up, and there was a couple hours of how will the U.S. react to an attack on our critical infrastructure. And so I think you both may, it's important for that information to be out there, but we have to explain it accurately so people understand it. So let me give back to my panelists.
Exactly, that's what I wanted to say, that being precisely in the communication in this regard. So if you are precise and explaining DDoS attack in this regard, it has no impact and no effect at all. So that's building up as well these resilience where we are talking about. But another thing is, I'm slightly disagreeing to say we have to share only the information and inform like the society and raising this awareness. It's more, I would go deeper and say we have to change the behavior. And this is another thing. I mean, I can inform all of you about the threats, but really we are like the human being, we are with routines and stuff, so we are acting as always, consuming very fast our emails, all of you over here. So how can we change the behavior of all of us that this PDF attachment case will not occur? This is the thing of awareness, and not only the information that there is some phishing mail from Amazon, from PayPal or whatever out there. That's not enough.
So, again, from the standpoint of an authority, for us, it was and it is very important to have awareness because you know, we need funding, we need support, we need companies, and we need the government officials to understand the need to take measures and to increase the level of cybersecurity and cyber resilience. We need to also awareness in order to help individuals learn about cyber hygiene and how to protect themselves on the internet. We need them to perceive the threat. We need them to understand the need to better themselves, to understand better what is cybersecurity and what they should do. But it's a balance that we need to keep, and how much information we share, how do we share it, when do we share it, this is very important. In order to have a good communication, in order not to scare people when they shouldn't be scared. Yeah. And as you said, Ferdinand, it's true. This is very important.
Romeo, from a perspective of, you know, people notice if your network is impacted. On the communication point, how much thought do you give how and whether to communicate so people have usable information?
Yes, I think you touch great topics like trust. So the trust is very important, and I think, let me say, you are easily understand a threat or a problem when you are facing, you know. So now what we saw in the industry is that the people don't want to understand or to take a look to the cybersecurity risk for themselves. They are acting in the business as usual environment, considering then the others will take care, is not their main focus. So actually, all the efforts to protect the networks and the applications and everything, let's say, we don't have the right, let's say, awareness from the customers on this area. On the other hand, what I saw in the last 2 years is that, at least here in Romania, we have started a good collaborations between the industry in the cybersecurity space and the authorities. I will say it was triggered by some legislations in tackling the high-risk vendors, but not only. And with this occasion, we start to socialize with authorities, explaining where we are in terms of market, what kind of service we provide to society. Examples like the network is down, your bank account is not anymore in your pocket. And not only this, so I will say we have a good collaboration, starting to understand and to collaborate not only in high-risk vendor and supply chain, but also in some tools and applications and process and procedures and legislations, by the way, across Europe as well, to have a common ground for what we want to build in the future as a security. Because if I add €1 to a subscriber saying that I will protect your phone against, I don't know what kind of vulnerability, the customer will not pay, you know. So this is the area. He will pay only if he is really affected and then understand. And then we'll say, I lost 1 million, now €1 makes sense, you know. It's like in your house. Romania, it's in an area with earthquakes. but the last big earthquakes was, I don't know, 20 years ago or something like this. So during 20 years, we lost our, let's say, ability to understand what means an earthquake. So the appetite of the customers to protect their house, it's almost zero. So that's why you have a regulation. You are forced somehow to protect your house. Yeah. If will happen an earthquake, then everybody will understand, and they will go to the banks and to protect their houses. So it's the same in cybersecurity.
Yeah, the market has never driven cybersecurity protections. Tapi, I want to flip back to hybrid and geopolitical and ask you, do you think that we can deter these type of actions? You know, the most Western countries were pretty vocal that they thought the Russians would engage in more active cyber operations outside of Ukraine. Certainly they've done a lot inside Ukraine, but despite some pretty heavy sanctions, we haven't seen a lot of attacks outside of Ukraine. Is there a lesson from that on deterring these type of hybrid activities, or are they too wrapped into a nation's war plans?
Thank you, Jeff. I would certainly say that that we can, and I'd like to make the sort of classic split between deterrence by denial and deterrence by punishment. Because what we've been talking about is building resilience, and basically building resilience, or at least the part that that the attacker sees of that resilience, also builds deterrence, because basically then the attacker will know that the attack won't have the intended impact. So basically, I'd say that all different ways of building resilience also builds deterrence by denial. But then we also need deterrence by punishment. And in those cases of attacks that we can detect and attribute to a specific actor, I think we should certainly look at different types of punishments, including by diplomatic means, political means, economic means, including sanctions, so on, to make sure that there actually is some kind of punishment for the act, and making that punishment to someone builds deterrence against other attacks, of course, as well.
Yep. Let me quickly go to the audience while we have a few minutes, see if there are any questions. Is there? Yes, sir. It's hidden behind the light for us up here.
That's a form of hybrid, right?
Yeah.
So thank you very much for all the insightful conversation today. But what I think we're doing, and correct me if I'm wrong, I think that we're concentrating too much on the supply side of security, of cybersecurity, whereas we're not discussing that much the demand side. We're not discussing that much how we should make the consumer, right, the public, the population out there, how should we make them more aware of these risks? And at the same time, in doing so, how should we sort of equalize the cost benefit for them? Because a lot of people, and mind you, we're discussing people who are not all of them in the large urban areas. Some of them are in rural, some of them are in minor rural, where at least in this half of Europe, not all of them do have bank accounts or using a card, so that you can scare them. You need to be protected in order not to lose your money. But we're also discussing how should you protect your Facebook account? Yeah, and my question is, sorry for being this long, my question is, do you think of mechanisms, all of your business and professionals in the field, do you think of mechanisms of translating to these regular people the need of security, the need of cybersecurity? Thank you.
I want to pick up, because Romeo, you talked about people won't spend the €1. Ferdinand, you talked a little bit about the regulation and the whole scaring people, and I was hoping to end with something hopeful, and thank you for the opportunity. I'm curious if you could take that, but also, is it really, I think most people are scared now. Most people, I worry, their reaction is there's nothing I can do. do we need to empower people to understand that there are actually simple things that they can do, whether it's multi-factor authentication? So what are your thoughts on how we reach those people? And I would ask that it not be just, well, they need to know bad things can happen. How do we teach them that they can stop these bad things? So I will, first mic up gets to talk. So.
Okay, I can start. And I think one on the meta level, the thing is that the technology is developing always faster than our awareness in using this. So we see this with AI. So we're using AI since ages. So it's nothing new. But now we have these use cases, and we are shocked because we have never heard about ChatGPT before. But ChatGPT is not that new. So like when we talk about the technological development and how can we react to them, we always use the technology and then we discuss about the consequences. And this brings me to your point. I wouldn't agree that we are not talking about the mechanisms. We are totally discussing the mechanisms. What we are not doing so far in the right way is thinking about the different roles everybody of us is playing in this game. And I think this is missing. So when we talk, and I bring this example with the legislation. So on the European level, we have, you already mentioned it, the Cyber Resilience Act. So what is basically what we are doing there, we are forcing the manufacturers, the providers, to have a closer look on their products to see, okay, is this designed in a secure way, first of all. Then we have the NIS2 regulation. What we are seeing, okay, we have critical infrastructures. They are critical because they are very important for our societies. Let's regulate them, but not in a whole approach that we have like everything is connected in a digital way. No, we are regulating one entity. So this is like the electricity, this is the power plant, we regulate this. So, but not having in mind that all of these entities are in a way connected, yeah? In a way connected in the cyberspace. So this is the first thing. The regulation is not really focusing on a digital security resilience act where you bring all the actors together in one legislation in defining what is my role in this when I use critical infrastructure, when I use all the supply from the critical infrastructure. What is my use when I'm using social media? What is my role in this game? What is the role of the provider in this game? What is the telecom communication and Google? What is their role and their responsibilities? And this is a mechanism I would agree we are not thinking about. So we are just regulating the small issue things like social media with the DSA and the DMA right now, then the critical infrastructure. But this whole thing, everything is connected with different responsibilities. This is still missing, and that's the biggest lack from my point of view.
So,
yeah, well, allow me to disagree a little bit with you. Yeah,
the best panels are when people disagree, so thank you.
We have, you've talked about the regulation, the NIS2, the Cyber Resilience Act. I believe that they are a handful anyway. They are a handful for us to put into place. They are great, in my opinion. They are something that needed to be done in terms of regulation, and we should transpose them as fast as possible. But it's not easy to do it. It's hard. And it takes a lot of work, and I believe they are the basis when it means to imposing cybersecurity to organizations and to products that are being put on the market, and they are very important to protect the needs of the society as a whole. But when it comes to as the question was, how do we make the individual, the people that don't have very good knowledge of what IT is, what happens, what's their data, what happens to their data, what are the real risks, and not what they see, on the TV. It's a cyber attack. You should go and hide. Well, this is, in my opinion, and this is being done especially with the strategies and the investment in education programs. This is the most important thing. You'll probably, Martin, you'll probably talk about MFA, for example. But
multi-factor authentication.
Yeah, and it's very important that people are, maybe forced to implement it. But when it comes to this kind of activities, what we can do as authorities, and what the organizations can do, it's as I said before, awareness campaigns. We need to address the young people, because they are probably the ones that are most involved in using the new technologies. They are the early adopters, and they can be used to help their parents, their grandparents, and the people around them that don't understand technology to understand the risks and how to protect themselves. And they should be the first target that we need to address.
Target to educate, not target for attack.
Exactly. Target for educate, target for creating awareness, target for using them in order to create the next generations of cybersecurity specialists.
Correct.
So this is my take, my opinion on this.
Well, we have a flashing red light, so I apologize for not giving everyone a last word, but I want to thank you all for joining us, sitting through lunch, and thank the panelists. So appreciate you guys joining us. And please come back this afternoon for some great talks.
Thank you.
Thank you, Jeff. Thank you to all the panelists. I think we are all pretty tired after a very full half of day, so we deserve our lunch. Take your time, enjoy food, enjoy good conversation, and see you back here in an hour, I think.
Ladies and gentlemen, good afternoon. My name is Mirela Apostol. I am the Senior Public Programs Manager at the Aspen Institute Romania. It's a pleasure to be welcoming you to the afternoon program of our Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum 2023. And to start with, I'm delighted to invite all of you to gather in the Marble Room for the plenary session, as well as in the Heroes Hall for the parallel session that we are just about to start. Please feel free to ask your questions towards our moderators and speakers this afternoon. We do aim to have an engaging conversation, and just before we advance with our program, I am pleased to announce that in the parallel session, we will be hosting a conversation on sustainable cities and communities, moderated by Andrew Robel, founding partner at Emerging Europe. The session will be recorded and will be uploaded on our YouTube and Facebook pages later throughout the program. While in the Marble Room, I'm pleased to invite Clara Volintiru, the Regional Director of the German Marshall Fund of the US, to give her the floor to start the next panel session on financial markets and regional resilience. Thank you.
Thank you, Mirela. And you weren't very, very wrong, because in the past years, I've took this stage as a representative of the Aspen Institute. So I'm very happy to be here today as part of the German Marshall Fund. And I'm very happy to take on moderation of this important panel. It's a conversation we have every year about economic convergence and economic growth. And probably no year has been as difficult to tackle this subject as it is now, with geopolitical tensions and inflation and uncertainty. But I'm fairly certain our wonderful panel will do justice to the topic and will help us steam ahead. Financial markets and regional resilience, with Natalia Gavrilița, member of the Supervisory Board of the National Bank of Moldova and former Prime Minister of the Republic of Moldova and former Minister of Public Finances, and fierce economist, I might add. Thank you so much, Natalia, for joining us. Mr. Jan Ruziska, Chief External Affairs CEO of the PPF Group. Thank you so much for joining us on this panel. Hello, Jan. Marcelo Pascual Morales, General Manager, MSD Romania and the Republic of Moldova. Thank you so much, Marcelo, for joining us. Cristian Giannaliu, Executive Director, Global Markets at Garanti Bank. Yet another financial perspective. And last but not least, Mr. Karel Lanuch, Chief Executive Officer of the Center for European Policy Studies. And I'm sure many of you interested in economic topics have managed to read one of his op-eds in Financial Times, one of the fiercest advocates for capital union in the European Union. After giving a little bit away of our discussion today, because the timing is short and the panel is fantastic, what I would propose is that we first do a round of inputs on the conversation of how do we manage growth in Central and Eastern Europe, how do we bring about capital, and what do we need to do to prosper. Natalia, you have the floor first. Ladies first.
Is this on? Yes, it is. It's great to be here and participate in this discussion. We are living in very turbulent times, but our decisions today, I'm certain, will dictate how the equilibrium will settle for the next decades. So I think it's very important to be brave, to be thoughtful, and to take decisions that will make us proud later on. I think we need to concentrate. We talk a lot about geopolitics. At the same time, I have never seen anything that brings so much progress on all indicators, and particularly on problems that are important for our regions like governance, than economic growth. So I think the key question is how, through these turbulent times, we maintain, revive growth, and also set up the competitiveness in a way that will bring us the economic benefits in the future. And of course, I cannot avoid talking about Moldova. Moldova is going through a turbulent time and economically. So even though we are not directly involved in the military conflict, we are facing a full-fledged hybrid war. And we are doing all of this while facing a profound stagflation. I think some European countries do not realize, because even though they have inflations, but still we have seen some growth, we have seen some sort of positive macroeconomic trends. We are concerned about competitiveness, but the situation in Moldova is much different. So we've had a contraction in growth, high inflation, and our potential for growth was weak even before the war. So now that we are, candidate country to the European Union, and hopefully in December we will have the decision of the Council that will agree with the recommendation of yesterday's the Commission statement. So the question is, how do we revive growth? And the key is investment. Even if it's so difficult right now, we need to think about ways how private companies can still invest their capital in Moldova, can open up new production sites, can create jobs, and give some positive outlook for the future. And how do we do that? Because everybody's saying, oh, well, we'll come back to you. We're very impressed with what you're doing, but we'll come back to you after the war. So the question, the key question, and maybe we can discuss it here, well, how do we do it now? I think the topic is financial instruments. I think we need to think about, what makes the current financial instruments insufficient to mitigate the risks of private companies. So I was talking to the World Bank, for example, about MEGA guarantees, but then some private investors are saying, well, but they are too expensive. They're, the administrative burden is high. So what is it? What type of instruments do we need in order to guarantee for political risk, for currency risk, for, provide war insurance? What do we need to do to create some dynamic for investment? Moldova is doing, I think, extraordinary reforms. Nobody expected Moldova to punch above its weight in such a way, and it would be a big, big lost opportunity if we don't keep this momentum and we don't have this translate into specific investment and specific benefits to our people. Because if we don't show these benefits, we remain very vulnerable to Russian propaganda, disinformation, and disillusion with the European future. And finally, just last comment, again, we need to think together. Perhaps people just don't know. So perhaps we need more information, more events where we say, what is our industrial policy? Which sectors do we think are potential for growth? Where have we created regulatory reform? So we were just talking in the back about the pharmaceuticals industry. We have a great university with good value for money, so we have international students as well, and we are regaining some competitiveness because of the change in the logistic chains and so on. But what do we need? What type of numbers do we need? What type of analysis and what type of communications with the right companies do we need to convince them that even though it's difficult now, the time to invest is now, because tomorrow we might not have this chance. So it's not just about governments taking decisions, it's about everybody, including the private sector, realizing this is a key geopolitical moment that we need to use together. So let's think what type of instruments, what type of decisions, what type of communication we need in order to make it happen. Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. Jan, I think you can pick it up from there. You saw a very forceful governmental stance. Now, how is it in the private sector?
And I think rightly so. Let me start with some positivity. And we are sometimes too skeptical and too negative. So we as a PPF, we are a large investor in every single Southeast European country, from Moldova to Slovenia. We have 10,000 employees here, more than 30 companies, telecommunication, media, Pro TV here, to do a little bit of of our marketing as a media partner. We have e-commerce, real estate, and so on. And we are happy here. We are very happy here, even with $1 billion invested. We would like to do more. Why? Because we see a lot of success. Madam Prime Minister said about Moldovan reforms. Definitely. Moldova and Albania, the pace of how quickly you are doing acquis communautaire, the harmonization of legislation is unbelievable. And I'm saying as a former civil servant in my country. Second, 3 good projects. Everybody remember 10 years ago, Greece, a problem. Now, I don't see a problem. I see great future potential, not only economically, but Prime Minister Mitsotakis is doing a lot of stuff also in the region. Croatia, Andrej Plenković and his government, they are in the European Union just 10 years. And they have Schengen, Eurozone, they are using subsidies right. Just look on their infrastructure, their highways, great. Third one, definitely Romania. We are a big, sizable investor here, and we see how quickly country is pacing to the West. And at the end, it doesn't matter who from the big party is a prime minister, because you are rotating quite quickly here. But everybody is pro-Western values, so this is great. So this is positive. Negativity, and you a little bit touch it. You don't have enough marketing here. Nobody knows about Southeast Europe in Washington. A lot of bankers believe that Europe ends in Berlin. This is it. And sometimes European big recommendations and papers, they are not, you cannot touch them. You cannot touch them. And if I would be giving advice to governmental leaders in the region, so whenever you are going to Brussels, also step to Frankfurt and talk to bankers. If you go to Washington and New York, not only go to State Department, go to meet John Dugan from Citi, go to meet Tim Adams from International Institute of Finance, because his CRM is full of bankers, and bring them here. You need to bring more bankers here, because what they believe that you are subscale. They believe, hey, Bucharest, it's so close to Ukraine. Will I be safe there? Probably not. Third, you need to work as a region. And I see positivity here in energy sector, for example, as well. So Moldova, it was a headache last winter for our guys there, but I think we managed pretty well. And now it needs to work Moldova, Romania, Bulgaria, and again Greece, and it's working. So I call it from Alexandroupolis, LNG, to Chisinau. So basically, we need to kill this Cold War mentality when everything was east-west, west-east, Iron Curtain. So we need more connectivity south-north. One direction I just showed. Second one is Balkan 6, Hungary, Slovenia, and Central Europe. So we need more of this. And there are great infrastructure projects. It's possible to get institutional financing. Even Moldova, another success. EBRD, EIB, both present. USAID giving money for real projects, not only for, and I don't want to smear it, only for value projects or, you know, Western philosophy, but real stuff happening on the ground. And you guys, governments, and both of us capital investors, we need to drag this kind of money. Renewable energy, then you need calibration and balancing power. That's why we need to have, again, Greece and Turkey for gas. The same, we need better highways, we need better infrastructure. These are big capital-intensive projects, and for sure we need capital union, for sure. Because it will be good for guys in Frankfurt and Berlin and Paris, but it's much more better for us. It's like European Union. Yes, it would be nice to have our own independence in the region, but then without union, you know, money won't flow so easy. So this is my, not negativity, but, you know, I would say a recommendation. Better marketing, work as a team, also as a region for big strategic project, because then you are not subscale anymore. You know, pipes from Greece to Moldova, it's big money, it's a big project. The same highways, the same transport. So these kind of capital allocations, it can work, and then to combine European funds, institutionals, and us as a private business. And not only from Central Europe, we are from Prague, Czech Republic, but you need guys from Frankfurt, London, and New York.
Thank you so much, Jan. I hope you all took notes, because that was one of the most comprehensive guides to attracting foreign direct investments from the largest capital holder in Central and Eastern Europe. But then again, it's not just about capital or a material capital, is it? It's also about the human resource. And many times, foreign direct investment asks this: Is there a labor force? How does it look like? So that's why I think it's so fitting in this panel, Marcelo, to share with us what it is we should be doing to provide a productive labor force in the region.
Thank you, Clara, for the invitation, and thank you, Aspen, for organizing this forum. I love the passion of my colleagues here on the panel. I want to bring healthcare and the relevance of healthcare not just to increase work productivity, but to drive prosperity and a strong economy in the countries. We were talking about turbulence. We just gone through the pandemic. We want to forget about that, but it was recent, 2 years ago. One of the main learnings of that is when healthcare is at risk, we are all at risk. So we should be, and we should see the investment in healthcare not as a cost, but as an investment to drive prosperity in the economies. And in this turbulence time, we need to build on resilience on healthcare, right? And healthcare that will be able to be flexible and adaptable to the different crises that we may go through. So I want to build on 3 key elements to build a resilient healthcare, which I think are going to be important for Romania in particular, but for the entire Eastern European countries. The first one is around accelerate access of innovation. And to give you context of that, I will talk about another pandemic, which is cancer, which impacts many of our families here or our friends. In Romania, more than 100,000 cases are diagnosed every year. 1 out of 2 is in people which is less than 65, so workforce. And if you think about the impact, and this is a study done by the coordination of Clara, more than 3% of the GDP is the cost of inaction on cancer. This is the entire budget allocation for education here in Romania. Think about that. So what is the role of innovation here? Just recently, a few years ago, immuno-oncology therapies came as a solution for patients. On the latest stage, bringing and redefining the hope and the expectancy for survival. Now these therapies are available in the early stage for many patients, which is not just about redefining survival expectations, but it's also about cure and the ability to bring this workforce back to work much earlier. So Romania has done a great job advancing in cancer care in the last few years. We are still seeing inequalities, not just in Romania, but in many Eastern European countries around access to these therapies, especially in the early stage, and especially in areas like triple-negative breast cancer, which is impacting many women here who are on those ages where they can be productive. So access to innovation, access early, and then close that gap is going to be one of the key elements to build this resilience in healthcare. And that's an element where public and private institutions and stakeholders will need to work together to close that gap. The other element that I want to talk about to build on this element of health resilience is about prevention, right? And obviously, most of you know, and all the economists know, every euro that you invest in prevention, the return of investment is 2 to 4 euro. So a population that is well educated, has access to prevention and to vaccination, and has access to service in a short term will bring prosperity also to the country. I want to acknowledge also here in Romania 2 important milestones. The approval of the National Oncology Plan, which will bring a lot of improvement in the disease management of oncological patients and shorter, ideally, the time to access to therapy, the time to get more hope for their lives, and also the approval of the vaccination strategy, which the government has done recently, and again, will bring a lot of value in terms of prevention for many people and the communities here in Romania and also in Eastern European countries. The third pillar that I want to mention around building resilience in healthcare, and it's the most important one, because without this pillar, there won't be anything else, is the funding. So to build a healthcare resilient system, you need a resilient funding as well. When you look at the data, in Eastern European countries, we are lagging behind by far. Specifically in Romania, the GDP investment in healthcare is 6% versus the average of 9% in Europe. So there is an important gap to close. We just talk about the importance of prevention. GDP per capita is €8 in Romania versus 72 in Europe. So obviously, if you think about that, right, and we talk about the cost of inaction, investment in healthcare will bring prosperity, will bring improvement in the work availability of the workforce in the countries, and will be an important factor. We as MSD has been operating here in Romania for more than 30 years. More than 400,000 people in this country is benefit from many of our portfolio here across many diseases. And we are committed to continue partnering with the private, but also public stakeholders to bring value and to put tools in place to drive that value, not just with our therapies, but also with clinical trials, with education, and also to cover some of the gaps that there are today in the system where private can play a role. So healthcare, if you think about how it can be a sign of prosperity, this data is an open eyes of how this can drive the next level here in Romania and Eastern European countries. Thank you.
So governmental marketing, private capital investments, a healthy and educated labor force. How do we achieve resilience in Central and Eastern Europe?
First of all, thank you so much for having me here, and thank you for the energy to my panel colleagues. It's outstanding. Talking about the subject that we talked before and talking about resilience, the first thing that I could find is the capital. The capital that in the case of Romania, it's actually coming, and we are seeing a lot of products or a lot of ways in which the money are coming to Romania as an investment or as a funding. The easiest possible way to think, it's the remittances, which basically are coming to the CE countries because people are staying abroad and are working and sending the money home. But we also have the FDI, and also comparing with Moldavia, all the CE 11, they have an advantage of not being exactly on the, they are on the periphery of the war, but not exactly in the middle, because I would say that Moldavia is quite in the middle. And then we have some other instruments that we have as Romania, as a part of European Union. We have the multi-annual program, and here it's a pity that we are not collecting all the money which we should collect on the multi-annual program. Hopefully, the next one is going to be successful. Unfortunately, for the 2014-2020 program, we are going to lose about €5 billion, which would be an important amount for other countries in the area. Also, I should mention that we have the Next Generation program, which it's helping Romania a lot. And talking about resilience per se, the CE 11 are having several advantages, not only funding, but also in case of monetary policy, we have an advantage for still having the monetary policy, monetary policy here in Romania and the foreign exchange adjustment here in Romania, comparing with the rest of the countries. So in an unfortunate event of idiosyncratic scenario, definitely the banks, the central bank in CE 11 are coping very well with this. What else I should mention about what I have seen as resilience that is prepared by the CE countries? We are seeing in the loans that the customers are requiring to the bank. First of all, I'm talking about the green energy, and here it applies not only for Romania, but applies for the rest of the CE countries, and then achieving the independence, the energetic independence. Secondly, what we have noticed on the customer demand, it's new products, new sectors that they are applying, and they are trying to develop a certain business. Some of them used to be in Romania before the pre-communist era, and lately we are seeing them coming back and trying to improve it and make it happen again. And this creates, again, this diversification creates a resilience against the dependency on the sources coming from different countries. Last but not least, I will mention that there are certain untapped areas, both from the perspective of sectors that should grow in Romania, but also from the perspective of funding. And here I'm referring to the most of the items that I already mentioned, plus an additional item is the extra liquidity that we are seeing in the Romanian banking system. And that extra liquidity, it's waiting the customer to come and develop some businesses. We are hopefully that next year we are going to see lower rates, which will, let's say, boost the credit activity, and that's it from my side. Thank you.
Thank you so much. Karol, how do we make sense of this emerging dimension of different financing instruments, different demands, different products, and the need for a consolidated market, capital union in the European Union, consolidated markets in the range of the receiving countries? Tell us your thoughts on the matter.
Thanks, Clara, and a pleasure to be here. Good to be back here. In my case, it was a long time ago. I was in Romania, but we've been involved here, as I was saying to some people a moment ago, in approximation of laws exercises, preparing Romania to become a member of the EU. And if you see where Romania is today to what I experienced at the time, which I think must have been 2003, 2004, here, preparing the country for what is going to come, it's a big change. And that you can see overall in Central and Eastern Europe. If you you know this thing, I follow your line. We should say what the positive things, what has been realized in Central and Eastern Europe over the last basically 20 years. They are no longer new member states. They have been members for 20 years, Romania and Bulgaria a bit less, but it's enormous. I often refer, for example, compare Ukraine and Poland, which in the beginning of the 90s had more or less the same level of GDP per head. And today Poland is 5 times richer than the average Ukrainian, which is, sorry to say, thanks to EU enlargement and to the massive transfer of funds which have come from the EU. And that's basically what we will be doing again now with Moldova and Ukraine, probably also later with Georgia, because of what has been decided yesterday. So decided yesterday, the Commission has decided yesterday, we will start accession negotiation, or we propose this to the heads of state and government that they decide in December to do the accession negotiation, to open it, so to do this approximation of laws exercise with Ukraine, with Moldova, to prepare them for enlargement. And you know, some target dates are 2030, that is what is circulating in Brussels. Others are saying, no, this is too early. This could not be the case. But you will see simply a repetition for what we have seen for these countries, for Ukraine and Moldova, let's hope. And in Georgia, don't forget Georgia, which is far away, meaning towards the east. We also said yesterday, or say the Commission said also yesterday, Georgia should become a candidate country, because a year ago they said, no, Georgia is not ready. No, they have changed their mind. So this is a big change, and that's the overall positive story as well, which we have to be aware of. Because of this war in the east, Europe has moved eastwards, and the interest in Europe has moved eastward. We have realized in Western Europe that we were far too much oriented towards the West, meaning I'm coming from Brussels, the UK, France, we're basically Western Europe. We now realize, let's say, how important Central Europe is, how important Eastern Europe is for Europe, but also the stability. And that is, I think, extremely important. We just elected at CEPS a new chairwoman of our board, Ela Benkowska. She's a former deputy prime minister of Poland, just to give a sign. And that is what we need to do, just show, look, Europe is not only Western Europe, the initial members of the EU, it is the larger Europe which is today, and we will further enlarge. And this is not only, of course, Ukraine and Moldova, maybe Georgia, but also the Western Balkans, which are basically tiny economically, but we also need to create stability in this part of the world. I was this morning in the car with somebody who was rather pessimistic. Europe is not doing its effort. Let's say in 2 to 3 years, Putin will be there with a huge army, will overwhelm Europe. Europe is not doing its defense effort. I disagree with this. Europe is investing lots of money into this, and we published just a paper, you can find it on our website, saying that the amounts which, by the way, the European Parliament and the Commission have proposed to be injected in Ukraine and Moldova in the next 4 years until 2030 It's about 12 billion per year, for example, for Ukraine. I mean, we only need a few billions more to really have a good package. And that these amounts could come from, I mean, also private sector funding, but there are other funds which we're speaking of. We're speaking about the frozen assets from Russia. There are private sector funds. There are Brady bonds, all kinds of things, let's say, which will be invested in the region. I think overall we have to be aware, let's say, that this war has woken up Western Europe, that we have to be aware what's going on in the East. It has taken us some time, a bit probably too much time, but it's certainly very strongly there, and the willingness to do something about this is there. And that is more the macro picture. On financial markets, my second point, also there, if you're here in the region, if you see what a single market has done for the region, opening up this region to mostly Western European banks. I know here in this country, most of the countries have mostly a dominance by Western European banks, but that's thanks to a single set of rules which are basically there. I know they are not perfect, and we are still discussing some fine-tuning here and there. Certainly for capital markets, it doesn't function sufficiently well. But overall, let's say, thanks to having banks, they have invested in companies, they have given credits, they have allowed, let's say, this, I mean, enormous economic growth which you've seen in this region, which I know, again, expect to be the same for Moldova and Ukraine. On capital markets, the big problem is, however, that, I don't think we have found the solution to do it. And I think there we probably need a new narrative, because in Brussels we're thinking what should happen for the next European Commission. That's the big thinking, or what should the next European Parliament do. And that's why I think we need to have somewhere a new narrative, because certainly the capital market union, it has not worked. I mean, we have a huge regulatory process, but basically we're losing out towards the United States, for sure. Let's say the IPOs and so on are going to the US. I heard a figure, for example, on Tuesday, only 3% of global IPOs in tech business are happening in Europe. 3%. Can you imagine how scandalous this is? Let's say basically all flocking to the US. And what is the reason for this is, amongst others, Brexit. I mean, we basically have come into a lose-lose situation. Our biggest financial center in Europe is London. It's, by the way, the second or the first global financial center in the world. But we're basically pestering, the EU is pestering the UK, we cannot have this with the UK, we cannot have that, and all the business has to come to the EU. Like, for example, for clearing, for banks, they need to have a separate license in the EU. We don't have hardly any equivalence with the UK, meaning equivalence means, let's say, if you have business, you have a license there, you can do the business here. No, we don't do it, and we don't want to do it with the UK. What is the result? We're losing both. And it's about time, let's say, that the policymakers in Brussels realize this, and that they say, look, that's not good. Of course, we didn't like the UK leaving, but basically it's not good for us as well. We need to cooperate again, because certainly for capital markets, we need the UK, and the UK, even after Brexit, continues to be a very thriving financial market. Fourth element, which I wanted to say, long-term investment. You speak about deposits, savings, far too much on bank accounts. We don't have a capital market because there is insufficient supply of funds. People keep their money, certainly even with high inflation, on their deposits, which bring in probably 1%, there is 10% inflation, you lose a lot. You could have invested long-term in capital markets, but these funds in Europe are not sufficiently attractive, they're far too fragmented, they are far too costly, they are intransparent. I mean, there is a proposal on the table in Brussels on what they call the retail investment strategy. I think we need to have much more transparency, and also much more consolidation in fund markets in Europe, and much more availability for long-term saving for Europeans, which I think is extremely important, because certainly if you look long-term, not only Eastern Europe or Central Europe, but also the whole of Southern Europe is insufficiently investing for the old age, and most people will be worse off once they are retired than what they are earning today. So it's only basically the Nordics which have good systems to invest long-term, and which will be rich in their old age. Most of the countries will be poorer at their old age than they are today. And that is, I think, for me, extremely important. That is being discussed, but people from the banking sector will know that this is not advancing very well, because there are some huge conflicts of interest. Finally, on reconstruction, I already said.
I will have to stop you and try to tell people to line up for the mic for questions, if there are any in the room.
But anyway, I was just going to finish on the point of reconstruction, which I've said already.
Okay, so sorry, but we want to keep 10 minutes for questions or comments if there are any. If there aren't, I will give the floor back. So just to keep the room engaged. If there are any questions, please find your way to the mic.
Hello, Radu Pierca from Wall Street, Romania. So I have a question for Natalia Gavghiliță. What is your pitch for Moldova? What is your pitch for investors? A very short pitch. How would you pitch Moldova to a potential investor?
And look at Jan, for that matter.
Actually, Jan is investing in Moldova. We had a very good working relationship, and hopefully this will lead to very interesting projects. We talked about balancing power and so on and so forth. So Moldova has been an outstanding performer in the last several years from all points of view. We have been faced with crises which we have dealt with in a way that changed Moldova's reputation abroad, but at the same time, while we were dealing with the largest refugee flow, stagflation, energy crisis, and blackmail, throughout the entire time, we did structural reforms. We did structural reforms in business, like deregulation, in various sectors, in public administration, and we have become candidate country to the EU. So even though we are seeing turbulent times now, we know that the outlook is good because all of these reforms will bring real benefits. The only risk is that we lose to Russian meddling. So the time is to come all of us together now, the public sector, the private sector, and civil society, to do our best and to act quickly and decisively so that these gains are not lost.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you for a very, very interesting panel. My question is for Mr. Lanu, if I understood correctly.
Ioana Petrescu, former Minister of Finance in Romania.
Thank you, Clara. You correctly stated that we are not saving enough for old age, and in general, that's true in Romania. However, there is also this structural problem in the financial sector that almost all the type of investments that Romanian can do is through the banks. So there are very few other alternative ways and institutions in which Romanians can put their money and invest. So what would be your suggestions for Romania to do to transform the financial sector and create more opportunities for Romanians who want to save and to invest, but outside the banking sector? Thank you.
I mean, to look at the Nordic example, for example, Sweden or Denmark have set up pension funds, very pooled funds, not fragmented, and which are having, well, probably not this year in the case of Sweden, but which are over time, have a very good performance and guarantee, and that we've published papers on this, you can find in all these statistics, if you see the national income per head, let's say at retirement, it's much higher than in any other country. It's mostly Sweden, Denmark, a bit Finland, the Netherlands, but then all the others, even Germany, is below the average of the EU, which is a pity. But the thing is just, what is being discussed in Brussels is an extremely important piece of regulation. We have insufficient transparency in the products which the banks offer to us, because the banks offer products to us which are in their interest, not in our interest, which is a fundamental key issue in financial regulation, the fiduciary duty. A bank has to offer you a product in your interest, not in its interest. And that's why, for example, the best thing you could invest in is an exchange-traded fund. But they are not advised by banks in Europe, which, by the way, it's a very popular product in the United States, not in Europe, because banks don't earn money on an ETF, because the average fee on an ETF is very low. So they earn much more on advising you an insurance product, which gives you 2%, 200 basic points, 250 for a bank to be paid to them, than an ETF where you pay 20 basic points or 25 basic points. So we need to have a more transparent financial market, a more integrated, consolidated financial market. I mean, a more European financial market than we have today. We have far too much juxtaposed capital markets, small markets, rather than an integrated European market where there's cross-border competition. Of course, that has been argued for 20 years, but we're not advancing. And that's why I said we need to have a new narrative to realize this. The banks far too much think, we will lose revenues. We have at the moment in Europe the double of deposits as households as the United States. The United States has a double in investment funds as Europe. So if we say we reduce the cost for these funds, all of us will have many more Europeans investing in these funds than having their money on a deposit. And that will be much better, certainly after inflation.
Ian, you wanted to pick up on that question?
Yeah. One interesting stat. So Czech Republic is smaller than Romania twice. We have 10 million people, you guys have almost 20. But on not only relative and but also absolute terms, Czech customer has twice as many financial products, not deposits, but real products than Romanian. So at the end, Romanian financial market is losing 4 times because, twice the size, twice less products. And this untapped opportunity, one way or another, this is what we are missing here, because you have 3 ways how to get money. Private deals, this is what we are doing, banks, and the markets. Markets in Central and Eastern Europe are pretty illiquid, and as I just said, not enough financial instruments by retail. So even though I would love that each capital in Central and Eastern Europe would have liquid, well-working, stock exchange and great local banks, but it's not happening. And it's not happening for 20 years. And that's why definitely capital union. And in the case of marketing, if there is one super successful case, it's definitely Moldova. Because you see, in last 2 years, your guys, you, Mr. Prime Minister, Maia Sandu, Igor Groshu, everybody is out and about, traveling every week, promoting the country and promoting the market. And I see it not only in our industry. My friend of mine, he is manufacturer of hospital beds. He started with a small deal, private deal in Chisinau, but then he was able to with you guys, gather funding from World Bank. So these kind of, again, institutionals, privates, and the money from outside, this is needed. And it's not going well locally, as you rightly pointed out. So that's why we need to have some form of regional or pan-European harmonization. By the way, we are losing big time. London is number 2 globally, number 1 is New York, number 3 is Hong Kong. Now Singapore is pacing, and then Frankfurt. So even Western Europe does have a problem, not even talk about us.
If there aren't any other questions, I will ask you a quick follow-up question. How far are we, maybe all of you, how far are we from a better penetration of capital in Central and Eastern Europe and potentially Eastern Europe?
So while I appreciate all the kind words that you have said, thank you. At the same time, I want to say that a big constraint in Moldova is precisely risk capital. We have a very underdeveloped capital market, and only a handful of programs that provide risk capital, which means that a lot of enterprises are created with either own resources, own investment, or grants. And then, of course, we all know that there is the slump, and there are the constraints to growth. And only when enterprises grow, we know that we can create sort of more jobs, more value. So definitely, we need more risk capital. But then, who will invest? What are the ticket sizes? And we are constrained by our size, by the size of our market. So our strategy has been, well, how can we actually bring, this is where the single market can really play a role, but also, how can we bring our systems closer to Romania's, for example, so that companies can see us as sort of an access point to a much larger market. And this is where I want to stress the regional approach and how important that is. We will have sessions on reconstruction of Ukraine. I think only through a regional approach we can avoid competition with each other, and we can provide a win-win situation, because we will all be competing for labor force, for capital, and for resources. So, I can see inflation for construction materials, for example, continuing to be high. So if we do a regional approach where we prepare now for what we can do later, but we can prepare, in Romania, in Moldova, in the region, then we can alleviate some of the supply side constraints that might appear later. And again, this can be done while doing these reforms and developing capital markets and developing new ideas and innovation, integrating the labor force and so on. So I think we all need to come together and be very ambitious about what we can do.
So cooperation versus competition that goes to the extreme.
Yes. Well, it's interesting word risk capital. So do I believe that there will be VCs coming to Eastern Europe or techie IPOs? Probably not. I wouldn't focus on that. I would focus what you just said, and you also mentioned it. So we need a regional approach, a large capital intensive project, and use the momentum. Because now with reconstruction of Ukraine, money flowing also in Moldova, all to the regional approach, large, heavy infrastructure project, they are pretty safe. The size is right, it's not subscale. So if we are just talking about pipe from Greece to Moldova, it's billions of dollars. When we are talking about highways, about trains, definitely. A lot can be done also as a PPP project. So this kind of capital intensive projects, they are good for everyone. There is no big competition between and among the countries because all of you need it. And to bring EBRD, EIB, and the private money, this is where I would start. It will strengthen the energy security, it will strengthen the infrastructure, logistics, and it's going to be good for us who are not in this kind of game like healthcare or media and telecommunication as well. And you mentioned example of Poland. I did the same about Croatia. How they untap the potential? If you see highways in Poland 15 years ago and now, the same about Croatia. So I think use the momentum right, that money is going here, that the big guys, Brussels, Washington, are looking on Central and Eastern Europe and untap this through big projects.
I'll take your question from the capital perspective of investment in healthcare. I mean, as I mentioned before, I think the system is underfunding. It's a systemic issue, right? And I think there are really good things happening about tapping into some of the funding coming from Europe. There are discussions around opening the funding to private sources, which I think is really interesting. And there are models happening in other countries. If you look at hospitals in Western European countries, the source of funding is not just public. They have funding from private insurance, they have funding for clinical trials that I mentioned before. So I think there are elements to complement that. And again, to overcome kind of some of the systemic issues that is happening today. I think all of you know that next year there are elections, 4 rounds. Vote for health.
I think I will end up with a happy tone. What is differentiating us, this area versus the Western country, is the behavior. While the Western countries are having a self-sufficiency and living the dream and not trying to enter too much in details. On our side, we are eager to catch up with the rest, with the Western countries, and this is the positive thing that we should rely on, except the funds, money, whatever. I mean, the positive attitude should be the first idea.
Yeah, what can I add? I mean, I think it's underestimated what funds are available, as you said, through the Next Generation EU, and then soon through these funds which will be there for making them ready for enlargement. I mean, from what I hear in Brussels, these funds are insufficiently used. Even in the bigger ones like Italy and Spain, which have enormous amounts, they cannot sufficiently absorb it. I think there is plenty of things to be done as well for healthcare, as well as for infrastructures, as well as for, green transition, digital transition. It's all there. But of course, you have to go through the administrative burden, and Brussels is a bit the judge for these things. We are also, as a think tank, participating in EU projects. We complain about all the administrative hurdles, but that's an administration. They have to be honest, they have to be open, they have to be accessible to everybody, and the rules are the same for everybody. And that's what it is, but it's a bit annoying. But there is plenty of money available, and that's what you certainly have seen in these countries over here. They've got these funds coming from Western Europe. Basically, most countries here are net receivers of EU funds. Western Europe are net contributors to the EU, just to make sure that what we call social economic cohesion is there, and that we can level up the wealth of these countries over here, which again should now happen most urgency with Ukraine, but also with Moldova. So I think overall, there is plenty of things which can be done. We just need to be positive and probably more European than we are.
Yesterday, we had a side event where we were looking at the amount of funding available for the reconstruction of Ukraine and regional cohesion, and we were discussing the fact that it appears the new instruments of blended finance, risk sharing, public-private partnerships look like the EU is trying to do more with less. But what I'm hearing today from the panel is that actually there's more on the table, and it's actually the process and the actors that need to do more to catch up with the available resources. And I think that is a fantastic punchline to finish the panel on. Thank you all so very much for joining me on this wonderful panel, and thanks to the audience for sticking with us in the afternoon.
Ladies and gentlemen, thank you for staying with us for the first day of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. I'm pleased to announce that our program goes on, and we move on to the afternoon sessions to a very interesting conversation on fostering innovation and green technological development. I'm pleased to say that in the lineup for this session, we will have 4 great speakers, great thinkers, and leaders in their fields. And the moderation will be in the good hands of Ms. Ana Maria Cătăuță, whom I invite on stage. She's an Aspen Fellow and also a member of the Romanian Parliament. And she's going to do a very, very good introduction for the speakers and for the session. Thank you.
Thank you so much, Mirela. No pressure. We have a wonderful panel today. It's not easy to moderate after Clara Volintiru. It's an honor, but also a very, very huge responsibility. So I am very happy to have today with me Ms. Larisa Liebeck. She is CAF's Senior Director in Europe and in the Middle East, leading CAF's climate strategy to advance a broad portfolio of solutions in both regions. Ms. Daniela Lulache, the Head of Policy and Coordination of the Nuclear Energy Agency of the Organization for Economic Cooperation and Development, OECD. Hello. Mr. Alessio Menegazzo, who was very recently appointed as the CEO and country manager of the PPC companies in Romania. Welcome, Alessio. And Mr. Kurt Weber, who is the managing director of Horvat's Bucharest office since 2009. Thank you all so much for being here. Our panel is about green technology, fostering innovation, and I would start by asking you, how will the European Union, who has set very, very ambitious goals for decarbonization, with different thresholds, 2030, 2050, how will the EU and the EU member states be able to do this at a decent cost? Or maybe it's better to say, is that possible? to have decarbonization and to invest in green energies, but also to do this at a decent cost for public budgets in the European Union. Yeah.
Yeah, thanks so much, Anna, for having us here, for moderating the panel, and thanks so much to Aspen Institute Romania for inviting me. Cleaner Task Force is a global climate organization, and we focus on the US, Europe, the Middle East, and Africa. And in Europe, over the past year, we've been really rethinking the way how Europe should approach decarbonization. I think there's the most important aspect here is climate goals matter, but what really matters is how you plan to achieve them. And I think the most important point is that in the European climate debate, on the European Union level in particular, economic security and energy security have been disjointed or disconnected from the climate debate. And this is the most important shift that has to happen over the next couple of years. And so if we're looking at 55% of emissions reductions expected from mostly renewables and energy efficiency, that's actually not suitable for a diverse set of countries that make up the European Union today. So I think, you know, and this is in part in addition to headwinds that we're facing, energy security crisis, high interest rates, price pressure, questionable energy imports. Europe is the biggest energy importer in the world. And then, of course, many of the technologies that we're relying off are already on track, thinking about the need to build an additional 100 gigawatts of wind between now and 2030 as an example. Nuclear is being debated, extremely politicized, but could actually help in the long run. And so I think what we would like to see is a more options-based strategy where we allow each country or each region to choose the mix that is most suitable for its political economy, its economic circumstances, and that includes all options, all clean energy options, and really focuses on reducing cost and the availability of electricity. So the last point that I will make is Europe is the biggest energy importer in the world. The grid, the decarbonized grid, depends heavily on electricity. It will be 3 to 4 times as big as it is today, and it is unclear to this point where all of this electricity is going to come from in the future.
I'm pretty sure at least one of the panelists has the answer for your last question. But I would pass the floor now to Ms. Lolake. Can we achieve a cleaner energy with low costs, or at least costs that will not have a huge impact upon our public budgets?
Hello, everyone, and thank you very much for the question and for inviting me here today. I will start by saying clearly, yes, I like to believe that we can achieve that. Of course, it's not easy. Of course, nothing is granted here, but there are solutions. And continuing the idea of my fellow speaker, I think what we are observing today, it is clearly a major shift. We are talking already for a long time about decarbonization, about the needs to achieve climate goals, but for many, many years it was rather a theoretical discussion. As well, it was the discussion about the energy security, about the security of supply, about are we competitive or not as country, as region, within the larger environment. Our observation is that clearly these conversations, which until very recently were silo conversations, really started to merge. We start to observe countries changing their national strategies. We observe countries which, for example, until very recently didn't consider nuclear in their energy mix, are now completely, sometimes over the night and in a very special, a spectacular manner, I would say, including nuclear in their energy mix. And this happens for some very clear reasons. One, it helps to the competitivity of the prices, while in the same time ensuring at least partially the achievement of our climate goals. However, we are not yet there. In order to achieve that, there are still things to be done. And for example, quite recently, a month ago, we had at the NEA a major event, I would say, for this conversation, for what's going on in the world nowadays, which reunited over 20 ministers of energy from the most advanced countries having nuclear energy in their production mix, in order to tackle, okay, if we reach the conclusion that we cannot achieve the climate goals without nuclear, that we cannot continue to be dependent on fossil fuels supplied by countries which are not necessarily ready to supply whenever we need, and that we start to have a competitive solution, and nuclear is part of that, it's clear that the current mechanisms we do have do not completely respond to the needs. And I will close just by saying that we definitely need to tackle financing of large investment in general in the electricity production, in energy production, but especially in nuclear. And in order to achieve that, clearly we have to get into the conversation the multilateral development banks, the international financial institutions, to be able to attract private investment, private capital, public-private partnerships. All these are part of the solution which needs to be considered and to be integrated within governmental policies as well as in international cooperation. Thank you.
Alessio. Because Ms. Lulache mentioned competitive solutions, but to have competitive prices, what do we have to do? To have green energy at competitive prices.
So let's assess a little bit the semantics. We are not speaking about cost. So the energy transition is not a cost, it's an investment. Cost is something that you use, you drop your money, and you lose it. We are speaking about investment. So why can we and should we invest in renewables, generally speaking? Because it is the cheapest form of energy production that we have as of today. We are speaking about production in several countries in the world, also in Europe, it is around 10-15 euros per kilowatt hour. So it's the cheapest form of energy that we can achieve today. This means that beside the ideological discussion that we can have or not have, it's about the economy. So if we want to be competitive in the future, we have to ensure that we have the cheapest form of energy possible. And renewables are today the cheapest way in which you can provide energy to the end customer. Because it's around, it can achieve 10-15 euros per megawatt hour, per kilowatt hour. It's the cheapest. So if we start from this concept, we should build everything else around this. How can we ensure that we have the most possible of this cheap source of energy available to the end consumer, households or also industrials, okay? The rest should go around this major topic and major subject. Everything else is a discussion of the past. And Romania is a country that is proving this, because without having any kind of policy, without having any kind of regulation that today is not working, but it will be fixed, in 1.5 years, we went from 0 prosumers to a quantity of prosumers that today are generating more power than the 2 nuclear plants, Cernavoda 1, Cernavoda 2. So, consumers and availability of technology, which again goes in the direction of having a cheap price, okay, are driving the discussion. Unfortunately, most of the time, we see things in the energy sector as big, huge, among us, gazillions of investment, which is a discussion of the past. Generation of energy is something that will be more and more decentralized and will need a high degree of flexibility, which means networks, okay? So this is the new paradigm. Then, of course, are we going to have cheap energy for everybody in 1 week? No, it's impossible. This is why it's called the transition. So if we set the timeline for the transition, let's say 20 years, okay, it's reasonable, and we said that this is our landing zone to have cheap energy that is coming from, let's say, a secure commodity, because one of the things that we are all aware, and we faces the crisis 1.5 years, is that one can temper if you have a good, for example, gas, okay, and you supply a market who is dependent of this gas, you can very easily temper that good, that commodity, and you create a dependency in which you don't control anything. So the other positive aspect of renewables is that you don't depend from other countries' decisions. And Russia, before invading Ukraine, started, let's say, antagonistic approach towards Europe with the energy crisis driven by the increased cost of gas that we all bought because it was cheap from Russia, okay? And then at one point we were not in control of anything. So commodity, availability for the customer, cheap prices, we have to go in the direction of ensuring cheap energy to end consumers and get rid of the commodity risk. Renewables are the technology available today that matches all these boxes. So the discussion has to go around this and how to, let's say, make it secure.
Thank you so much. Mr. Weber, you've been in Romania long enough to also better understand what are the challenges that Romania is facing in this green transition.
Yeah, thank you. I'm actually born here, so I was just away for a few years, but
sorry
thanks for asking. No problem. So I think Alessio, I want to pick up where Alessio actually stopped. No? So what are the challenges? I think indeed it is we are carrying discussions of the past. No? I think the solutions are on the table. Alessio mentioned them. I think green energy is the solution, but we need to see what is missing actually to benefit from the lower cost. No? So if you look at overall at the so-called levelized cost of energy, so green, solar, and wind power is the cheapest of all technologies. Yeah? And Romania is in the unique position. It's a few countries in Europe which actually have the advantages nature has given countries. Yeah? We have wind, we have sun. Yeah? But we are not utilizing it. Yeah? That's the problem. So now the reasons why. I think one of the key problems is that we do not have strategies and legislation in place. Yeah, we are having this NECP, this strategy. It's from 2019. It's outdated, but it's still not, let's say, applied. So this is a general problem we are having. We are constantly actually behind when it comes to legislation, bylaws, and methodology you need to make something work. The second thing is, I think, also the the money we have secured in Brussels, modernization fund, PNRR, yeah? So where are we standing there? Yeah? This money, so the first call for the RES project has been 1.5 years ago. I know a lot of companies which still got a positive, their application has been positively evaluated. They are still waiting to sign some contracts. But the time is expiring to actually implement this project. So this is a very good example how we miss opportunities. No? The second thing is, Alessio mentioned it, network access. No? Are we really doing everything to make sure that we can bring on stream all of these projects? And I think, again, where is the modernization fund? I think it's an area where the modernization fund should be used to, let's say, help Transelectrica, help all the grid operators really to get access. But instead, what are we doing? We are coming with legislation, which is taking away the cash from the companies. They are canceling their investment plans. And so we cannot create the necessary connectors. We need to bring all those RES projects on stream. And these are, I think, the typical challenges, which are actually putting us always, is driving up the cost. It's driving up the cost of energy. That's the reason, nothing else. No? And I think one last aspect I want to mention, I think we need to move faster, because otherwise we will have big problems in industrial and the transportation sector, as well as in what they call hard-to-abide sectors, metallurgy, chemical industry, fertilizers. So they need solutions. And the only solution they can get to decarbonize is hydrogen, is green hydrogen, or let's say low-carbon hydrogen. But for that, again, you need green energy, so that they can replace coal and natural gas and other conventional resources.
Because you mentioned hydrogen, one good thing that the Romanian Parliament has done is the fact that we have passed legislation regarding hydrogen. I think we're one of the first in Europe. I will come back to you, because you mentioned at the beginning that each of the countries, the nation states, should choose its own mix. And the gentlemen were mentioning the fact that we need to improve the network access. But what about storage? Because we talk about these new technologies, and I'm pretty sure that changing the way, of course, we're in a transition period, but the goal is to change the way in which we produce energy and to go towards a more greener way. But this also means that other industries will also develop. So how do you see the storage industries developing in the next few years?
Yeah, thank you so much for this follow-up question. And I also want to touch on a couple of things that my panelists touched on. I think one of the most important aspects in the planning, and thanks for mentioning the NECPs, is really thinking through what does a European-wide energy system look like, and how can we build it in the most efficient way. The smallest land use footprint, because there's not a lot of land in Europe compared to other regions, and the most efficient way to use transmission, for example. I think storage is promising if it can be long duration, which we're hoping to come or to develop in the future. But I think it's really about the options, right? The more options we have available at scale, the lesser the risk of any of them failing. If we put all of our eggs in one basket, and this is my personal problem with saying, oh, renewables are going to do it all. And actually the supply chains, 93% of critical minerals were dependent on China right now. This is a carbon copy of the supply dependency on Russian natural gas. And so I think we have to be really prudent about the future and plan and think through where can we get the supply chains, but also what technologies can we and what industries can we build natively here in Europe. And I think this is an industrial policy approach, which of course then conflicts with the need for globalization. So there's some sort of globalization light that I think will happen in the future because we want to keep costs low. An industrial policy-only approach will have skyrocketing costs, right? And I think it's really in this new fragmented world order where we're pushing the limits of multilateralism, it's really about smart bilateral partnerships. What can the EU do with African countries, with Middle Eastern countries, with the United States, with reliable allies, but what is the opportunity also that gives us the ability to pivot? And I think, so that means we can't just rely on energy efficiency and renewables only. And then I think the last point that I want to make is, I think we're hearing a lot of, it depends on project execution, on permitting, on funding, on bureaucracy. I think all of these things can be streamlined in Europe, can be made much more efficient. There will be limited capital in the near future. Much more capital is going to go to defense and security concerns first. And then I think on industry, it's not just hydrogen. Hydrogen, again, 90% of the projects that have been announced are at early stages of development. Only 6% have final investment decision, and it takes multiple years to realize them, right? So I think there's other technologies such as carbon capture and storage, again, electricity, biomethane, that we need to take into account. And if one of them fails, demand for the other rises. So there is a complexity in the transition that hasn't really been appreciated in my mind.
Because we've had a conversation on China prior to starting the panel. Alessia, what do you think about this concern that some of us have that we might be too dependent on China when it comes to renewable energies?
Well, today we are dependent from Russia, and we are dependent on a daily basis from Russia. So what I want to say is that, again, I get back to the commodity. If you buy PV today, you have an appliance that you will install and you will use for 15 years, okay? So, yes, today we have a supply chain problem in Europe because we have been lazy, and we have been lazy because we don't want to understand that we don't decide. Technology and consumers decide, and technology and consumers override our decision. So we need to go with the stream, because otherwise we are going to fail. And consumers are driven by technology, not from an ideological standpoint, but from a pure speculative standpoint. So which is the best technology I can buy and can serve me at the cheapest possible way, and today is renewable. This is a given. I don't know, I don't want to waste anyone's time to fact check this, but this is not the topic. So we have a huge problem with supply chain in Europe, meaning that we need to invest in industry which will decrease dramatically the dependence, which is not 93%, it's far less, but doesn't matter. It's that we have on, let's say, precious minerals. So we need to do something. Guess what? We need cheap energy to transform this idea in palpable, realistic, industrial project to have a local supply chain. Because whatever we are going to do, if we don't provide, and this is the competitive advantage of China, for example, cheap energy. So why did everybody go to China and give and make them their factories and production of goods, of appliances? Because it was cheaper. Because we have been driven by this. So if we want to repeat the story again and again and think that the outcome will be a different one, this is the perfect route. If we want to take a stand and a decision, we choose something. And again, my problem, my main concern is the dependency of one commodity. I want to control my commodity. The only commodity I can control in this very moment is the natural one. So wind and solar. And this puts us in a very different competitive situation. I wanted only to open a parenthesis. Yes, there are funds available. Modernization funds is one of it. I have to say that the current, and I repeat, current management of the Ministry of Energy is speeding up the process in a dramatic way, yet this will be absolutely insufficient to create and to revamp the network or any system, because it's a drop in the ocean. So if somebody thinks that European funds or public funding will solve the problem, it's a huge mistake. Still, you will need to rely on private investment. Private investment from an industrial standpoint needs cheap energy and, let's say, less bureaucratic legal and regulatory framework. And then you have to guarantee this predictability, let's say, that is a mantra, but okay, this is something that we will discuss even in the next 5 years, how to achieve predictability, while we will have cheaper price of energy, of course.
I want to stay a little bit on this subject of dependency towards China. And at a certain point, Daniela, Commissioner Breton was mentioning the strategic autonomy of Europe. Do you think that this is an achievable goal? And if it is an achievable goal, how long will it take for Europe to be more independent, let's say, or less independent, less dependent, especially?
Very interesting question, but if you allow me, I would like,
yes,
I really need to step into the previous conversation a little bit, if you don't.
Apparently, the minister is running a bit late, so we have enough time.
Okay, so what I would like, I was thinking while listening Alessio and Mr. Weber that it so very much depends how someone addresses a question, because, and again, I'm not anti-renewables. I feel that I need to start with this statement. And yes, it is true, probably nowadays, I knew that also hydro, it is as competitive as wind and PV, but let's not enter into that. And if we take the levelized cost of energy, yeah, these electricity sources are cheaper as compared to the others. But it very much depends how you address the question into what do I want to invest, because if we move upper and look at the system costs, in fact, we'll discover that the answer is significantly different. First of all, because we cannot do it just with renewables technically, and I think that's a big issue. I would also argue on the dependence on other markets and commodities conversation, but a very clear, also out of nature reality is that we do have the sun shining few hours a day, and we have the wind blowing some parts, sometime, not all the time. And in order to have all the time all these lights on, we need to have backup facilities which will cover when the other two natural resources are not available. And according to scientific analysis, we need to triple the energy capacity. And that means that at the end, for the consumers, being them households, for which probably, yes, we can tackle alternative solutions as prosumers legislation. When you look at the macro level, at the country level, from a competitive perspective, I think we have to have this full analysis of the system cost.
You are absolutely right, if I may respond. It's clear, and this panel is also about innovation, right? Mm-hmm. And it is, okay, what innovations do we actually need, no? And in order to solve some of the problems you say, we need, of course, innovation or investments in storage, day-night problem, seasonal storage capacities. That's what we need. No? We also need fuel cells on the road to decarbonize the transportation. So there is not only one solution, but the main source, the key source, if we want to reach our decarbonization goals, is only green energy. That is the source. We just need to, let's say, to solve the intermittence problem. And therefore we need storage, therefore we need grids, and therefore we need, let's say, other technologies which help to use at maximum capacity. And by the way, to reach its targets, Romania will need to bring until 2030 10 to 12 gigawatt of capacity on stream. That's a lot. But you know what the beautiful thing is, to bring on stream renewables, it takes, if you do it right, eventually 2-3 years. To bring other kind of capacities on streams, you might need 10 to 12 years. That is, I mean, it's not because we like the sun and we like the water, or whatever, or it is about the feasibility, and the availability of technology which exists. We just need to use it.
May I? Please, and then.
So, let's look at the market. Which are the companies that are market successful in the energy sector? And which are the ones that have problems in the energy sector? The ones that are investing in renewables are skyrocketing in the last 5 years. The other that are investing in other technologies, old technologies, are having huge problems. It's a market-driven, okay, because again, we have to put the consumer, okay, in the center of the... Unfortunately, in our sector, the energy sector, the consumer was a guy that at the end of the day had to pay a bill.
Or a lady.
Or not, okay? And the biggest revolution or changing factor in the energy transition is that we start from the consumer and then we build up. It's like asking to horse traders, okay, when Ford started to make the 4T, is like asking to a horse trader, do you agree that you should make factories, cheap factories for doing cheap cars available for everybody? And the horse trader, which it was the dominant transportation tool at those times, would say, no, let's stop it. Let's stop it, because we trade horses. You are killing. The idea of innovation is that inevitably something has to be killed to put something new instead that is working, and then it also will be killed in the future because it's how the things works. So, at the end of the day, if any other energy production sources can arrive to 10, 15 euros per megawatt hour for end consumer, taking out hydrogen, hydroelectric, old investment, ammortizzate, not new investment, okay? This is a different story. So if we can find other sources of production of energy that are arriving at 10, 50 euros per megawatt, fantastic. If not, we start from that and we build everything around, because people cannot afford anymore to pay 200 euros per megawatt hour for sources of energy that are expensive and create a dependency risk for the commodity topic. It's as simple as that.
I think Daniel and Larissa want to answer to that.
Very briefly, this horse owner, if promised to receive a subsidy for each horse having, and instead has the possibility...
Which is happening.
Yes, exactly. That's why renewables are great. You know, that's why they are skyrocketing. And again, not diminishing the merits of renewables. Business-wise, if you have to do an investment where you are promised a subsidy for each kilowatt,
without any kind of
Alessio, I think also Larissa wants to answer to this.
no, but let's compare horses with horses, cars with cars.
So I want to say I really love this conversation because it's much overdue and we don't often get to have so much fun on a panel. So I want to pick up on Daniela's point because at the Clean Air Task Force we actually ran a model recently where we looked at multiple risks. We wanted to maximize energy security. We looked at Dunkelflaute in the most historic, so when there's no sun and no wind for longer periods of time. And we really wanted to maximize energy systems stability while keeping systems cost as low as possible. And then we also took into account that the wind power goals, I said earlier, we still have to build 100 gigs of wind to reach European Union targets by 2030, which is just around the corner. And what we found is at the same cost, we could build a grid that is extremely stable, much more stable, extremely energy secure, meets the needs of decarbonization, but it would have 250 gigs of nuclear and 60 gigawatts of gas with CCS. And there's right now around 100 gigs of nuclear in Europe, or maybe 97, something like that, right? So I just wanted to give you an overview of if you're looking at, and this is a scenario, this is not a forecast, but there is an advantage to having a multi-source or options-based electricity grid that has maximum amount of renewables, but also maximum amount of energy security that has multitude of technologies.
Thank you so much, and this has been a very, very interesting conversation. Normally I would have to be polite and give you the floor for one last word, but we're running out of time. So thank you so much for this wonderful and interesting and lively conversation. I think we can continue it. But now I will pass the floor to my colleague, Cristian Pârvulescu, who is the director of the program Energy and Sustainability at the Aspen Institute and CEO of Enevo. And I think that he and his panelists will discuss about energy security.
Absolutely. Thank you very much. Thank you very much, Anna. And I will make the transition. And thank you very much to your panelists, because I think we've got a lot of messages
and it was a lively conversation.
Absolutely. And I will actually pick up the next discussion from what Ms. Dana Lulache said about the energy security. For the past, 10-20 years, the energy security was more or less a philosophical discussion. Nowadays, however, we started with some crisis, and that tested our ability to sustainably run our economies. And we've got the COVID pandemic.
And
please.
Ladies and gentlemen, just one moment before I let Christy go on with the plenary session. I also want to announce you that we have one more parallel session going on and starting right now in the Heroes Hall at the same floor, dealing with the fight against information manipulation, which will be moderated by Mr. Vasilis Noutsas from GMF Alliance for Securing Democracy, which I thoroughly invite you to also watch in the nearby room. And thank you for staying with us for the afternoon sessions. Please, Christy.
Thank you very much. So without further introduction, I will just invite our great lineup for today. We'll discuss today about energy security with the Minister of Energy of Romania, Mr. Sebastian Burduja. Welcome, Minister. And thank you very much for being here with us today. With Ambassador Stanislav Kazeki, please. The Ambassador of the Czech Republic to the Republic of Moldova. Welcome, Ambassador. Thank you very much for coming. With the CEO of OMV Petrom, Ms. Cristina Vercher, it is always a pleasure to have the debates, and thanking you again for being a supporter and a friend of Aspen Institute events all the time. CEO of E.ON Romania, Mr. Volker Raffel. Welcome, sir. Thank you very much for being here. And Mr. Jiri Kotas, the CEO of Premier Energy from the Republic of Moldova. Welcome. Please. Ladies and gentlemen, what a time to discuss about energy security and the security of supply. I will not speak more about the crisis we are passing, because we all know what are the components of this crisis and so on. But I will start with a very old saying: in every crisis there is an opportunity. And let's look a little bit at the regional context. Romania is basically bordering a conflict now. Romania has a huge energy potential, as we know it. The European Union has, as a center point of its economic development, energy as a pivotal point, and the Green Deal programs and the investment. We discussed about the new technologies and so on. So I would start by asking you, Mr. Burduja, about Romania's position bordering the events that are happening in the region, but also having a global look. What is our contribution to ensure the energy security and the sustainability of the energy sector in the region?
Thank you very much. It's working. I have no question.
It will work.
There we go. As I said, I'm no longer the Minister of Digitalization, so I feel completely unresponsible for technical problems. Thank you for the invitation, first of all, and congratulations to Aspen for another amazing edition. I think you have done a wonderful job every year and every single time. First of all, I see very special people in the audience who are moving the country ahead and the energy sector ahead. And second, there's not a lot of ideas flowing out there in Romania. It's a relatively scarce commodity. So Aspen is one of those precious places where people and ideas meet. And by the end of it, I'm sure you will draw the conclusions that will help us as decision makers make better choices. I think Romania has by far the largest contribution to the energy transition and energy security generally in the region. And I hope nobody will blame me for it. I am the Romanian Minister of Energy, so I have to believe in what I'm saying. But I do think that we have some arguments to support it. And the first is that we have very diverse resources and a very diverse energy mix. We have about 60% of Europe's water reserves in Romania, and about a third of our energy mix comes from hydro still. And we continue large investments in the hydro sector. I would just quickly mention the Tarnița-Lăpuștești hydro pumped storage, which is up to 1 gigawatt, and we're in the process of acquiring a feasibility study that will allow us in 6-7 years from now to have the first hydro pumped storage plant in Romania, with a key role in both energy production and the stability of our grid. Then we have nuclear, and we haven't had it since yesterday. It's really a tradition since about 50 years ago, and we have nuclear based on Western technology. It's something that pays off even today, as Russian fuel and Russian nuclear technologies are no longer reliable for Europe. Romania can rely on its own resources and on a pretty much integrated nuclear cycle from mining uranium, which we're in the process of restarting, to processing uranium, to heavy water production, to actually nuclear energy generation. And we pride ourselves in running 2 of the most efficient nuclear reactors in the world. Out of 440 nuclear reactors, units 2 and 1 in Cernavodă are first and third in the world. And we do have an ambitious SMR program, which we are accelerating, and we will continue to move forward despite current events. Happy to discuss that as well. I think that we are very well positioned now more than ever to be the first country in Europe and possibly the world to have SMRs in operation in Romania. And then we have gas, and we have a lot of it. And we're going to have a lot more, thanks to some of the people in this room and others. And that's 10 billion cubic meters up to 10 BCM per year starting in 2027. That's pretty much our consumption today, which we're already covering through onshore production and through the BCOG project in the Black Sea. So you can envision not far from now a scenario where Romania both uses this additional gas in its industry, and I hope that will be the case in petrochemicals and in pharma, but also has some quantity to export and help reduce the dependency of other countries in our neighborhood on resources that are at the whims of dictators, which we know is never a good idea. Energy as a weapon has been used many times before, and in the context of Ukraine and the Russian invasion in Ukraine, I think that gave Europe the perfect opportunity to say, you're out, no more. We've had it with this blackmail. And I think in large part Europe has managed to diversify away from Russian gas. And Romania's...
Are we doing good?
Romania is doing great. Europe, not as much, especially some countries. I mean, recently yesterday I had an exchange with Peter Szijjártó, the Hungarian Minister of Foreign Affairs and Commerce. And he made the argument that, technically speaking, they cannot be off of Russian gas at this point. So we have explored opportunities for increasing interconnections and them benefiting from more gas, not just from Romania, but from other non-Russian markets. And he was open to it. And you may have seen what I said. I said it's very difficult and very risky to try to ride the bear because you will end up inside. And so I think that, again, Romania can be and will be a pillar of stability and an energy hub insofar as the gas sector. And of course, green energy, so solar and wind and biomass and hydrogen, where we're making amazing progress. We have by the end of the year, we will have 1,500 megawatts installed by households, as we call them,
exactly,
prosumers.
The prosumers are now bigger than the biggest generating units in Romania.
That's right. That's right. They'll be bigger than the nuclear plant, than both units in Cernavodă. And I'm also happy to let you know that we've signed, as a ministry, over 600 megawatts through the RRF funding for investment 1, which is solar and wind. And we have not depleted the budget, so for sure we will exceed 2 gigawatts by the end of the final evaluation. So all this means that Romania is, again, very well positioned. I haven't mentioned offshore wind, but that's another key priority. We will have the law by the end of this year, and we're looking forward to several large projects in the Black Sea that will come online in 2032, 2033. And for all that, and I'll end here, we need transmission. So we need a proper grid, and not just alternative current, but direct current as well. That's why we're very ambitious on building the interconnector east-west on HVDC from Dobrogea to the western border that will help evacuate the additional energy that Cernavodă will produce, that offshore wind will produce, that other wind and solar projects in eastern Romania will produce, all the way to Transylvania, where a lot of our consumption is, and beyond, to Hungary and Central Europe. So, you know, we have the resources, we have talent, we have a vision, and you know, all we need is just the willingness to make things happen and the continuity. And the challenge for politicians, for better or worse, I am one, is to make sure that these projects continue long term. Because, as I said before, they are not for the next election, they're for the next generation.
Indeed, it's a long lead time or kind of projects. So probably, and the continuity is probably something that was very, very often discussed and debated in most of our discussions in the past years. So there is a positive message about the fact that we've got the entire ecosystem basically ready to implement finally the projects that we are debating about in the past 20 years maybe.
And there's another key ingredient, if you'll allow me, which is this simple message: we're open for business. Government doesn't need to do these projects by itself. I am not of the view that government alone can do them. In fact, I'm convinced that we cannot.
The market is now democratized, right?
It is. It is, and all we need to do as government, I think, is step aside and ensure a fair playing field for private investors, and even for large projects like Tarnica, like the SMR project. We're not interested in being the majority stakeholder or owning 100% of the project. I think it's enough to actually let the private sector lead, and that will ensure continuity. When you have a majority privately owned investment project, chances are it will be finalized on time, on budget, and it will actually be carried through. If it was majority public, the next government might say, I have a different idea.
And also the history is showing us that in the past years, the most megawatts were built or commissioned by IPPs and private investors putting their money in these new megawatts. Thank you very much for your introduction.
I apologize, I need to run.
Thank you very much for being here with us.
But as you said, you can disagree with everything I said.
We'll also have some questions that we'll send you later on. I will just pass a little bit to Ambassador Kazaki. Now, looking a little bit wider and in the region, EU stood in solidarity with Ukraine and Moldova since the beginning of the war, and basically the day the conflict erupted marked the initiation of the tests of Moldova and Ukraine being interconnected and being synchronized with the European system, UCT. Is Europe doing enough in order to better integrate Ukraine and Moldova in the energy sector?
Well, just to give you the answer, I think we are doing what we can, and we hope it will be enough. You know, it's just the short answer which I can give you. Well, probably it won't be a surprise that I will speak more about Moldova than about Romania. It's a place where I am posted, and as said Natalia Gavrielica in one of the previous sessions, you know, I can avoid to speak about Moldova. Back to your question, you know, I think that during my experience in Moldova, and it's 2.5 years since I'm posted there, the increase of interests for Moldova is very much visible, you know, politically, but as well institutionally. Just in last year, the European countries opened 3 new embassies in Moldova, just to give an example how it's becoming important for
more and more important than it used to be.
Yeah, than it used to be before. And well, the reason why it is so, it's obviously the conflict on between Russia and Ukraine, and the Russian aggression towards Ukraine, because it created, well, bigger interest and kind of protective manner to Moldova. And what I have seen during those 2.5 years, it's a huge solidarity which the Europeans, now I'm speaking about the governments, but as well about the civil society, towards that what's happening in the country. Well, we have heard here quite optimistic speech about Romania, but Moldova is, as you very well know, scarce of resources. It's not that easy to provide the country with the heat in the winter, with the fuel, and so on and so on. But I mean that the last winter was just a confirmation that the European family is taking care for the Moldovans. By the way, a couple of thousands of Moldovans were Romanian citizens, as all of us we know. And the energy crisis which Moldova faced last winter was very well solved. Well, of course, it wasn't an easy task, and until now it's not easy task. But I mean, the government, which Natalia Gavrilytsa is representing, or the government with the Prime Minister Chan, it's doing reasonably well. Well, not perfect. It's a government which is governing, but is doing reasonably well. And I mean, there are two important moments, energy-wise, in the Republic of Moldova. What's important for keeping the situation going well in Moldova? And the first one is interconnection. You very well know that there is a relatively new gas connection between Ungeni and Chisinau via Iași, which is giving the opportunity for Moldovans to negotiate easily with the principal provider of electricity, which is in Kuchurgan. It's the electric power station, which is on Transnistrian region, and as well the electricity interconnection. But there is a new way of answer connection with European states, but as well there is under construction the new line from Vulcanești to the north of the country in Chisinau. So it's a very important point. And the second point, which I would take, that it's quite more important for Moldova right now, are the investment in the green energy, because, well, Romania has gas, Romania has water resources, and so on and so on. That's not the case of Moldova, but I mean, this could be a kind of future for the energy mix of Moldova, for sure. It's impossible to solve the problem as such, but it could be a part of the energy mix for the future. And for this, and I guess that about that will speak more my colleagues on the panel, it's necessary to keep to organize the proper manner of the conditions to invest in this direction. And I guess that in this Moldova could be quite successful. In my previous posting, I was ambassador to Portugal, and well, within the energy mix of Portugal, nearly 50% are the renewables. So I don't see the reason why it couldn't happen something like that in the near future in Moldova too. Thank you.
Going now to the private sector, and I would keep the topic for the Republic of Moldova and the regional topic. What is new from the private environment perspective? And what do you consider are the things that are changed in the past 1 year and a half?
So, probably the significant change in energy sector is a plan that was declared by leaders of the country to have a carbon neutral energy sector in a reasonable horizon. So there are big plans in solar and wind farms. We are expecting big capacity tenders. They were announced last year, but there is a delay as usual. So hopefully in the beginning of the next year, there will be a tender for this solar and wind farms. We would like to participate as a private investor. Premier Energy, it's a part of Czech group EMA Capital that is also acting here in Romania.
So the war did boosted the renewable sector in
at least
the
there is a
Republic
lot
of Moldova.
Political declaration of this type. What is not clear is legislation. So there is a new set of laws in these days in a government that will go to parliament. The problem is that the energy market is very strictly regulated, so it's probably not very attractive for foreign investors. If you are building a green sector and if there is a big capacity concentrated in solar and wind, you need also so-called balancing capacity. So the estimates are that for each, say, 100 megawatts, you will need 20 megawatts of power stations that is able to react to unpredictable behavior of sun or wind. Typically, a big power station starts several days from 0 to 100%. We have a plan to build balancing power station based on gas, probably from Romania. And such a power station is able to go from 0 to 100% in 10 or 15 minutes. Again, the problem is with the legislation in a regulated market, the price for such type of electricity, or even for the capacity that you are waiting for a moment that you have to produce. So the price is different than in say base load in standard production of electricity. I have to mention there was a question about if EU or Europe is doing the effort is sufficiently big. I have to mention that not only EU, but there is a huge grant from US aid. It's a so-called MESA project, and it will bring to Moldova $300 million only in the energy sector. So it's a significant improvement of infrastructure, energy infrastructure. Every good thing has some bad consequences. So such big grants little bit deform the market. So we are speaking now with regulator, with government, with the ministry, how to equalize conditions for private investors and state-owned companies that are getting such big support.
Thank you very much. Coming and staying actually here in the private sector market, Ms. Verșer, you are running basically the biggest energy company in Romania, and I have a surprise for you. I will not ask you about the future of gas, not this time. But I would like to debate with OMV and DEON, basically the most important players in Romania, about the component of security. And the component of security is the financial stability of the private sector and the performance of the private companies to contribute to the economic security and stability. What are the challenges and what happened new in the past year when it comes about your agenda?
Thank you, and good afternoon, everyone. It's very nice to be back here again. This is always, I think, a landmark event in Romania. Just the last year, big challenges. So, I mean, I think actually when you look at us as a firm, and for those of you maybe who are from outside of Romania, OMV Petrom is predominantly, we're an energy company, historically an oil and gas company. We make up about a third of the demand for fuel. We provide about a third of the demand for natural gas and about 10% of the electricity market. That is who we are today. And at the end of 2021, we put our strategy out to 2030, which I think is a lot about how does an oil and gas company transform itself for the sustainability agenda of climate, for the sustainability agenda of Romania, and for the sustainability agenda of its own company as well. Because in the end, if the demand for your product that you're providing today is going to change in the next 20 years, so you must transform the company as well of that. So In the same time, in comes obviously a very strong focus on energy security. And those of us who are in the energy sector, we think energy security is a very important thing. When others start to realize that, there becomes a lot of attention and focus on that. So I think also we have to talk about how do we make sure we supply the energy needs of today, of tomorrow, and then transforming for the energy needs that are coming 10, 20, 30 years down the road as well. And this is the challenge, I think, for all energy companies today from that. So I will touch maybe on a few. So I will touch with energy security, and then I will end with energy transition of that. So I think we strongly believe, and I have to say, if we look back to what has happened in the last period, and how the European Union and Europe itself has gone from almost a 40% dependency on Russian gas to 10%, it does show you that this sector can be incredibly agile when it needs to be. I think it came at quite a high cost of that, and it reminded us, and I think Larissa on an earlier panel talked about, Europe is the largest importer of energy. So to me, energy transformation, energy transition is also about energy security in the medium and to long term as well, so that Europe removes itself from that position overall. So I'll talk about domestic production, because actually if you have your own resources, this is often the foundation of your energy security. And as the energy minister said earlier, this is where Romania is very strong.
Energy independence should be easy here,
it should be
in
easy.
this part of Europe, right?
It should be easy. So, and it's becoming, we're getting there. So obviously, I think we made a big announcement in June, the long-awaited final investment decision of the Neptune Deep project. This is, I think, game-changing for us as investors, but game-changing as well for the country, and I believe also for the region overall from that. Where are we right now? So we announced the final investment decision. We got the approval of the field development plan from the regulator, and we awarded the largest contract, which is 1.6 billion euros with regards to the offshore installations and the building of that. That's been awarded. The total project overall is 4 billion, so 1.6 is actually a pretty big milestone of that. And now we're walking through the remaining awarding of the contracts and the permitting process. The goal, and we remain very strongly attached to the start of the first gas in 2027. Our goal, start up safely, start up on budget, on schedule. This is what we do, and I think the minister made the point that is the job of private sector. This is what we will do from that. And we built a very international team of that, and we have a strong relationship with our partner, Romgas. We are 50% and they are 50%. So the start gun happened in June, and it's moving forward because I think we have many eyes on us to make sure this project is delivered and provides the much needed gas to this region. But then I come also to maybe the smaller things as well, because we also announced earlier this year some smaller discoveries of that. So I think the minister had said earlier that Neptune is 100 BCM in total. This is the total volume that we have in Neptune Deep. Probably a lot smaller than that, but we had some discoveries onshore in Romania. And what's important about this is it's 4 years until we see Neptune. So we also need to make sure the energy security in the next few years is there as well. So we had some small discoveries, and we will be able to bring them online. When you move away from your domestic, you're then into the conversation about import and the diversification. So we are also a big importer of crude of that because we are a fuel supplier to the market. And right after the Ukraine situation, we moved very quickly away from our Russian imports and now have all non-Russian imports of crude coming in. Our refinery is well adaptable to many different types of crude, and this is something you become aware of when suddenly you have to take an important crude slate away of that, and I think we've shown the resilience there with regards to providing that. But also we are importing in gas as well of that, when we signed a contract with BOTAŞ in Turkey, also being able to provide gas. And actually we also provide gas to Moldova as well of that. So we also want to make sure Romanian customers, but also new customers in Moldova with regards to that. And then if you look beyond sort of other sources, you then get to the energy transition, and I will close with my final comment on this. So when we laid out our strategy, it was from 2021 to 2030. And we said we'll invest 11 billion euros. 2 billion of that is Neptune. So there is a lot more that is not Neptune. Obviously, we have a big responsibility to the existing oil and gas production in Romania. But 35% of our 11 billion is into low and zero carbon opportunities of that. And so we are looking at renewable. So we have built up a portfolio of projects of 1 gigawatt to have on stream by the end and in production by the end of the decade. Very confident we'll do that ahead of time, have that. We're also looking at sustainable aviation fuel. We're also looking at hydrogen. We've actually building probably the largest electric vehicle charger network in the country. So these are all the aspects that actually also make sure that we provide the customers what they want, what customers want, lower carbon footprint, security of supply, and as quickly as possible.
So electrification is the future of gas?
Well, we also have a gas-fired power plant, so I totally agree with my colleague here. When you actually, what we do see is in our renewable power, but also the gas power, it's a very important combination if you want reliability and customers want reliability overall. So just some comments from me. Thank you.
Thank you. Thank you very much. Mr. Raffel, as a representative of one of the most important European players, we would be interested to hear about your comments on how the latest events basically influenced the energy sector in Europe.
Yeah, it was really interesting to listen, and I share really what you said on the. I believe in cooperation, but I do not believe it's good to be dependent. And therefore, I really believe Romania has a good position and all the ingredients are here. And we have a once-in-a-lifetime chance with all the European money around. We have the possibility, we have a banking system that works, we have European funds available, and all ingredients are here to learn our lessons and to do so quickly. And by the way, we are doing it. It was mentioned by Minister Boduja how many solar panels currently are connected. In this very moment, we connect 1,000 a month, 1,000 prosumers a month, just in our area in Moldova.
As a number?
As a number, 1,000 prosumers a month. So the installed capacity I'm expecting to be installed in our area of distribution is more than 150 megawatts, which means roughly, in some circumstances, the sun is shining, we cover more than a fourth of the need of the region by solar, and at the same time we are going to connect wind plants. And by the way, the PV installation is just to start. Casa Verde hopefully will be unblocked soon, and other programs are following. So. Yes, it is absolutely correct to think long-term. It is absolutely correct because the total energy system will need it to invest into the gas, to invest into power plants, to invest into that power line Minister Boduja was mentioning. In this very moment, already millions of euros are invested into power that is already available. So all ingredients are there, we are on the good direction, and now if you have good ingredients, in order to make a good cake, you need a good cook to arrange it in the right order, in the right temperature, and so on and so forth. And that's, I think, the situation we are currently in. It is, all these investments I just was mentioning are connected to the distribution grids. So it's okay to think, to continue to think in the right meaning on big projects, on transmission grids, on huge big power plants, because also we need them as well. But in this very moment, all these megawatts are connected to the distribution grid, and the distribution grid was not prepared in the past for it. And in the crisis of last year, tariffs have been frozen, so we are in delay. And I think the part I can contribute to the success story, I think all of us need to contribute, and we are going to contribute, I'm convinced. The part I can contribute to that solution is to strengthen the electricity grids. And now, of course, there's an anxiousness among some politicians. This may somehow cost some money, yeah. So, you know, already everything is should be even cheaper, or at least not far more expensive. The good news is, from my point of view, distribution tariff is only a very small part of the total invoice, and we only need somehow. I'm always bringing this picture of a house. The house is already built. And additional luxury rooms are built, so to say. The PVs are invested, the money already is on there. So the house is built, and now we are talking about whether we want to invest into the key to open that house or not. And right now we are preparing for the next year, the tariff setting for next year, afterwards the next regulatory period. And I think what is really new in this very situation is the importance of distribution grids, but also the possibility Romania has. With this key, you can unblock private money, you can unblock credits, and you can unblock a hell of a lot of European money. For instance, a modernization fund if you have set the right thing to the right framework to make it, to have it really justified to invest into 20% of a project, the other 80% are going to be paid by European money. And if we unblock this one, I'm confident that we can achieve the success. E.ON already has run some EU-funded projects in the past, worth some millions euro. In this very moment, we are implementing already in this very moment projects of some tenth of millions of European money. And we have proven that we can manage all those successful. And our plan is to invest some hundreds of millions of European money in the next few years. And that money is available. If we do it, if the cook is smart enough to combine the ingredients in the right way, we can come to a solution that is not costing additional money to the customers as long as the prices are kept. But even if we unblock now all this power, which is produced by PVs in this very moment to arrive at the market, then we can even bring down the total electricity price by doing the right things in the distribution grid.
What do we do in order to increase a little bit the pace of development of these projects? And basically, why still do you think that what is needed in order to improve a little bit the infrastructure that will lead basically to the growth of these very, very new projects? On paper now, I think there are 40 gigawatts for new projects under different stages of authorization and so on. 40 gigawatts means a lot for 8 gigawatts consumption country, right? Will we supply electricity for the entire Europe? Are we capable to do this?
Yes and no. So if we install all that power, it's mostly renewable, but not only. It means that we are going to have good days with a lot of wind and a lot of suns, which means a lot of electricity being available. So this, of course, shall be used. And the only technology you can store these excess of electricity is in a big scale. There are many technologies, and Tarnica was mentioned and so on, but on a big scale, to store electricity from one week to another one is for sure also hydrogen. And there's one misunderstanding in Romania sometimes. If I talk to politicians, I realize this one. I'm talking about biogas and hydrogen, and then sometimes the reaction is, listen, we are a gas country. Why the hell are you talking about biogas and hydrogen? No one needs it. We have a hell of a lot of gas, and thanks to some colleagues here in the room and others, we are going to have even more. The reality is Europe is heavily dependent, as I said in the beginning, and we must reduce this dependency. And there's enough of room in the whole Europe for investing into biogas like hell, and hydrogen being available from renewables. And I do not think this is any competition of the gas you are having. It's just complementing the solution we need to build. And just to mention one piece of information, in this very moment, I'm contacted often by investors that want to invest into biogas units. The willingness to invest is already there. The demand for that gas is there because, you know, European companies often by their legislation are forced to use green gases. So customers are there that want to buy that gas produced by Romanian farmers for the German market. So let's open together this market because it means a money inflow to Romanian farmers, which must be allowed. And on the other hand, we will not spoil the Romanian system by the amount of biogas we are going to produce. And we can reduce by starting this endeavor to both decarbonize, to have more growth for Romania, and at the same time that Romania plays its role to the region, not only by delivering electricity and gas abroad, but I'm convinced, and was participating in a AHK conference recently in Berlin, where also Minister Buduja, by the way, and also a Moldavian representative has been there, and I believe it's a truth for the two countries. I'm convincing as many people as I can come to Romania to invest here. It is the place to be. You have gas, as we mentioned. You will have all this electricity, which I mentioned. Whatever the rules and the laws are going to be in a few years, if you are close to that abundance of energy, it's just good for you. And Romania has not only this one. Romania has a framework, Romania has engineers, Romania has capacities, has talents, and therefore I'm convinced if energy is too expensive for you in some other places in Europe, and you still want to invest into whatever you produce, come to Romania, that's the right place to be.
If there are, thank you very much for this very, very optimistic message. If, of course, there are questions from the audience, it would be a pleasure to listen. My final question for all the panelists would be the following. If we are in 2030 now and we look around, what is the biggest and the most striking factor that you see different from how it used to be in 2023? What is the thing that, looking around, is very different and unexpected, maybe?
So if I still have a micro, please allow me to start shortly. I was just thinking, we are discussing the energy situation in 2050, which is roughly 30 years ahead of us. I just was thinking, what was my plan for this year in 1989? Probably it was not, whatever I would have forecasted probably would not have been correct. So yes, we need a long-term thinking and a strategy and alignment, but we must do the right, even if you need to do hundreds of steps, you always start with the first one. So let's start with the right steps in this very moment, which I described on the issue of distribution. I think we are doing and taking the right decisions for investments, which pay off on a longer term. Let's do the right things today. And I do not think that we can decide everything today and then afterwards you just do implementation for the next 30 years. So you, unfortunately, you still will need managers and politicians also next year to adapt and adjust. But I strongly believe we together find the best solutions if we have sincere dialogue and try to have a stable framework and do the right steps in the beginning. Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Maybe I would just add a couple of thoughts. So firstly, I think by 2030, we'll all be thinking about 2040 and 2050, because it's one decade along the way of a journey of 3 decades of that. And I would hope that we will see, obviously, an abundance of gas. I would like that is helping support the country and also the region as well. I believe we will continue to see a huge amount of growth in renewable of that. What I think will be really important by the end of this decade is we start to see the ability to store CO2 and we start to see the ability to commercialize hydrogen.
So there will be new technologies.
Yeah. By 2050, you need both of those really, really working with a strong business case. And by the end of this decade, we need to start to see what that's going to look like.
I will allow myself to continue this Moldovan line, even though I'm not a Moldovan. Well, first, President Sandu mentioned in her speech this May that she hopes that Moldova will be 2030 the member of the European Union. So I guess we will be much more far in the European integration. And the second moment, well, we can't forget that the trigger for the change in the situation is the Russian aggression. So I hope at 2030 we will speak more about the future of hydrogen than about the war in the close neighborhood as it is right now.
We are coming from the same region, so my answer is almost the same. 2030, you said, so democratic Russia, Ukraine and Moldova, member of EU, and the rest, it's a small technical problem how to build green energy. And in such setup, it will be very easy. Yeah.
If there are no questions from the room, dear panelists, thank you very much for your thoughts. We look forward to meeting you again next year. And of course, again, thanking you very much for the support you are showing for the Aspen Institute programs and for our energy program. I give the floor to our organizers, thanking you very much for staying with us these late hours. Thank you.
Ladies and gentlemen, it's a pleasure to be able to have you with us for the afternoon program of the first day of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. We have one more panel session for the day here in the Marble Room, and I am very pleased to let you know that next we will discuss global trends and the impact on the future of transatlantic security and prosperity in Eastern Europe, together with our partners from the Strategic Foresight, whose representative, Patty Morrissey, is with us. And I'm pleased to invite her to have the floor and to do the introductions for the panel. Thank you, Patty, and thank you to all of us.
I'm going to have Warren and Paul come up here too. Okay, thanks everybody for hanging in here to listen to our presentation. We have a bit of a different format here. I'm Patty Morrissey. I'm CEO of a company called Global Foresight Strategies, and I'm here with two of my strategic advisors, Warren Fishbein and Paul Schulte. Our third panelist, General John Allen, wasn't able to be here in person because of a little bit of a schedule change. But we'd like to spend some time with you guys talking about how all the issues we've discussed today, all the strategically important issues, how we can think about them systematically as an interacting set of phenomena, which we call strategic foresight analysis. So I'm going to provide a little bit of methodological background. And then we're going to have some examples of the analysis that we have done over the last few weeks, and I will get to that in just a minute. Consistent with the Bucharest Forum's objective to cover major trends that influence business, politics, and our societies, and to promote forward thinking on geopolitical, economic, societal, technological, and environmental change, Global Foresight Strategies, our company, is in the business of promoting dialogue between governments and private sector organizations on strategic issues and helping them build a disciplined, sustained foresight practice to provide early warning of disruptive future challenges and opportunities. As we've seen the overall unity that this region has demonstrated in supporting Ukraine's courageous fight against the Russian invasion of their homeland, public-private partnerships are absolutely crucial to progress towards security and prosperity in this region. As has become obvious today with the many very interesting panels, governments across the region will need strong support from business, from private sector to help develop solutions to the serious challenges they face. And businesses will benefit from gaining a sophisticated understanding of the strategic context in which they are investing and operating. That's come up a lot. Lots of complexity in how we deal with all the change in the region. So a little bit of background for our team. Warren and I both have more than 3 decades of experience working national security for the United States government. We were part of a program that was started in 2007 called the Global Futures Forum. Both of us led that organization as the U.S. representatives. That in particular gave us really deep experience in how to think about the future in a systematic way, how to do it with international partners, and how to do it in a way that is relevant to decision making. So we built our methodology for our private sector company around our experience with that, and also many years of futures analysis for the Pentagon in my case. Paul has a long and distinguished career with the UK government, working for the Ministry of Defense in the UK, culminating as speechwriter for the Defense Minister, and has done many things. He's a college professor now and a consultant and part of the Alphen group of brilliant thinkers around the world. We also have a few strategic advisors. One is in this room. Alina Anaya is one of our strategic advisors. And from the concept that we have for strategic advisors, basically we get a spectrum of people with regional expertise and with foresight expertise that as a group can devote different levels of time, but the networking, the way we can operate now as a community of Zoomers talking to each other on a regular basis, we've built a very flexible model for pulling in the smartest people we know to talk about what's happening in the global trends and how those global trends are impacting a particular region. So as we sort of built this approach, we had to think about identifying decision points for actions that shape a free and prosperous future as our goal, right? But then we had to examine, what do we mean by a free and prosperous future? We had to look at what are the underlying values around that. And I think from everything that this forum represents and everything we've heard today, I think we are very much in line with, we would like a world where people can choose their leaders free of disinformation, free of coercion, free of threats, and we can elect people who will act in an ethical, transparent way to benefit the greater good and not themselves or patrons. That's a fundamental principle that the vibe in this room, the commitment that you hear out of all these speakers, that's something I think everyone has circled around, but maybe not in an explicit way. So we've developed a regional program for Central and Eastern Europe because we thought, as a new company, this is the region that's undergoing incredible change and confronting incredible challenge with Russian aggression. So our foresight practice is rooted in empirically based and comprehensive and integrative assessments of the global factors affecting this region's long-term security and prosperity. And our goal is to work with private sector and governmental organizations to work through the complexity, to work through the intersections between these trends, and then to describe that good future that we're all striving for and the decision points that we need to shape to get there. So this fancy slide, sorry, is just a representation of the change in the world, the destabilizing impacts of war, accelerating technology change, disinformation, climate change, and a deadly pandemic have intersecting causes and effects, and millions of people are living through this right now. So understanding the trajectories of this change and how they interact is a huge challenge for decision makers. Even if you look at each one of these panels in and of themselves, it's very complex stuff. And we've taken on the idea that if we get the right people and get the right connections with people, that we can set up a process by which we look across those different trends. And then to try to assess what does that mean in terms of risks and opportunities that government and private sector should be both be aware of. So not to get too academic, but this is a little different panel here. We spent a few months with my core group of senior advisors, most of whom have PhDs and 3 to 4 decades of experience in strategic planning and international security. We came up with these 10 trends as our higher level construct for analysis. We start with deep dives on each of these trends, and we ask our experts, most of whom aren't strategic advisors, there are other people that we ask to educate us through an hour or so of online seminar. And we just finished 7 seminars with some incredible people. They're available if anyone's interested. Please approach me. We've recorded all of them, and they cover Most of these issues, I think we only missed the demographics because our demographics person got pulled away. But the demographic issue was blended into a few of these others. The second phase of our methodology, we look at these factors and we have a tool that helps us walk through how do these things intersect. And it's a little painful, but it's sort of required intellectual exercise for, I heard all these different, I heard 10 different seminars on these topics. What did I learn about how this relates to the other ones? And that, again, approach me if you want more details, is too much for today. And then we have an in-person meeting where we evaluate the results of the tool and we talk about, okay, what are some of the disruptive futures that we can see emerging from the combination of these global trends, and have a discussion kind of what are the things that are coming to the top that we haven't really talked about, and what do they mean? And then what do they mean for businesses? What do they mean for governments? And that's an two-day in-person meeting that we are planning for March, April of next year. And then we're going to sustain this process with clients from government and private industry over time by doing biennial reviews and at the same time doing constant monitoring of the trends that we thought were most important to that region. So to prepare for this program coming up, our formal program starts in January. We held our online our seminars that I just mentioned, and we looked at the future of Central and Eastern Europe over the next 5 years. No doubt with all the expertise in this room, we missed a few things. This was our foundational knowledge that we would like to springboard off of and refresh in about 2 months with partners, clients involved. But what we produced was a set of preliminary analysis of disruptive futures that we'd like to present today. We will be presenting more definitive findings. The plan right now is to do that at the Strategic Arc in Warsaw in May. And so we'd like to really broaden our net with experts and just interested companies and interested government officials that want to be part of that conversation to get more sophisticated about understanding where we're going. So with that, I want to turn to my colleague Warren Fishbein. He is going to be covering one of the disruptive trends that we worked on together. You will also find these in the paper that we submitted. It's on the website. And that kind of is a nice crystallization of where we are right now and where we hope to go. So I'm going to turn it over to Warren. Mm-hmm. Oh, do you want me to? Yeah.
Thank you. Okay, I'm going to talk about what I found to be a very intriguing convergent disruptive future, as we're calling them. But not a negative one, a potentially positive one for the CEE countries. In the economic sphere, we see a reasonable possibility of these countries taking advantage of opportunities offered by a convergence of several trends to strengthen their economies over the next 5 years.
Sorry, we're trying to get it back up, Warren.
Okay, let me get
back. It was there for a second. See.
Yeah.
You can go ahead and talk and then, yeah.
Okay.
Okay.
Well, move ahead one now. Okay.
All right.
Okay. That disruptive future is highlighted in the center bubble. As you see, we're using this Venn diagram approach to emphasize that we're looking at the interactions of trends from different domains. And here we have four major domains that we looked at: global economic challenges, accelerating technological change, evolving geopolitical competition, and escalating challenges to effective governance. Now, the most important opportunity that we talked about arises from a trend towards a fundamental restructuring of the global economic relationships towards less risk. That's due to rising geopolitical and economic tensions, particularly between the US and other Western countries and China, as well as from vulnerabilities of long supply lines as revealed by the COVID pandemic. One key aspect of lowering risk is reshoring of production from East Asia, China in particular, to more secure, closer venues. And this may be of special benefit to CEE countries due to their proximity and, of course, good relations with major foreign direct investor countries such as Germany, the prime investor, and the United States. That advantage may grow over the next few years if a trend towards regional conflict in the evolving geopolitical competition bubble, if that results in conflict spreading to the Middle East, where it already is starting to spread, and to East Asia, potentially with a conflict over Taiwan, the desirability of locating in Eastern Europe would increase significantly. Those aren't the only factors that could help CEE economic performance. There's also the benefits that may be derived from business investment in climate change mitigation, fulfilling those requirements, from a transition from energy dependency on Russia and oil and gas to renewables, nuclear, and other forms of localized energy, and in meeting all the increased security requirements of NATO's eastern flank countries. That's the climate trends and geopolitical trends combined. Now, will CE countries respond effectively to these opportunities? Our deep dive on the region identified both positive and negative trends, which we believe that the positive ones are slightly stronger. So long, one caveat, so long as the region and the West in general can prevent Russia from advancing politically and territorially in Europe. Now, the most important of the positive trends was revealed in our seminar that we did on accelerating technologies, where we learned that CE countries are in a strong position to expand in advanced technologies and to siphon off business that might go to other regions in the past, due to the fact that they have a well-developed IT, AI ecosystem and a significant STEM-educated workforce. The same is true regarding advanced manufacturing capabilities, given the existence of advanced manufacturing and IT hubs in several countries, Romania, Hungary, Poland, Slovakia, and the Czech Republic and Bulgaria. All of these are plausible locales for new investments. Poland, Ukraine, and Bulgaria also possess deposits of minerals needed for both IT and renewable energy technologies, providing the region with the potential to become a local supplier, a regional supplier for Europe, Western Europe, and North America of critical minerals. In addition, the tech sector will benefit from likely continued growth of CEE's defense production sector, which is already operating at a high capacity due to demand from arising from the war in Ukraine. Here again, this trend could well accelerate if regional conflict spreads over the next few years. And finally, investments in renewable and nuclear energy to comply with EU net zero objectives, which so far I believe, I'm not a specialist on this, but I believe from what I've read that CEE leaders have been more resistant to than others in Europe, as well as to substitute for natural gas import from Russia. This will have an impact on CEE economic performance both directly, but also by supporting demands from related high-tech products that the region will be producing more of in coming years due to reshoring. And now there's some other, those are the more positive driving trends, but there are some negative ones. For instance, as we learned in our seminar on emerging global economic challenges, de-risking itself is double-edged because it also raises import prices for a region that is heavily dependent on raw material imports and accustomed to cheap industrial and consumer products from abroad. Moreover, there's some other big trends, a global economic slowdown driven by anti-inflation policies, which could affect the level of foreign direct investment in the region. And there are also EU pressures on businesses to adopt stricter standards, especially related to ESG criteria, which could slow down FDI in the region. There are internal political issues as well. We had a seminar on escalating challenges to effective governance, and these revealed how pressures brought on by war and climate-driven and economic-driven migration are being heightened by Russian disinformation to stoke fear and mistrust in elected leaders. This undermines governments' abilities to pass necessary and legal and anti-corruption reforms to ensure transparent and accountable business practices to replace financial systems that were corrupted under Soviet governance and are still vulnerable to corruption, especially when this is sustained from the outside via bribes and threats. But the most important potential obstacle to this in this seemingly happy story is if Russia's continued military aggression and non-military pressure results in Ukraine's full or partial defeat. The adverse impact on investment, on the investment climate in this region would be immeasurable. Any companies wanting to stay in the region would face pressures to do business Russia's way, leading to massive and predictable brain and investment flight from the CEE region. So to conclude, on balance, we assess that Western economies' need for secure supply chain and CEE's need for new energy solutions and increased military technology give business within and interested in CEE a positive demand signal. Such countries as Romania, Hungary, Poland, Czech Republic, Slovakia, and Bulgaria have advantage in IT, advanced manufacturing, or new minerals mining, sufficient to overcome the drag created by adverse global and regional economic conditions, political polarization internally, and labor shortages within CE countries. So barring a negative outcome in Ukraine, these should be sufficient to yield healthy economic growth over the next 5 years. Again, this is a preliminary judgment subject to review when we have a full meeting, and periodically needs to be revisited due to the complex nature and interaction of all the variables that we're watching. Thank you.
I'm going to be talking about disruptive future number 2, the impacts on the Central and Eastern Europe of intensifying competition for leadership and power within geopolitical blocs. And in contrast to the exhortatory and obligatory optimism of this morning, this is going to be largely bad news, problems to which there are no immediate answers, but it's good to see in advance. So this is around which blocks of countries make the most compelling argument to the world about how to govern, how to deal with the complex global challenges, which have been called the polycrisis, a term I think we'll hear more and more of as it gets worse. And you can feel this every day in the global news. You can certainly feel it in the UN. It's a competition for credibility, influence, and security. Centralized versus dispersed institutions, democracies versus authoritarians. No rules. The competition will go on in many spheres. We looked at seminars on evolving geopolitical competition. And here, Central and Eastern Europe's historically fragmented and threatened geographical position at the center of a classic so-called Shatterbelt. Do you know you're in a Shatterbelt? Political geographers call Eastern Europe a classic Shatterbelt, an uncomfortable place to be. It's fragmented and squeezed between big empires in different directions who don't leave you alone. And you have to deal with their expansion and their threats. So that's going to remain. Central and Eastern Europe will remain in the front line of competition. And Russia is today very deliberately asserting that it's not entitled to its autonomy or integration in any other structures. It's a contested zone between a godless, degenerate, perhaps satanic and failing Western Europe, but it's still threatening to Russia, and decent, orthodox, values-driven, traditional resistance to Western hegemony. And it's trying to prevent this region's full entry into wider Western political, economic, and security structures. And it will do that in any way that it can. Our Changing Character of Warfare seminar looked at the bad news emerging. Global arms control regimes have collapsed. The battle space has widened to embroil civilians. It's becoming dominated by dual-use technologies. And that process is occurring against a diminishing ability or willingness of the international community, if there is still an international community, to enforce peacetime treaties or the laws of war. Military cooperation and political cooperation is evolving. Unfortunately, it's between Russia and the other states opposing the US-led world order, notably China, India, and North Korea. And in addition, our economics experts, as we've heard, looked at the inflationary and economically destabilizing aspect of the war in Ukraine and the way that sanctions on energy and food have impacted cost structures. The global competition for leadership is inescapable. It's going on in the context of rapid economic, environmental, political, and socio-cultural change. CEE countries will have to live in their Shatterbelt battle space in a multidimensional conflict between two very different models of how to govern. We can look out for other models, but the core competition is between top-down leadership and a form of political power coming from the collective choices of the society, ideally exercised through free and transparent elections, though how they are to be defined and checked is a problem in itself. Central and East European populations seem to be more attracted to the democratic model. They say so that periodically, and their politicians say that, but they are a vulnerable, high-value target in the perilous competition for global support and for leadership. So we look in our analysis at what could go wrong, what's not, there's kinds of things which were not being talked about this morning. Weaknesses and crevices in the structure of Eastern Europe, which the Russians can note and exploit. And I just mentioned some things to ground this session. We're talking about historical national rivalries and resentments. We're talking about xenophobic nationalist parties. We're talking about state capture by highly partisan politicians, illiberal activists, jury rigging, pervasive, uncorrected corruption, trade wars, blockades, splits over defense burden sharing, vetoes within NATO, and within the EU, and diplomatic breakdown over immigration quotas. All those things you can see in the daily news are there, they're part of all this problem, and they're quite likely to get worse in ways we trace out in order to avoid.
Thank you, Paul. We're getting a little short on time. We had a third, can you hit that, Warren? We had a third disruptive future. Just hit the arrow right there. Here, sorry. Should have brought it with me. This is one I worked on right away because the obvious potential future is that Russia could escalate its full spectrum of hybrid warfare techniques. I don't want to get into all the details right now because we've got General Allen coming in via recorded tape from Tuesday night, and we need some time for that. So let's run the tape, and then if we have time to get back to this, we'll do that.
Patty, thank you very much for giving me the opportunity to come in remotely. I am very sorry that I can't be with you all today. Bucharest is one of my favorite places in the world. I love Romania. I love that region. I've got so many friends in Central and Eastern Europe. It is truly the crossroads of the world in so many ways, and I think gives us insights and opportunities strategically that we'll find in just few other places on the planet. So I think this is a great time to come together. The Bucharest Forum is well known for bringing together great minds on great issues, and it appears that it's going to be the same way again this year. So I'm very sorry that a schedule conflict kept me from coming in, Patty, to be with you and Paul and Warren. I'm sorry, but it's really an important moment, and this is a great panel. And I want to thank you for the paper that you wrote. I thought the paper was very good. And for me, the difference between prediction and foresight is that you can, through a paper like this, with the idea of talking about potential disruptive futures, give people indications of great and important global trends that we should all be thinking about, as opposed to a specific piece of information or a prediction which could or might not come true. So I really like the idea of global foresight as a means to help decision makers with the big decisions that are coming by virtue of the mega trends that they're going to face. As I said, both in terms of the Black Sea region and Central and Eastern Europe, I think that entire region is going to be central to the security of Europe going forward, to the security of the southern portion of the continent, and even in the Middle East. As we go forward. And of course, how Russia goes with respect to the Ukraine war is going to define much of the opportunity that we'll see in the future. Now, Patty, as you know, I've spent a lot of time in strategy positions over the years, whether it was in East Asia, or whether it was in the Central Command, or whether it was in as the commander of ISAF, the International Security Assistance Force in Afghanistan. And I think that foresight has been an extraordinarily valuable asset that commanders have had to have, and I couldn't be happier than to see that you're embracing it with a true panel of experts here today, but more broadly with your organization you have founded and are leading at this point. As I think about the mega trends that will define opportunity, both in Central and Eastern Europe, in the Black Sea region, but the mega trends that are going to define so much of what we think will influence or affect strategy going forward, I think of typically 5 different areas. The first is the evolution and the development of a global economy that is shifting in pretty dramatic ways. And we have seen this global economy and the power of the global economy shift pretty dramatically to the east from where we had seen it traditionally anchored in Europe with its relationship to North America. But this shift has created opportunities in the east, both in terms of opportunity for China, emerging opportunity for India, the great democracies and their economies in East Asia that we have just never seen before. And it's going to create an opportunity, I think, for us as we go forward, particularly for Central Eastern Europe, with the relationships that can be forged by that region with the great economies that we see taking advantage of this change in global economic power. The second area is an area of the change in demography in the world. The demographics are changing. And this is something that's very important to me as I spent time on the ground in the Middle East, and especially in Southeast Asia as well. Those populations, and in particular, in particular, Africa, those populations are increasing in their size, and they're getting younger. And we have to take that into account with respect to the strengths of their governments and their capacity to provide opportunity for this increasing population of youth in many places in the world. Meanwhile, in the north, the developed north, populations are aging. They're either growing at a very small rate, or they're static, or they're in fact shrinking. And the changes in demography are going to have a dramatic effect on politics and ultimately economic opportunity going forward. Third area is rapid urbanization. The migration into the cities in the world are going to create opportunities, but also challenges that we can't now foresee. By the middle of this century, more than half the world's population will be located in urban centers. And by 2070, we could see 3/4 of the world's population either in cities or ultimately in cities or in urban centers as they go forward. And this urban sprawl that we'll see evolve is going to be one where we'll have to think about the effects that will have both on stability of governance, but also opportunities that will be available to populations as they go forward. An area that I know you've done a lot of work in, it's important work, is in the area of emerging technologies. You know, the size of technology as it's moving forward, the speed with which it is evolving, provide opportunities that we could not have imagined just 10 years ago or even 5 years ago. High performance computing, data analysis, artificial intelligence, generative AI, large language models. This is creating opportunities, again, that as we think about foresight with regard to strategic decision making, leaders are going to need to contemplate. And this is one of the challenges I find today as I talk with CEOs around the world. They really have not been able to embrace the synergy that comes from many of these intersecting capabilities in the technology field. And then finally, and I know that you've done a lot of work here as well, and that's in climate. Climate is the juggernaut that's coming at all of us. And when I'm asked the question at a security level, what is one of the greatest threats that the United States faces or our allies face in the future? It is truly the challenge of climate and the many different economic and physical effects that will become a challenge for us as we go forward. Now, one final point on convergence, because many of these things are converging as we speak. The youthful populations are moving into the cities where there are weak and unstable governments that don't have access to the evolving economic opportunities that we see. All of these things are converging in ways that foresight and the development of foresight can provide leaders with the capacity to decide about. And that's why I'm very keen to see the work that you have done. This paper really captures many of these potential disruptive futures. And again, I'm very sorry I couldn't be with you today to see all the dear friends that I have in the region and to participate in the great conversations of the Bucharest gathering. But I wish you all the best. And thank you very much for this opportunity.
Thank you, John Allen. So John Allen has been a friend and mentor since pretty much the first month of this business, and that's why we asked him to be part of this. He is currently being pulled in many directions given his broad background in leadership, and was at the UN on Monday talking about genocide, and somewhere else Tuesday, and then we met with him Tuesday night. So can we do that one more slide? Okay. In just 1 minute, we have to wrap up, but I did want to point out that we did a seminar on the changing character of warfare with Dave Kilcullen, who most of you know, who's another friend who kind of went into the basics of how warfare is evolving, but mentioned the core concept that he thinks is operative, and that is liminal warfare, which is operating beneath the level of detection. And he referenced cross-domain coercion, which is Dima Adinsky's concept to undermine political, military, economic rule of law in in this region in particular. So I don't have time to get into this whole thing. It really is a escalation of what Russian strategy is doing today. And I'd like to highlight, though, the disinformation poison being an absolute central part of it. I made a comment this morning about disinformation being a weapon, and it's constantly delivered to each one of our phones and specifically targeted at vulnerable populations. So that's an issue that we're going to have to do a lot more study and a lot more integration with everything else going on. So with that, I don't know if we have a few extra minutes, planners. All right, I'll wrap up then, and then if you let people ask questions, it's up to you guys. So just as a kind of a summary of where we are, we've seen the rapid transition we discussed today in energy infrastructure in this region, strengthening of defense and security posture within NATO, the nearshoring, de-risking of manufacturing base, the institutionalization of anti-corruption laws to protect economic competition, the integrity of the political process, and to improve trust in government. So we didn't want to leave on a negative note. We wanted to say this region is really standing at the forefront of where the world is going and has a lot of promise, and we want to be part of that promise. But what we've seen is that we need to be more explicit and systematic about how we monitor these trends, specifically the trends as they're playing out on the ground in this region. So I think I'll just wrap it up at that. I have some information for people who might be interested in being part of this program on Central and Eastern Europe. So please approach me if you would like to talk a little bit more about that. But our goal is to get a clear picture of what's coming at us so we can shape that future wherever we can. It's never going to be perfect, but we have to try as hard as we can to make the right decisions to end up in 3 to 5 years in the trajectory that we would like to go. So do we have a couple minutes for questions? Or, all right, if people are still here, then they want to ask questions potentially. Do you have any questions from the audience? Nope, everyone just wants to go to happy hour. Okay.
Thank you very much. Steve Shapiro from the Atlantic Council. I was just saying that first time I saw this kind of under the radar, which we call hybrid today, I called War 2.0 in 2010 in a paper for the SACEUR. NATO, as the SACEUR disputed not only every point I was making, but said that this is not NATO's job in any case. And I find this still to be a difficult crux of the matter and insufficiently addressed in our discussions, assuming, which we know all of this to be true, and assuming this is a method of warfare, which we know to be true, there isn't an organization that's capable of, or even a multiple of organizations that's capable of responding to these things on a strategic basis. And the thing that perhaps is missing here is that all of this stuff, when you go back to 2009, the Estonia takedown for cyber, the first time we saw that happen, all this stuff is deliverable. Many of these things are traditional historic warfare weapons. A few are new because we have new tech, but but what's different is the ability to precisely target, strategically bundle, and instantaneously deliver them. That to me makes this a whole new kind of warfare. And the absence of an organization that can look at this as a whole and fight it whether it's a multinational or domestic organization, to me is the biggest problem. And I just thought I could put that out there for comment or just for bemoaning sake.
Bemoaning is always
bemoaning
helpful.
is the first step, right? Okay.
But what I would say is one of the reasons, and I didn't mention this in this particular speech here, but one of the key reasons we wanted to do this is because we saw many times, like your example, where we were thoroughly going through like what could happen and got to the decision maker level and they just didn't want to hear it, right? Especially if it's not a good thing that they have to take action on. So it is just sort of an intrinsic problem with human nature. But what we'd like to do, what we're in the process of doing, is building that global network wherever people sit that want to be part of this conversation so that we can percolate it up. We did also talk about, Lori Garrett covered global health, pandemics, and climate change all together in an amazing video. If anyone would like to see it, it was an hour and 40 minutes of amazingness. And she was talking about supranational, like the supranational organizations that have to be there. And we also have to push it from the ground up, too, and connect those ground up elements. So that sounds ambitious, but we do need to try. And I think my motto is that we are providing a way to do systematic thinking so that wishful thinking is not your answer, right?
That's a good, I like that answer. And of course, the real answer is, the first thing we have to do is talk about it. Yeah. And congratulations on this presentation.
Thank you, Steve. Thank you. Do we have any other questions? We have time for one more. Right there.
Thank you. Thank you for a very, very, very interesting presentation and challenging. But at the same time, I would raise an issue. Of course, we are here in Romania. That would mean that you are interested in the region, meaning Eastern Europe, plus a little bit Central Europe. It seems to me that such kind of approach which you have applied is, how to say, influenced by Mackinder, by the fact that Eastern Europe is the most important region between the great powers, or Russia, Western Europe, now China, USA. It seems to me that we would have to think in another way in order to, because the changes should have been in the region and in the global environment since the beginning of the 20th century, when Mackinder raised this issue, being taught by the maps, not otherwise. It's a moment in which you would have to think in another way. Otherwise, your presentation had been very challenging. Now I am thinking what would happen to Romania if Russia would remain the same and Ukraine would be defeated and things like that. It's okay.
Yeah,
But
and I'd like to actually turn that to Paul, because Paul did a lot of thinking on that. And the idea that there are other models is certainly a really important part of generating this network to do this thinking, but do it in a systematic way with people who have done foresight for years. Paul, did you want to address that?
To say that the Mackinder idea of the rimlands versus the heartland, well done, it's not the only model. It's very powerful, though. It's probably behind many of the ways that the Russians think about it, and we have to be sensitive to that. But power will distribute itself in other ways that Mackinder back in 1900 couldn't imagine, and we have to keep sensitive to the way that's happening. Where is economic growth? Where is demographic growth or decline? Because that's where power will migrate to, and it will change the way that competition will be geographically fought out for the rest of the century. So I agree, another set of understandings is possible for geopolitics, but at the moment, we're faced with an adversary who seems to want to have that confrontation between continental powers and maritime powers, and that's driving the competition for the foreseeable 5-year future that we're looking at. But we can look beyond it. And
the model that emerges, from this kind of conversation about kind of future the region wants, right? That having that conversation in a broad way where we're taking into account all these different trends and impacts on the region, we're hoping plenty of Central and Eastern Europe participants will join us. We have 5 advisors from the region right now, and so welcome all, and I'll have more information over here if you'd like to grab it. But thank you, everybody. Sorry we went over for a bit, but thank you for your rapt attention and really appreciate it, and have a lovely night.
Ladies and gentlemen, before we end the day, I would like to extend a very warm welcome and thank you to all of you for keeping up with our schedule today for the first part of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. And I would like to extend a warm thank you to our guest speakers and moderators today. I hope the discussions were insightful, fruitful, and we are looking forward to welcoming you tomorrow at the same venue for the second day of the Aspen GMF Bucharest Forum. Before you go, we invite you for a small cocktail reception in the catering area, and thank you once again to all of you. Thank you.